Here to start things off here this morning into what is expected to be a hotter than expected CPI print coming up here in about 30 minutes. We'll get the inflation data from last month. Expected to be 3 times the prior print. Let's see what happens here. We'll bring that to you live when it does come out. Lots of individual movers to talk about this morning. I was just reading this story on CoreWeave. Anthropic going to be renting space from CoreWeave. So WP up big time here. 2 days in a row with just wild action for that one. Tesla moving around a little bit, downside just hearing down to 545. A couple of things yesterday. I mean, big move down 2 days ago for Tesla. We'll touch on that coming up as well. Energy back in focus this morning. A little bit of an uptick here for oil. Really no change, it looks like, as far as the Middle East situation is concerned. The last headlines I was reading before I came on here suggesting that the is still closed, so no traffic getting through as of this morning. So whether or not that will improve over the next coming hours, I mean, it's going to be one of those days where it's very headline driven again around energy, around everything that's happening with the Iran and U.S. situation. So strap in. Could be a little bit volatile today, potentially. I mean, this inflation print is going to be watched by the market, watched by a lot of people, I think. I mean, 0.9 expected here in the month over month. Last print was 0.3. So, I mean, we're heading in the wrong direction. But with oil, kind of expected, I think.
Well, yeah. And the thing is, too, well, those headline numbers, food and energy, that's where you're going to see directly the most, right? So you're going to see it in diesel prices. Diesel prices affect the actual cost of food. Hopefully it is, yes, let's use that word, transitory, and it doesn't last for that long, and the strait opens up. But obviously overnight, President Trump, with a plethora of tweets covering many different subjects, one of which was, of course, that Iran is not really kind of honoring its commitments to open the strait. You know, they're asking for fees. People were saying that they're asking for Bitcoin specifically. So I'll have to see how that all works out, Brendo. But the headline number expected to come out significantly higher.
Yeah, we'll see how that actually affects the market. I mean, not only are we going to be back above a 3 handle, but back above a 3 handle and then some, which is not good for the overall situation here. So, I mean, as far as the futures are concerned, still looking decent here on the week. Chart is not updating. On the week, 3.7% for the S&P, 4.3% for the NASDAQ. Dow's up nearly 4% as well. So it's been a positive week. Whether or not we can hold on to that, let's see.
It was funny because you looked at we were doing the SPY, obviously, as we typically do yesterday, and we're not that far off all
No.
No.
Like that whole move down just got cut in half.
It was like a couple of days that were covered, I would say, a week's worth of selling. That's typically not something we see. We usually see elevator on the way down, escalator on the way back up. It was kind of the opposite of that. But there's a lot of stories to talk about, other than oil, other than all the belligerencies in the Middle East. You mentioned CoreWeave, obviously the good look. Lumentum as well, all-time highs. LITE up 5%. This thing can't stop making all-time highs. Taiwan Semiconductor, the most important chip company in the world, reporting fantastic earnings. Obviously AI. There is some weakness. Again, we spoke about this with respect to mobile. Tesla. You mentioned Tesla at the top, but there's a lot of articles coming overnight that are not really plussed about this Model 2 or Model 3, whatever the hell he's going to call it, because it's going to be margin compressing, and it's going to take away from production for other things. So we'll see.
And it comes at a time when, you know, he was banging the drums and banging the table, you know, for lack of a better metaphor, on shifting production heavily over to the robotic side and to the AI side. So it's a strange move, definitely. EOG, it's worth noting here, raising their Q1 tax expense outlook. In the energy sector, once again, this thing had a pretty ugly day yesterday, or 2 days ago. But I mean, I think it alludes to, there's been some comments from XOM executives I was reading at the end of the day today. It alludes to these guys are kind of strapping in and getting ready for maybe this to take a little longer than expected.
It might be. But what the story I really liked yesterday was that they're really continuing to look at energy independence. We heard about Occidental finding some more oil in the Gulf. It's not exclusively theirs. They're sharing it with, I think, Chevron and another company, the name of which is eluding me at the moment. But the point is, you know, the issue for the West, right now, so far, hasn't been the actual supply. We have a lot of supply. It's been price. It's Asia that is concerned with supply because they rely on the actual oil coming out of the Middle East, whereas we Canada obviously has heavy crude. Venezuela's got heavy crude as well that's refined in the Gulf. And the United States has their own oil.
I've been spending the past couple of days talking with a few people over in Malaysia, completely unrelated to all of this, but the major theme that I've been hearing from them is that, I mean, they were even saying at one point they were told to stay home 1 day a week, so they've been limiting the amount of traffic on the road.
Heard that.
Because they're so heavily reliant on these shipments coming, and the ships just aren't coming at this point. So diesel specifically, as you were saying, really, really affected. So yeah, coming up at 8:30, guys, we'll get inflation from last month. It is expected to be significantly higher than we've seen over the past couple of months with what has been happening. Really not all that surprising, however. Sean with the day off today. Joseph is in his seat. Good morning, guys.
Oh, we got Joe in the big chair. Excited for it, brother.
Yeah, I mean,
excited for it. We'll get this done for sure. We'll wrap up. Been a bit of a tumultuous week. Let's be real. Volatility is fantastic for trading, but the ups and downs, left, rights, and centers of what's going on, whether it's the Middle East, whether it's whatever the truth is going to be at any given moment. Right now, you've actually got USO not doing much of anything. But do not forget, like yesterday, forget about all of that turmoil stuff. At the end of the day, we actually had both oil going higher and the markets ending at the highs.
Yeah.
And you had the software names going absolutely crazy. Unfortunately, that was down. And then you had like Intel's a meme stock now, apparently, the way that it's running. You got CoreWeave moving. You got the memory names going ham again with SNDK making some fresh highs. So there's a lot going on outside of just oil that we should be paying attention to.
But to add to the boys behind us, their point on just the fact that essentially all of those losses have been evaporated in the span of a couple of days. You have the SPY was down almost 10%. Now you're only down 4%, 4.5%. You had the NASDAQ doing the exact same thing. Now only down a couple percentage points or the other way around. So it's been a solid recovery. And we talk about this all the time. When there's stocks that have this weight or the overall market has this weight on their shoulder and it lifts it, you see the trajectory that these things can go on.
Yes.
And then once this comes to a complete conclusion, I think at some point, I wouldn't be surprised whatsoever if you see the SPY and the Qs at a new all-time high. I just think that's the path that we're on, and I'm going to call it here first.
There it is. You made the call. They just, when you said it just like that, it reminded me of this. There's just some dude who wanted to see what it would be like if he just lived in a weighted vest. So this mofo, he's probably some fitness influencer. So he just goes around for like a couple of weeks or whatever. He's literally, no matter what he does, he's wearing a weight vest. He's showering the stupid thing. He's doing his everyday life in the weight vest. And he tests himself like before, like push-ups and pull-ups.
Yeah.
Afterwards,
so much fat. Yeah. The
gains.
explosion is insane.
Because like a lot of it's just like it's like a lot of it's psychological, right?
Yeah.
Like you just get used to it, so you feel stronger. You probably didn't get that much stronger. No, but like the market has had that overhang on it. The question for me is, can some of the software names, which have been badly beaten up, try to catch some bids? Because if you saw that destruction yesterday, and oh my god, like Palantir already tested the lows. Like forget about trying to bounce. Like this was down 8%, I think at the most. You had like Snowflake, which we barely even talk about, was 11 or 12%. I mean, just go up and down the line. IGV, the group, just getting absolutely smashed all day. And so if there's a bid here, that would do wonders to having the market try to hold on to some of these gains. But you know what? You get CPI, and a lot can change.
One thing we're also rolling into earnings season as well, which I think is going to be where we can possibly go. But I mean, hey, listen. Fib Trader, I'm saying it here. Like, I mean, we talk about some other names that had a lot of weight over the shoulder. I'm going to use that Google Apple example, and look what happened when the judge ruled in their favor. Look what happened to Google in the path. So if you ask me what is really weighing the market down right now, I think you have to go with the conflict in the Middle East. Conclusion, are you going to put it past like the amount?
New model.
Meta's new models. So like
time downloads on the
exactly. So we have things going for these hyperscalers. And higher, then I think they're going to be the ones that are going to lead us. And the only one that didn't touch bear market territory was Apple, only down 14%. The rest of them were all down 20+%. Microsoft is down 30+% from its lows.
Well, Microsoft gets lumped in a little bit, but I think the question of like nothing hopefully won't go on forever. That's a big one. Because ultimately, like even stretching it out a couple of extra weeks, you start to bake in all kinds of price increases, right? Like it's not just about oil. Like there is so many chemicals, components that come out of the Middle East. They're affecting supply chains and will continue to do so, and that's going to be a bit of a drag.
Yeah.
So like we are beholden to that. The CPI number coming hot could change things for today, but we could go a day where we don't have some kind of major headline and we don't know anymore than we did before. And obviously, I think we get the banks starting with earnings. We'll get ASML, which will be another good bellwether for the AI trade and the chip trade. By the way, TSM with fantastic numbers last night. TSM's breaking out. Like, look at this sucker. Like this.
I know.
How's that for a break?
SanDisk is crazy.
So we'll see.
But to add to your point, like I'm not saying it's gonna happen right away, but I don't know. I just have a hard time not believing you have earnings coming up, and then to add to your point that things aren't going to turn around as we see here on the chart. But if things start to cool off and the supply chain starts to fix itself, what you're going to tell me that the SPY in a period of X amount of time can climb 2.3%?
We're not that.
Like that can happen in a couple of sessions. You know what I mean? It only needs to touch a little bit higher. So, I mean, I wouldn't be surprised. I'm not saying it's necessarily going to happen, but I wouldn't put it past this market considering the run that we've been on. And look how long we were consolidating around these highs as well.
I feel like I should have joined everybody else. And like, you should be wearing green. Joey Options is the most bullish person around here. So I see these boys chatting away. Brandon Sharif, I had a question for you. Joey Options just laid the gauntlet down. He said SPY all-time high in a week.
No, longer. I'm not going to put a timeline on it.
Put that hold on. You got to put it.
Okay.
Hold on a second.
Okay, that's fair. Okay.
It's always going back to all-time high.
Okay, yeah. So no, that's fair. I'm going to say by the middle of summer.
Oh, that's easy. Light work. I get too many pages on this. You know what? Robin sent us a thing in the chat. And it was like a monitor screen, like wide but like thin. You could just make a gigantic like a stream deck on.
Yeah.
That'd be sick. So I wouldn't have to go back pages.
Yeah, they have those. But stocks up, guys, 4.3% in the morning, a multi-year deal with Anthropic. So, I mean, another big contract for one of these software plays and these AI plays, because we know that Oracle and OpenAI are tied together. Now you have CoreWeave with Anthropic. So I think we got a big-time duel of these new software plays.
Oh, big-time duel. And CoreWeave's going to be on the watch list on my list. After the way he did ripped, how can you not be looking at CoreWeave? I'm going to go back to the desk. We got a super chat from Adam James Broad. I feel you. If I bought SNDK, not SoFi, I'd be a millionaire. Well, one of these things is not like the other. I feel you. I wish I had sold, well, you could say wish. I wish I had sold all of SoFi, but I can't bring myself to do it. And I'm still waiting for this thing to turn around. This is the reality here. You've got a situation where these memory stocks and so many people, and this looks like a top, and these are going so far and all that stuff. But the trend is your friend, man. And once you have something on a trend, if it doesn't actually show signs of breaking it, this might actually be some arguments that there was an attempt to break the second leg of this trend here, but we haven't done anything with it on SoFi. When you look at the other side of that, on the memory stocks, there hasn't been that moment, really, for SanDisk. It's maintained the uptrend. Even when it consolidated, it was bullish in a bull flag. Micron had those massive earnings and still got sold off. I think we get SanDisk in 3 weeks or just under 3 weeks, on the 30th of April. I would say this. After the reaction that Micron got to their earnings, even though it was a blowout, it would be hard-pressed for me to think that SanDisk, it would have to be so big. We said this last night. It would have to be so big for them not to sell off. It was just a weird reaction to that huge report from Micron. We sat here live, and we're like, oh my goodness, these numbers are ridiculous. And we came in the next morning, it's like, what is going on with Micron? And that eventually pulled back about 20-25%. So I think it's earnings that you might be the most concerned with SanDisk, not because they won't be great, but because it's just going so ham. But for now, ride the wave you can. They've been absolute beasts, no questions asked. I don't know what's going to be moving for the small cappers today, Sharif, but I will tell you there's no shortage of cappers in the big stocks.
Sharif knows we could figure that out right now, Neil, if we want.
What do you got?
Yeah, we got the small cap scan to see what we got. AIXI back in play. What is it, brother?
YA.
Okay, all right. We don't have that one up there. We'll let Sharif take care of the small cap for now.
RAYA is breaking out here, Brendo, if I could just cover this for a second. 91%, guys. We're on our way to 90 pennies. This is an aggressive breakout on volume. We had about 5.3 million shares, 5-minute candle, and this one is really taking off. It's obviously a different trade north and south of the dollar, so that has to factor in to how you approach this. But I love these ones that actually break out in the aftermarket, but have the strength to continue in the pre-market.
Yeah.
It kind of adds validity to the trade a little bit. RAYA is the one I'm talking about.
I just wanted to go back to what the guys were talking about for a second here with the overall market situation, just to like put a visual kind of explanation behind this. I mean, that's the weekly candle right now for the SPY. It's a little bit hard to see, but let me zoom in here.
Oh, wow.
That's the weekly candle right now for the SPY. So, I mean, not only did we take back half of this move down, I would say it's actually more like 75% of this move down has already been taken back. So, I mean, all-time highs, yes. When? A couple weeks? Like, what if the CPI print comes out this morning and it's actually flat or slightly down?
Better than expected. And how about the fact that we're about to be in earnings season again? And so we'll have to see, if earnings start doing well, where we get to. Do we hit that 7,000 on the SPY? Do we hit 55,000? And so President Trump can be like, 55,000 on the Dow, or, start shaking his hand.
Yeah.
But yeah, I completely agree with you. And I really do feel that we're going to hit all-time highs if earnings come in as aggressively as they did last quarter.
I bought more of the market yesterday, so let's see. I'll happily do more so today if it continues in this direction. If oil starts flowing, shipping, I don't know, out of the Middle East a little bit more frequently and a little bit more on schedule, then why not?
Did you hear that Lebanon and Israel, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, are going to the United States next week for discussions on a truce? Hopefully it kind of holds both ways, but President Netanyahu yesterday came out and basically said that he was receiving pressure from the United States to end that part of the conflict. So obviously the strait can open up. Do you feel maybe the ball is rolling in the right direction? Generally, right, with some obviously loose ends.
It feels like it.
Yeah.
I mean, we went through, what was it, a month almost, I guess, where it just seemed really, really bad, and it wasn't definitely not going in the right direction. That's the cues on the other side of the spectrum here. So tech lagging a little bit, let's be honest, as has been since the beginning of the year. But, I mean, if that's the high, we're still more than 50% of the way back here to all-time highs for tech. And you bring up a good point in the earnings side of the situation here. Thanks, next week, but we're not really into the heart of tech specifically for another 2.5, 3 weeks really before we get the big of the big. So it's still going to be a while.
Yeah, and we're going to have a lot of bellwethers on the way, right? Especially for tech. We get, I think, the Metas and the the Googles and the I think Apple and Amazon are typically the same week, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, we'll get those ones first, and they're monster bellwethers, and we've seen Meta really recover. Amazon had a fantastic day yesterday. Microsoft continues to.
And going back to last week, I think there was a couple of investment banks, Goldman Sachs, I believe, was one of them that came out and said, at some point, these are buys. Is it now?
Absolutely.
Who knows?
And the banks got hit really hard.
No, I mean,
Yeah.
the bank's saying tech specifically at
right.
some point these are buys, and, maybe going into an earnings season where we do start to see, there's been a couple of, I want to say it was Thursday or Friday of last week, there's been a couple of positive notes on Apple and iPhone delivery or shipments specifically being higher than expected, and not only higher than the 16 on the 17, but, reaching 10, 12-year marks for actual shipments. So whether or not we see the NASDAQ specifically get to all-time highs first or not, doesn't really matter, obviously, but if we're going to see the market make another leg higher, these names have to participate.
Absolutely, and we've got another headline about that exact same issue today. Apple with global shipments declining 6% year over year. Apple bucking the trend big time. Apple shipments growing 5% year over year and taking the #1 spot in terms of market share for smartphone market in Q1. Of course, that's the first time ever, according to the report. But yeah, what I did notice was it was an aggressive sell-off last week on Apple, or earlier this week. The weeks blend in together, based upon their rumors that there was maybe technical or engineering difficulties with the new foldable phone that's supposed to make its way out this September with the launch of the iPhone 18. A lot of speculation about this. Even Marquez Brownlee, who doesn't typically like to speculate as much as some other, showing the leaked sort of design, which goes out for, I guess, some of their suppliers. It's shorter, wider, and when you open it up, it goes into that 16:9 format. So it's not that weird square that you can't watch videos on, and it's completely useless. It looks like a book. What am I going to do with the book, right?
Makes sense.
Yeah. So we'll see. Again, rumor.
I was watching a video. I think it was on one of the Asian brands that had a new foldable phone, and it was titled something like "We're at peak foldable phones" or something like that.
I watched that on the airplane.
And it's so true from the standpoint that it just seems like they're getting to a point where they don't know what else to do.
I think it was the Xiaomi one.
One of those, or that O company.
That's right, Honor.
No, is it Honor?
Was it
I
O?
can't think of it. Anyways, Joseph, save us. He has options over at the screen.
I'll do my best, guys. All right, welcome. Let's take a look in some of the options activity from yesterday, guys. We're going to kick things off with Amazon. Amazon was on a substantial run yesterday. They're starting to see a return on investment with all this AI spend, and this is essentially what you want to see with all this Capex. So we're going to kick things off, guys, with this $235 strike price. We're going to get into a little bit more here momentarily, but first things first, we're going to look at the open interest, okay? This is substantial. 39,600 contracts at that specific zone, with 62,000 traded and open and closed on the session. That's quite a bit. It was third on the list, once again behind the SPY and the Qs. So that's a lot, speaking for Amazon, which typically isn't in the top 5 as per volume per day. All right, so once again, it's going to be expiring next week, though, guys. We're going to be moving over a strike price, not this Friday, but next Friday is when we want to look at this specific zone. You're going to see a congestion area within these strikes from 230 up to 240 with a lot of open interest. But what we are going to look at is our delta and our gamma metrics here, guys. Our delta is increased $4.60. So for every $1 change, you're going to see $46 change in the underlying, and then your gamma exposure as well. Before we get into at the money IV, I just want us to take a look at the actual appreciation of the contract. We were trading around $30 roughly around the open, and then now you're trading north of $3.50. That was almost over a 450% return on this contract alone. Now, as for an implied volatility, guys, 32.2% there. That's a substantial increase.
Oh, back to Joe.
Also continuing to climb a little bit higher. Open interest at 21,300 with volume around 8,760. Once again, we're going to go to that next Friday expiration cycle. And you can see here our bid and the ask relatively tight. That is going to be good for Netflix just due to the fact it's a $3 spread. But once again, we're going to be looking at this 105 strike price. We're a little bit south of that, but I wouldn't be surprised if we can head into that neck of the woods. We broke through a key pivot here on Netflix throughout the previous days, and we've been on a substantial run ever since they stepped out of that bidding war. Now, as for the delta, guys, relatively cool because it is still slightly out of the money, and gamma exposure, cool as well. It's going to be the greatest when it is at the money, but implied volatility sitting at 58.5%. Before we move on, once again, I want us to look at the appreciation of these contracts from an intraday standpoint. That is what really attracts traders and investors to the derivatives market, because you have these substantial returns in a short period of time. When the underlying asset from an intraday standpoint only climbs a couple of percentage points, you have these triple digit and even sometimes a little bit higher returns in the contracts. Now, moving forward, guys, we're going to do a little something different here. Now, what I want us to do essentially is to pull up or mark these two levels here on IBIT. We're going to be talking a little bit about Bitcoin. So we're going to mark a support level of $38 and a resistance zone of around $45. But essentially what I'm getting at here is you can see that we've been consolidating for quite some time. Now, what I'm pointing out from an option standpoint, which I think is extremely important, is for those who are familiar, I've essentially established an iron condor for us here with a $38 strike price and a $45 strike price here on the call side. So essentially that's a range that we can potentially close in come the 24th of April. But now I think what's really important to note, considering we're in some bullish sentiment lately, is that essentially if one of the sides of the contracts don't work, you can always close it. But I do like what we have on the put side. You're going to be collecting substantially more than double. And if Bitcoin decides that it wants to go on a rally, your put will outweigh your short call, and you can close that, especially if you have a proper stop loss in there. So I really like this potential trade, even a bull put spread on Bitcoin. If you want to go the condor route, you can do a bear call and a bull put at those specific strike prices and still collect over $60 per contract combination.
Thanks, as always, Joe, at the big screen, looking fresh, clean. Love the big screen look. That's what we're trying to do around here, always get bigger and better. Before we get into some of those names, Netflix is in play today, IBIT's going to be in play today, and we'll talk about them. But for any trader out there, if you are an equity trader and you happen to be looking to scale, then Prop Shop Trader is a multi-asset proprietary trading firm designed to remove the typical barriers. You can trade stocks without pattern day trading restrictions and no licensing requirements, while also accessing futures markets within the same environment. Prop Shop Trader offers both day trading and swing trading programs, giving traders the flexibility to manage multiple accounts and deploy different strategies. Why risk your own capital when you don't have to? 60% off your first account, plus a buy one, get one free. Get started today and enter the jumping back, Netflix is interesting to me. We always talk, there's always like that gravity that heads you toward those big strikes. I'd love for this to get to the 105, because as you mentioned, ever since Warner it finally broke away from the 100. It hasn't made a fresh high yet. We still have a rejection at 102.5. Good consolidation, higher lows. Every single day this week has been a higher low. If you follow the pattern, if I do something like this, you follow that pattern, I think a pullback into a area is certainly possible. But I think this is one where if it fills in the gap, you've got to be ready to step in and look for the dip. The trend has been fantastic with it. And whether it goes and gives you a little bit of a bid for like a buck or where it broke out and went ham, either way, buying the dip on these higher lows has made a lot of sense. Netflix. We have 1 minute to go, and hopefully CPI doesn't throw some kind of a monkey wrench into the plans, because we've been slightly higher all morning. USO is slightly trending down, although we've seen this party before. What USO does early tends to not matter that much. Like, it can be slightly down, then slam. Slightly up, and then slam down. So at least CPI, we gotta watch. Will it affect the markets? We do not want this to be too hot, Brendan.
All right, let's get a look at what we are expecting. 0.3%, as we mentioned off the top. If you joined us at 8 o'clock, let me zoom in. 0.3% is the forecast. Again, March CPI, less than a minute. Prior was 0.2%. The overall number down here, 3.2%. I've actually seen 3.3%. Expectations in a couple of places this morning would be three times higher on a month-over-month basis, which is a big jump, considering what we've been seeing the past little while, past 6 to 8 months even. It's been 0.1, 0.1, 0.1 kind of thing, down or even flat prints for the most part here. A few other things coming through right now. My screen has not cooperated here. Let me go to a different monitor and see if I can pull this up. Do you see that number at all? I do not have it here yet. So we are, oh, there we go, 2.6%, slightly downside versus 2.7 expected. So a little better here, guys. Month over month, 0.2%. Again, 0.3 was expected for March CPI. The overall headline, 3.3%, in line again with some expectations that I saw this morning, 3.2, the forecast on this page. So a slight, maybe 0.1% miss, depending on where you look, maybe in line with expectations. Still a decent jump on a month-over-month basis. We're back about that 3 handle, but I mean, could have been worse. Again, month over month, 0.2 versus 0.3.
Exactly.
Core specifically, which is a little bit more key at this point, 2.6% versus 2.7. A little bit more key because you take out energy, as you were saying, energy and food from that.
I think that that's a win, especially with CPI core 0.2, as you mentioned, versus the 0.3. And then you also have the headline 3.3 versus 3.4. Obviously, if you're looking at a year-over-year comparison or month-over-month, it doesn't look good, but we already had that pricing and knowing that energy prices where they are. I think this is decent, Brendo. I think we probably
Market liking that. We're coming back in right with the initial move, however, to the upside again, if you're just joining a little bit late, a little bit, tiny 0.1% on a month-over-month basis, better than expected March CPI print, guys.
It's about the expectations. We're like, why are we bumping up when prices are going higher? Well, because it was probably easy to predict that with oil prices getting shocked that you were going to see it. And we've seen inflation, but I never want to overreact to the 830 numbers. Initially, we're looking good. We've already given a little bit of it back, but you know, the cues here were slightly green and still very much slightly green. Nothing too crazy just yet. We're get a bunch of super chats in here. So I want to run these in. I know we're gonna have Michael Noss coming on through, and we'll let you know if the markets move anymore after that number. We have Luis Suarez, the footballer, asking Joby or Archer which one will become the next Tesla. Just kidding. Which one will do better?
That's
I
a
don't
good
know.
question.
Joby's like half the size with a less ridiculous price of sales. No one's making any money right now. But like, remember the show was like Archer was 100 times sales, and Joby was at least in double digits, and maybe like a quarter of that. That's the best that I could give you from a valuation standpoint. But neither one of those charts look particularly good. Let them break the trend. They've just been falling knives. And I don't have a dog in that fight either. Jeff Spencer with $5 Canadian. We've got to hit that.
See Joey Options in the big chair this morning. Are we getting a sticky note out of him today? Hey, man, I think my sticky note was essentially over there at the screen, right? I mean, hey, man, I can't copy what Sean's doing. We got to come up with our own thing here. And so you got to go back a couple of minutes and see how we smashed it over there on the screen. And we were talking about IBIT potential trades. You can use the equities as well, too. We were talking about Netflix and Amazon as well. But I think the overall market, considering CPI this morning, is going to be in play as well. We had that pop, and we're starting to come back in a little bit. But there's multiple trades throughout here. But, I mean, we can't take what Sean has. We got the big screen back there. We're going to rock and roll with some of those plays, and then we'll look at some other ones potentially as well, too.
Well, I know IBIT's on mine, so I like that look that you got. And golf, friend, I know one more, and then we'll get to the man in plaid, our good friend Michael Noss. See, and I can already see Michael Noss is bucking the trend and not wearing the white shirt like everyone else is. 2 AI stocks to go along this morning from Golf Franchise likes Flex and DLR. Well, I don't know about anything that has 5,000 shares worth of volume. Now, I get it. I mean, obviously, we don't automatically know time frames that everyone's talking about here. And again, anything with enough we're trying to look fantastic. But I can tell you, this is not day tradable. When I can pull it up, I can easily tell whether it's a but one that I don't think any day traders are going to be prone to getting in when you have that kind of a wide spread, very low volumes as well. Digital reality trust, like it's going to be a very similar story as well. Oh, another super chat. Okay, I said we had one more.
Yeah, we had a whole.
And then we got another super chat from the
Yeah.
Grand Fam. Neil, you trade with Intel using 1 minute trend line. I use a 3 minute, not a 1 minute. Did you take enough wiggle room after you stopped at a move direction? So actually, the funny thing about it, when I look back at it, when you use a trend line, you're basically you're drawing it yourself. And early on in the day, like you can misplace a stop. I've done it before. Like this was the trend it started observing. So you put in a higher low, and then right in here is where I was getting involved. I got out on this, and realistically, the stop should have been here, right? Like this is technically the prior bar, and it should have been at like 60 even. And I had my stop misplaced. Now, ultimately, I would have gotten like an extra 50 or 60 cents out of it. It would have been great. That for me, that would have doubled up the trade. But that's not even the problem. The problem was not getting back in when it then doubled up here. By that point, I was sort of focused on the other trades that were working at the moment, but you can always just jump back into it on a support trade. Like getting trailed out because this didn't work didn't really matter. Like the bigger moves happened in the afternoon. Like that, you could have just had that back right in here. And I was never looking at that absolute bottom. Like those little wipeouts, if you can catch that, that's where you have to go to like a 1, sometimes even like a 5-second chart if you're looking for a curl off that bottom. But yeah, it was just a misplaced stop. But I have hard rules when it comes to when I'm playing on trend or playing a trend break. I just find that if something works for me to the point where like I'm profitable doing the general strategy week after week, month after month, then I get very binary about it because I know that breaking the rule is the thing that breaks the trade, in my opinion. So yeah, sometimes I literally misplaced the stop yesterday.
There goes Rhea before up 101% Sharif over here. I don't
Is that the one you called out?
No, I think Sharif called this one out. He said, I'm missing out on this one. It seems to be the case so far. It's breaking through up 104% here this morning already. So a big time mover. No Hall parameters in the pre-market, Sharif. See, I listen a little bit, I guess, here and there, maybe. I don't know. Selective hearing, I guess.
I remember you used to trade small caps, but you used to take them south. That was, I remember you mostly south.
Yeah, I mean, it was more on the back of what we were talking about with Luis, the simple fact that it seemed like, I had no data to back that up at the time, but it seemed like the path of least resistance at some point throughout the day was going to be down. It was just a matter of when.
It's to me, the only kind of reservation is locates. Number one, the price of locates and the quickness of getting locates. Sometimes you miss your spot, this and that.
It's one of those things where you will go through days where there just aren't any, or it's super expensive, and you just got to pass. And it might be a great trade, but you just can't be involved. So, yeah, market coming right back in here, which is not the greatest sign, I'll be honest, if we want this to be a green day. I mean, again, just to zoom out a little bit, we're still nicely positive on the week right across the board here for all three major indexes. So constructive, I think, from a higher standpoint. As we were saying, we've taken back a huge chunk of these down moves in indexes overall. Just seeing some metals moving around. Yeah, silver just made a nice move. SLV anyways, back to 69, coming back in a little bit. GLD as well, back to the upside. Nice little spike to 439.50, coming back in a little bit. So, I mean, there's going to be opportunities here this morning. Just to recap, if you're joining a little bit late, again, CPI slightly 0.1% better than expected, depending on where you look. I've seen a couple of people basically saying in line with expectations. 3.3 was the headline overall number, 3.3%. So yes, it's not good from we're back in a 3 handle perspective, but always could be worse.
Well, absolutely. And one must hope that this is temporary and energy prices drop down. But this does put into question the Fed environment that we've been speaking about in, for whatever the rest of this year. Talking about 2 cuts earlier on in the year. Then we were talking about 1. Then we started talking about none. And then that dreaded word or that dreaded phrase, rate hikes, started rearing its ugly head as obviously oil prices continue to rise and inflation continues to rise. The central bank's got to get ahead on things. And we were talking about that just country as well. Can you imagine with the delinquencies that we're seeing already in mortgages, if we get a rate hike from the Bank of Canada? And that was basically the worst case scenario, because so many of these COVID-era mortgages were up for renewal last year and this year, and the hope was that they'd be coming in at lower rates, right, so that you wouldn't be balancing that whole negative equity.
Not the
that
case.
threw a bit of a curveball.
I read an interesting article on that note last night. The title grabbed me right away. It was, "Why are Canadian bond yields spiking so much right now?" And I mean, that's a topic for another story or another day. But I apologize. We've been very rude to Michael Noss, making him sit here and wait for a few minutes. But let's go on this morning. Happy
I'm just
Friday.
watching the show. Right? I'm just hanging out watching the show. Probably what I'd be doing anyway.
We appreciate it. We appreciate it. Let's jump right in, because there's lots to consider here, I think, this morning. And one of those things, as you mentioned to start things off here this morning, earnings season right around the corner here. Going into next week, we'll get some of the banks again. Banks typically pre-market. You know, some of the bigger headliners going to be 2 weeks from now, 3 weeks from now. But it's always good to have something else maybe to focus on from the market perspective.
Yeah, and now that we're seem to be in kind of ceasefire territory, I think this is where focus will drift to next. So I just want to talk a little bit about earnings from a broad data perspective, right? I'm not going to be the guy who's going to predict what company is going to report what earnings, but these are important, even though it's not, again, really my area, the CMT. But you can see how earnings kind of affect price here. So this is a chart where we have the blue line as being just the S&P 500. It's going all the way back to, I think, 1950 here. And then this orange line is the earnings on average for those S&P 500 stocks. So you sum up all the earnings and you just chart that line as well. You can see they travel pretty closely together. When earnings are increasing, generally so is prices. When earnings are decreasing, generally so are prices. So, it makes sense, right? I don't think you need to be a CFA or anything to say if companies are making more money, then their stock prices will go up over time, and that's what we see. And the next chart again is just zoomed in here and just kind of showing that when earnings starts to drift lower, that's generally speaking when you start to get pulled back in the market. This is the first arrow was 2000, the next arrow was 2008, the one after that was 2015, which was another 2015-16, which is another bearish market. But you can see every time they dip. And the important thing to note is that these aren't one leading the other. But at some point, what we know about these two lines is that they are going to have to agree. If you have earnings going up, at some point you have to have stock prices going up, because it means on a relative basis, the market's getting cheaper, cheaper, and cheaper. And vice versa. If prices are going down, you would expect at some point earnings are going to go down with them. But there is something interesting happening right now, and that's why I wanted to bring this next chart to you guys, in which, we've had earnings kind of increase all year, including the end of this year and, into last year, but prices have not yet. So prices were still down. This chart's a couple days ago, but even with earnings last quarter being better than normal and getting into a new all-time high than they did, prices haven't seen this new all-time high. So we've had this divergence kind of take place between earnings when we're going to see earnings and prices. So basically it means one of these lines are wrong. We don't know which one yet, but I think it makes this earnings season really pivotal, because if we see an uptick in earnings, then I think at some point soon we're going to see that continuation in stock prices. But if price is right here and price is pulling back before we get these earnings reports, then we could start to see this pullback in earnings, and that could kind of be our next catalyst, because the last catalyst that brought us down is, so far, for now, at least 2 weeks, is kind of out of the way. So the market's always looking for that next catalyst. So earnings is coming up, and with price still being down on over the last couple of months, that has me a little bit worried that even though, again, first quarter earnings were okay and the last quarter earnings were okay, we're getting this price diversion. So when will we know? And the last chart here is just a bar chart of the number of S&P companies that will report earnings by date. So it looks around April 27th, May 4th, like that week of. That's when we get most of them out of the way. And that cumulative line that I've shown you could be updated and estimated with some degree of certainty. So that could lead to an incredibly choppy month as they start to figure this out, because the market has a little bit of fear going into this earnings season. So if we blow it out of the water, then great, we have prices catch up and we have the fuel for the next catalyst higher, which is something that people have always been looking for. I know they're looking to the Fed, but in this case, I think it's going to be earnings if they kind of pick up and blow out of the water. However, if earnings disappoint, it shows that price was right, and we'll have earnings kind of come down to meet price. So more than most earnings season, I think this is one to really focus on and to kind of shut out the noise of a lot of the other things that might be going on in the news, because I think that the market is really, really focused on what these earnings are going to come through. Of course, we're talking S&P 500, so Mag 7 is going to be a really big deal. But like Brendan mentioned, I always like to look for banks. I think banks are a really good earnings sign, because A, they report first, and B, everyone's a customer at a bank, right? NVIDIA is a customer at a bank, and Microsoft and all of Apple and everything. So with these bank earnings coming up, I think we might get a little more information here.
That's the key. Everyone has to put money somewhere, right? So yeah, I mean, it's an underlying tool in that way. Just to recap, a couple of people were mentioning the color differentiation here. Like, just recap. Blue is, correct me if I'm wrong, blue is market, the orangey gold color is earnings, correct?
Yeah, so that is the sum of all of the earnings for the S&P 500 names. So you take all the money that they all made and you add them up, and that's why it's more jagged, because it can only get plotted officially kind of once a quarter. And yeah, you can see that, again, generally you're going to move a little bit together, right? The tariff tantrum notwithstanding, but unless the crash is kind of fast, then generally happens because companies are making less earnings for some reason.
If we get, if that trend, let's say, continues, market comes in a little bit further. I mean, it's not, let's be honest, but if it were to come in a little bit further and we still see that earnings separation happening where earnings are fine, maybe flat, or maybe, a slight uptick, all signs point to buy, correct?
Yeah, because it's simply, there's us as technicians, we follow price and momentum and things like this, but then there's the whole other group, the Warren Buffetts and everything, and they're looking at, okay, what is the price of the market versus how much of the components of that market are making money? And if, say, earnings stays flat and price continues to go down, that's just getting cheaper on a relative basis. It's just saying, okay, well, I was spending X amount for the earnings of these companies before. Well, now that prices come down, I can get that cheaper. And then you start to see a lot of your value investors, right? Again, your Warren Buffett type start to saying, okay, well, the market's a little more attractive. And then it also helps dispel a lot of fears there. If you're buying something that you're worried about going down at a discount, well, you're going to feel a little bit better about that, because then if whatever worst case does happen, at least you're not buying it when it's expensive. So this is what you'll hear when you hear fundamental guys say, the market is cheap right now or expensive. They're using this ratio to, our earnings growing versus where's price been over the last little bit.
All right, we will, fascinating. Let's see what happens. Again, banks to kick things off Monday, which is kind of a change. We don't typically get major companies reporting Monday, but it's coming fast and furious, and then we're into, as we saw there, not next week, but the week after, going to be the big one where we'll start getting most of the S&P 500, including some of the tech names. So have a great weekend, sir. We'll see you Monday.
Talk to you Monday. Have a good weekend, guys.
Yes, sir. Thank you, Michael. And we start with the banks, and they're primed for an opportunity to blast off. And you saw a little bit of a sign of it when it released some pressure. When oil futures released some pressure and we got that bounce up in the market, you had a monster breakout in the XLF, like right through some support at 51 and then breaking it out to a bit of a double top. But then you start to think about what's also going on here in the higher time frame. What up, Brad is still in the corner. On the higher time frame is you're now back above the 50 period. The pressure is on. Like, we've got the conflict. We've got the conflict going on. We've got the credit crunch. There's been a lot weighing on these as a group, and we're starting to look really strong here for potential breakout. I just wanted to see this over 50, and we've done even more than that. So I think there's an appetite for a little bit of, I would say, inside. But even if it does an inside day, if it were to fire to support, that still gives you a percent, maybe a percent more that you could work with. Keeping in mind that we didn't move too much here on the CPI print. it was mostly in line, if we're being honest, and mostly in line was also going to be hot because we have had a bit of an increase. The credit crunch isn't completely gone. You still have the private lending markets having a bit of private credit, still a bit of an issue.
And that's exactly what I was going to get out as well. So it's like we look at these overhangs and these weights on some of the names, like you have the conflict going over. And then I was going to mention, as for the banks, you have that private credit issue as well. So what happens when things start to cool off? JP Morgan and the larger banks, Bank of America, Citigroup, the Morgan Stanleys, the Goldman Sachs start coming up with fantastic numbers. What's going to happen? Some of these stocks were already at like a 15% discount, right? Like it's like we go through the Mag 7 names and they're down 20, 22%, 18%. Like how much more are we going to expect for them to? Obviously, they can drop substantially more, but at some point, if the market's holding up this well and the larger participants start to rebound, what's going to happen? It's going to lift a rising tide. Essentially lifts all.
Well, you said how close the SPY was to the highs. The financials are still over 10% away as a group.
Exactly.
That's a lot. That's a lot of room to run. It doesn't take. And I'm not here to tell you they were going all the way up. I mean, there's some data out there showing the retail sentiment on these rips has been selling into them.
Yeah.
So like, there's not even that much optimism in the retail space. Everybody, you guys tell me what you think. Actually, let's put a poll. I'm gonna get a poll up for that.
Get the poll up.
Yeah, let's get a poll up for that one. Okay, so we're gonna go custom poll. We're gonna say on this bounce in SPY, sell the rip, hold to highs. I'll just go hold. Sell the rip and hold. I'm only giving you two options. So what do you think? We bounce into the highs, or at least call this the recovery rally, whatever you want, whatever you want to call it. We'll start devoting to type 1, you're selling into this and taking profits on the way up, or a hold, which I think would be, to your point, that we're going to go all the way to the top. So I want to see what the viewers think. Instantly 70%, over 70% saying sell into this rip. So still bearish. And remember, we've been giving you a million polls a day. And almost every single time I put a poll up, it is like 50-50 and no definitive direction. Right now, sell into the rip. So even if we think we're going higher, a lot of people are sell into the rip. We have a different mentality here. It is not the same just buy and hold forever. And I get it. And some positive sentiment that Michael was talking about there, and a lot of good-looking charts, but it's what you do with the gains that still puts you a little bit of pause. So there's still that, even if things get resolved, you have a lot of supply chain disruption and cost increases that are going to work their way through the markets. You still have this whole, is it just me, or did we stop being concerned about Capex spend? That hasn't happened. We still also have the last earnings season where overall, how many times did we turn around to the aftermarket show at the desk, see fantastic numbers, and then try to explain why the stock was not going up? Or if it did go up in the aftermarket in last earnings season, we'd come in the morning and we'd be sitting here right in front of all of you saying, well, now it's all of a sudden we were up 5% and now it's down 3%. That's what's happening.
I think that's a massive point. Like, what are we going to have? Are we going to see Capex spend increase? Are the hyperscalers going to continue to spend all of this money? But I think at the end of the Capex expenditure tunnel, there is a little bit of light, considering what we've seen from Amazon yesterday as well, too, is when you're starting to see this return on investment, and that's essentially what you want from all this money. I think these individuals, I mean, we can say it, nothing will go their way, but it's just I don't want to use the term too big to fail, but these larger participants wouldn't be spending this money if they didn't see something on the other end of it.
True, but what also happens when they've committed that much to Capex spending, and simply by potential rampant inflation to get the same benefit or the same amount of spend, they're going to have to spend significantly more in just real dollars. And that would put more strain on what people on the equation. So again, I don't think I'm not in the we're out of the waters kind of mode, because there's just it's way too early to tell. We haven't even gotten into earnings season yet, but if we're just getting back to, hey, let's look at today, let's look at where things are right now. You do have this bit of a relief sense, and I'll go back to the XLF here. You do have this relief sense that we've broken this downtrend. We're going into the earnings, and so that whether it's short covering or whether it's just relief rally, this looks like we're starting one here. We haven't broken anything out yet, but looks like we're starting one. And just to recap, everybody, you see the headline there, core CPI basically at expectations. So there wasn't too much of a big spike in either direction, and we still have almost nothing happening over in oil. All the volatility that we've had in oil futures, and it's just very slight heading down. The last two sessions, like you'll be in a gentle uptrend and then slam to the downside. I happen to be in Boyle because I've just been sitting in Boyle short pretty much every single day from the start of the day. So I was just in it when it dropped 3%. And then USO, even when it did this, it had this slight little wedge here that broke that one to the upside and then trended for the rest of the day. I feel like that is the way that I want to approach energy. Let it do whatever it does gently for the open. And then the second it makes a harsh turn, that's it, and play that direction for the next hour or so. So that'll be the plan of action for me. It's already. Oh, go ahead.
I was just reading here, like Andy Jassy, and a little bit of this was brought to us yesterday. So this guy's planning to invest approximately $200 billion. So that answers our capex question. So probably come Amazon's earnings report, you're going to see Amazon spending more money up towards to $200 billion. I think Mark Zuckerberg's at like 130 plus or something along those lines. Billion.
It makes it safer to think about who's getting the money. Like if the capex spend is going up, okay, that just makes me like Caterpillar and GE Vernova and Lam and ASML as well. There's all kinds of names that you can throw into there because they don't have to worry about whether Amazon's making money and getting returns.
No, because they're just milking
the cow.
They're just building the data centers anyways. They're putting these major power centers essentially off the grid, and I think that's what's really helped run Caterpillar as of late.
I think so. And JKL, thank you for the super chat here. We appreciate you. The treadmill report. Okay, so you're obviously on the treadmill. Get those miles or kilometers in. We're in Canada, so I'll say kilometers in. Neil, your argument of the overall market this morning, I think the OBG is like a smiley face, is part of my thesis for gold and silver through at least the mid-year. We know you like the silver, JKL. It was a great rally yesterday. I think you still got something going here. Like, what a turner. Like, this was such a great bottoming event right back into the prior highs, and then you get the higher lows starting to come in. Hasn't really broken out, but I think you can. We're sort of looking at this. It's like, yeah, you're doing this little right turn. You get the wipeout bottom. You've been making higher lows ever since. I feel like that trend is broken. There hasn't been. What's been lacking is there hasn't been that day that just lets it go absolutely ham. And unfortunately, I think you're going to have to see maybe a sharp move in the U.S. dollar. Maybe some good news with the conflict will change things. But for now, it's just been a more gentle move. We haven't had anything too parabolic yet. But I'm sort of with you. I think for the short-term sentiment, it looks like we're in a bounce. That much is easy to see. It's just been a bounce where it's more of a still buy the dips, play off consolidations than it is take any breakouts. Like, you just haven't been any breakouts yet. That's the explosive part that we want to see. We'll get there. It's a matter of time. Just haven't been able to have it yet. And to Nick's Nation TV, CPI data did come out 30 minutes ago. It was as expected. Of course, we did have increases in core CPI, but they were at the expectations. Both month over month.
CoreWeave coming in off of those highs right now as well too. Yeah. I mean, it's broke down. We had a high of just around 98.50, a little bit more than that maybe, and then now we're trading 94.22, breaking through the support level as the market is just essentially hovering around the volume weighted average price here in the pre-market. Ray is still holding up around that 98% up to the top side. So a nice breakdown. I was actually thinking about that. Not too long ago before I pulled it up, Neil. I'm like, okay, short. Guys, everybody's asking me for this thing, that's Sean's thing. We do the options thing. But other than that, someone else said, Joe, options right, hell no way they'd fit. Yeah, exactly, Jesse. You already know. But aside from that, I was thinking about a breakdown here in CoreWeave, Neil. But it seems to be happening in the pre-market. So we'll have to be some patient, wait for some other opportunities. You were talking IBIT this morning as well, too. Maybe we'll keep our eyes on some small caps. Last week we had AIXI in the small caps.
Oh, yeah.
We got Craig this morning. Sharif, I don't know if you were looking at Craig this morning. It might CERG, I believe it is.
Craig?
Yeah. Craig. I have a friend from England. His name is Craig. spelt a little bit different.
Craig needs to learn to eat that cereal, even if it's only water.
Yeah.
You don't need milk with the cereal, Craig.
Yeah, Craig. Yeah, it's a fear.
Open your mind, Craig. It's
yeah.
Friday.
Craig. Yeah.
You ain't got no job.
Yeah.
You ain't got ish to do.
Yeah.
We have plenty to do, which is also get into the watch list, talk about the futures,
It's 9
our
o'clock
free watch
already.
list, which we'll do right about now.
Wow.
All right, guys, let's have a look at the futures. Where did we close out, Brendo? 680 and change. That is a good recovery there. We're continuing that inverse head and shoulders breakout that we spoke about yesterday. So, guys, I just really want to point this out. The low area of the head and shoulders is 630. The breakout area is 660. So, for projecting that out, that is about 50 points. So, we're looking for 430 points. So, we're looking for 690. We're at 680 and change right now. So yeah, we'll see what exactly we get on the day. 682.5, Breno, that's the overnight high. If we sell off, we're going to look for 678 as support.
Really good chance to get 2 green candles on a weekly chart here back to back, which is always a productive thing. If you haven't done so yet, jump down to the description of this video. Second link down there will get you to the sign up page for the watch list. It's absolutely free. Comes right to your inbox every single day. Again, just need an email for that, and you can just have it. Let's talk about CoreWeave here. We've given it back, but nice pop on this headline this morning. Anthropic going to take up residence, renting some capacity here from CoreWeave.
And that's fantastic because CoreWeave, that's how they make their money, obviously. And we've talked about this. Remember some of their older chips? We were saying really how much life is there left in some of these older chips. And then we look and see what the actual rental usage is. They're charging 125% what they were charging when those chips were new. So strong is the demand. And they're booked 6 months into the future. So it's a good deal for CoreWeave. I get that their business model is super Capex heavy. They got to keep buying data centers. They got to keep buying, obviously, these servers and everything that comes with them, cooling and networking and everything. But this is a good deal, Brendo. And they raised money yesterday, and they had a deal with Meta. So yet another big name tying the knot with CoreWeave.
Heading in the right direction as well. I wanted to zoom out, way out. Here's a weekly chart of CoreWeave. Dare I say, guys, this is starting to head back in the right direction here from a higher time frame.
And you know what? Now I'm looking at that. I want to look at that same chart too, because that is, I guess it was a weekly. That looks good. You can do it on a monthly too, but my goodness, that looks like a potential. It's not, it wouldn't be there yet, but that is still a trend break. All kinds of support at the 70. The thing about CoreWeave is, look, yesterday, it was a dip and rep. It was a pull, give it all back and pull back into, it wasn't even like first support. It didn't even hold prior close, but when it did give you a bottom and tail candle, you were good to go. And it did an early leg down in the pre-market. So history seems to be repeating itself. I wrote down on the note, it needs to hold the 91.92 for a first reversion. But you know what? If it completely repeats itself like yesterday, then even breaking down, at some point, if there's any bottoming tail on the 15-minute, I want to just shoot for a reversal on CoreWeave. Because it's in an uptrend, but not like this. It's not the smoothest uptrend out there. Like even here, like consolidation day, look at the dip that it's giving you. And then another dip at the open. Like the days where it's flattered down, it's still giving you a great $2, maybe even $3 bounce type play. So let it make the move down in the open. Of course, it's the Fridays, maybe even like the 90 level if it doesn't get all the way to the bottom. But once you put in that bottoming tail candle, it's on the next one that you're looking for the breakout, which requires some patience. Because if you're looking for setups on a 15-minute, you're probably not going to want to overtrade them in the first off the open.
All right, guys. Here is a biotech and life science company, Medicus Pharma, ticker MDCX. Accelerating the clinical development of novel and potentially disruptive therapeutic assets that serve large target markets. Right now, they have 2 portfolio companies, SkinJect, which is developing a non-invasive regimen to treat skin cancer, and Antiv, which Teraflix to acute urinary retention in cardiovascular high-risk prostate cancer. Mediscus looks to advance therapies through phase 2 studies while pursuing licensing of strategic partnerships with larger pharmaceutical companies that can move these therapies through late-stage development and commercialization. It's a collaborative and very capital-efficient development model as clinical studies become more complex. Mediscus provides the structure and support needed to help bring these innovative therapies to patients who are waiting. It's definitely a company to watch.
Yes, sir. And, well, we talked a little CoreWeave.
We talk CoreWeave.
But you know what?
Oh,
I cannot take my eyes. Every time, usually when I'm looking over and I'm watching you guys, the camera with like a program monitor, there's a camera right above it. But I'm looking over at Joe's screen because he has that Rhea stock. We're going to get to $1 before we get to the open. It's the race is on for Rhea. You guys, you mentioned this one when it was 80 cents.
Yeah, I was talking about it at 80 cents here. I think Sharif was talking about it a little bit earlier too, but there's no hold parameters on this thing right now, essentially, right? So 80 cents. I was thinking about getting involved right here, but I'm like, uh-oh, what if we have some issues getting out in the pre-market? But nonetheless, it's still continuing to climb, putting in a new high of the day right now of 112%. All right, so this one's definitely in play here today. And then we also have AAPL back in play, looking like it might want to take another leg higher. Craig was selling off, so maybe you avoid that one. 40 cents, a little bit different, about half the price, but nonetheless here, it's a big time move. And you can see even from daily, guys, in the span of a couple of days, so this is the day 2 play essentially, 40 cents all the way up to 95. That's a pretty big move so far this morning. Yeah.
For sure. Oh, next on the list, Tesla.
Looking good if you zoom out on Tesla still. I mean, remember, we've had potentially, if today goes well, 2 green weeks in a row. Tesla. A couple of things to note here as far as news goes for this thing today. Yeah, China sales not good. 16% decline. This whole smaller SUV thing is still a huge question mark as well. I mean, wasn't the whole idea to, as we were saying earlier, shift production from the car business into the robots and focus on that instead?
Musk said that $5,000 EV. We're a robotics company, and we saw what he did with the X and the S. He canceled them essentially so that he could shift production for robotics. And not just that, it's not just robotics, it's autonomy as well. So if you're looking at the car business here, that was going to be the future, where it was automated driving, and it's going to be basically kind of a cut and dry interior. So some of the analysts here are saying this could be a painful reality check for the company, because quite frankly, they're not going to make money on this. Their margins have already been deteriorating from 17, high teens, now we're in the low teens. That's number one. Number two, if you want to sell on a global scale, you're going to have to compete with the Chinese. Well, guess what? They got subsidy under have so much more production capacity than Tesla does right now to put out these cheap EVs. Sure, they may be protected in certain markets. You're not likely to see Chinese EVs in the United States like you are here. Or I've seen Chinese cars all over the Dominican as well. So they're already in this side of the hemisphere. I don't think this is the right move. I think he's doing this to appease some investors and to say, we're not looking past the car business quite yet. But that's contrary to what he's saying otherwise. Is
this, though, maybe, and I saw this perspective yesterday, somebody was talking about it late in the day, is this maybe just here's an alternative to the cybercab? If you can somehow combine those two, if you're rolling out cybercabs and then can also take the core of that and produce something else.
That would make sense.
You know, like,
well, it's the same frame because the cybercab's not big.
Exactly.
Right?
Something along those lines, that it's not really going to take a lot of extra capacity and cost for that matter. But regardless, still change. Once again, a theoretical change here, guys. Yeah, trades. I mean, if you go back to April of last year, the bottom over here was the tariff tantrums for Tesla. So, I mean, we're just making another one of those kind of moves.
Yeah, like, man, if it was gonna be traded like a car company, it would have, like, this wouldn't be a 3 with the first digit, it'd be a 1, but it's not, and it never has been. So I don't try to, look, I mean, I try my best not to manifest the Buffalo Bills winning the Super Bowl every year, or the Jays winning the World Series.
That's great.
So why we gotta, okay, I do try to manifest those things.
But the Jays lost 6 straight though, brother.
All right, I'm trying to. Okay, there's no need to rub that one in.
Well, I mean,
that was unnecessarily bold, but
I mean, I'm a Jays
Damn.
fan too, man. 6 straight though, like, you can't be doing that. I mean, let's get serious. So they have some injuries and everything. And like, yeah, swat that stuff away.
cool. I probably should. I walked into that analogy, but I guess the point I'm making is we can will this to say I want it to trade based on the fundamentals of a car company. It never has, and I don't see any reason why it ever will. So I'm not going to care too much about that. Clearly, the catalysts that we're looking for are Optimus and Autonomous, and that's to me what is going to end up mattering. So I don't think this is that big of a story. The trend down has yet to be broken. Look at the monthly; it hasn't shown signs of deceleration on the monthly either. So I just feel like we're still in this pullback mode. And I don't like Tesla. I just actually put a tweet out. I was like, I don't like Tesla till it breaks something out. And then when it can break something out, today that looks like the 349, call it the 350 area, with room to 54 and then lots of room higher. Until you show me that you can break out the resistance, I'm talking about gap up. If the stock is gapping up and then there's just no buyers, like this last time it tried to break something out, there's a gap up, it tried to break out, nothing, failed. Right? Like, show me that you can break through resistance spots. You get one of those, like what Intel did, Intel's the first thing that comes to mind, where you actually have a stock that gaps and breaks and pull back and then break and continue. Like this has no trouble breaking out, right? Like it's not every single day, but Tesla has yet to show it can do that. And Tesla's the kind of stock, when it's going well, momentum-wise, it is a stock that is continuously showing you breakout trades. So until it shows me the breakout trade, I'm there.
But I mean, like we talk about this, and we know that Elon Musk is obviously going to have a little motivation to get that $1 trillion payout by 2035, whatever it may be. But we have to take into consideration as well too that time's ticking. Like I mean, it's quite a ways away from now. But until you actually get full production of the Cybercab, you're getting more jurisdictions, you're getting more of these major cities, which he hasn't really done yet. It's been a little bit of a slow rollout, if you ask me. Just becoming unmanned in Austin. He's looking to get in San Francisco as well too, in California. But he's going to need to rapidly expand this and kind of get the ball rolling, because once you fully do have all of this regulatory clarity, then after that point, how many more years is that going to take? And then how many more years are you going to need to gain its popularity, which I think is really important for the stock, essentially. I'm not doubting what he can. I think he can get there. I think the Cybercab is going to be the thing I personally want.
It's always about timeline.
Right, it's time. Like, and I mean, you have to take into consideration how long things take. And I don't know, I'm not going to say it's tight because it's still quite a ways away from now, but time moves a lot faster than what you're anticipating.
Oh, the older you get, that is so true as well.
Yeah.
It's Daniel again. Oh, no, never mind. It's not Daniel. It's son of Daniel, the cheese tycoon. So say hi to your pops. Yesterday, of course, it's you, Daniel. Yesterday, I decided to get my... okay. I didn't read it first, but hopefully this is clean. Get my freak on for recon into the maritime insurance. Well, okay, that's fine. The head of Lloyd's of London happens to be a guy named Neil Roberts, although he's not as optimistic as you, Neil. He's talking Armageddon. Seriously?
All right.
The head of Lloyd's of London? No, you're making that up. I actually don't know if that's cap. There are a lot. So, you know what? If you've heard like Jamie Dimon.
What do you say?
In the last year, that dude, it's like, come on, Jamie, just be
He's always like,
pessimistic.
he's always like that, though.
Pessimistic. Now, here's the thing, and I'm not saying this is true of whomever that is at Lloyd's of London, but sometimes you will get these bank execs whose entire job it is to really think as risk managers, and they can be very conservative in terms of their prognostications for the market and for the economy, because they see everything as protecting downside. Now, the reason it's easy for me to relate that way is because that's the way that I even approach. Like, I approach trading and investing from a I don't lose kind of mentality. Like, it's just, I don't take the big hits. So I'm always looking for like the traps and that kind of, I feel like Jamie Dimon has that view. And I don't know if this dude from Lloyd's of London feels the same way, but sometimes you will get that. And if you've known any bankers, I school with a few and high school buddies of ours as well. Like, a lot of them have that same outlook, and sometimes you have to look at what they say through that filter. I'm not saying that's the case here, but sometimes you have to have a little bit of that filter. Here's a topic that is, well, probably, I don't think we talk about it enough, so it's good that we can work it in. Important to talk about energy, even if it's not that important right now, or nothing's actually happening in the world of the oil markets. Probably good to discuss it at least a little bit.
Yeah, we are still coming back in a little bit here as far as oil goes. Again, if you missed it this morning, inflation higher, yes, only very slightly, 0.1%, 3.3 overall was the headline number if you missed it at 8:30. So basically in line with expectation. Market had to move higher initially on the number itself, has come back in. The key, though, is not only XLE, but oil in general causing some of this issue.
Oh, no question about it, yeah. And hopefully we've seen the worst of that. We'll have to wait and see. There's some positive developments, but there's also some concerns. Talked about, of course, President Trump taking to Truth Social yesterday and saying he's very displeased with how, Iran is patrol or allowing ships to go through the strait. And when you look online, you don't see that much traffic going through. Now, I want to caveat that little thing that the media keeps showing, where all those ships are either not moving through the strait or waiting outside of it. A lot of the ships that make their way to Asia are something called the dark fleet, okay? They don't use, and those ships them make their way to China and to Russia, so it's not giving the full picture, full disclosure. Now, aside from that, we had positive developments overnight. Possibly Lebanon war with Israel might be coming to an end. They're going to the United States, hopefully for a ceasefire talk. So hopefully this sticks. We'll see. Yeah, that will all help, obviously, in a positive manner. The key is going to be headlines. Headlines the past couple of days. Anytime anything had come out, we've seen movement not only in oil, but in the overall market, guys. So eyes peeled today.
I were just discussing the fact that it's like, okay, yeah, we see a slight uptick here in CPI, but I think that's also has to correlate with the fact that we're seeing an increase in oil prices. I mean, with the headline sensitivity of oil, then I mean, essentially, like, things will eventually cool off, but we're not seeing that guy prints. So it'll take some time. I wouldn't be surprised come next report if we see another slight uptick. But after that, I'm not going to use the T word or anything along those lines. But I think it definitely has to fall into that realm, to the fact that this conflict is going to go on for probably going to go on forever. Eventually, the United States will pull out. The strait will open, and I think that's going to bring oil prices down.
But until that happens, I feel as if we're going headline to headline, but there's been one, like for me, energy's been the same simple strategy the entire week. And so like the day that it doesn't work, fair enough, but it has so far. And it's twofold. One, we already talked about if we have gentle trend in USO, look for the break. There wasn't one 2 days ago. It was very much more of a wedge. I think pattern, and then it just broke out to the upside and then trended after that. And then yesterday was a little bit more distinct, where it was just a gentle uptrend. And then right here, after we left you guys at like 11 o'clock, you had to wait for this. Then we broke all you-know-what to the downside. Even with that gapping higher, note, flush bottom, higher low, and then holding higher again. What for me has been essentially almost a free play has been during that Boyle just trending down. So USO goes up even a little bit and I basically all have been taking the opportunity to just short the pops in it. And I happen to be sitting in it when it flushed down through 14. It's kind of that's one of those, I shorted the pop in the morning and then I get up from my desk, I sit back down and with my lunch and it just moved in the money 3%. Some of that's going to be blind luck because you happen to be short, but I'm going to go with that theory still. If it pulls back into a prior high and USO's not breaking 130, 131, then I sit in the short. If we get a trend break, I get the same thing, and it's an easy level to get out on as well. It's already made a bottom down at 13.4, which would set up some kind of a target for that trade for me. But patiently waiting for that one trend break on USO or a headline is better than trying to predict where it's going to go. That's been, I think, early use. A couple of opens.
All right, we got monthly numbers here from TSM that came in better than expected. Demand, revenue, whatever, pick one, all skyrocketing still for this company. Chips looking pretty good here on this morning as a group. That's how TSM looks on a higher time frame right now. I mean, we were talking about the market being, within shouting distance of all-time highs. TSM relatively strong versus that so far.
Oh boy, I was going to the next one here. Sorry, I don't have TSM ready. Give me one second.
No worries.
Yeah, so all right, this was a really good report though. If I can just pull this up, here we go. It should be, oh, well, it's a little bit down here right now, so just give me 1 second. Q1 revenue, let's talk about this. $36.5 billion US dollars. That's about 1.13 new Taiwanese dollars. That beats expectations, and it also accounts for a 35% year-over-year increase on the month. Just month saw a 0.2% increase versus what they sold in March of 2025. The strength continues to be AI-led, despite the fact that we've seen weakness in the smartphone market. A lot of that is because of the increase, obviously, of RAM prices, but also because Taiwan Semi doesn't want to prioritize a lower margin product like smartphone chips and is instead looking for the higher margin products, which are data center AI chips. Let me give you a little bit of information about those margins. A physical product, the average would be 40 to 50% at the higher range. 64% is their average gross margin. Who do they think they are? NVIDIA? You know what I mean? Like, no, but these are really, really good numbers, and this is a really good company.
I'm just reading, if you dig into this CPI note, guys, and just going back to what you're saying on the oil prices and gasoline prices, I mean, they're talking 19, what was it, 67. The inflationary effect at the gas pump from the price in oil spiking was the highest in this inflation report since 1967. So if you
believe that,
again, if you dig into the CPI report, energy alone, or gas prices specifically alone, based on the price of oil moving around since 1967.
I want to ask you a question. What's the highest, like in the last week or so, that you saw at the pump?
190.
What you saw 190.
Yeah.
Have you ever seen 190 before? I don't think I have.
I don't know. Like
even in March of or
like
March
coming out of
22.
COVID. Yeah.
Remember, COVID was super cheap. Remember, gas was.
But coming out of that, when things started to spike,
that's what I was going to say. The beginning of the Ukraine war, right? I remember getting into 170-ish, 180-ish. I don't think I've ever seen $1.
I mean, according to this, you're right. You know, it's not something that we've seen for a long, long, long time. So, worth noting, yes, the report as a whole, kind of fine. I mean, yes, we're back above a 3 handle, but energy specific, the key here.
Yeah, I mean, during COVID, I was telling these guys, man. 220 for 93. I know I catch heat around here for using the 93. Brother, let me guess how much I paid for 93 yesterday.
What do you pay?
At Bloor and the Kingsway, the Esso station, $2.26, my brother, for 93.
But what was the headline number when you got into the gas station, like on the pylon?
Like 187 or something.
Is that the highest you've ever seen? Headline number. I'm not talking about 93.
I've never, since COVID times, I've only been putting 93 in the tank, so I never paid.
But when you drive by, Neil, how about you? Is that the largest number you've ever seen on a pylon?
You know what? I honestly don't remember, so I can't say for sure. But
me, I'm certain.
Here's the thing: I barely drive now because I take transit in. During COVID, I was driving in every single day, so it felt like during COVID things were worse. But that might not be true. I'd have to go back and check. It doesn't really matter. What matters is we know prices go up and stay up at the pump longer than oil prices do.
Yeah.
Right.
So regardless of anything, a USO could be at, like, Brent could stay, well, we could stay under 100, we go back to 80 or 75. These prices are going to stay higher, and it's going to suck for the consumer for a long time. That's just how it works. So we're supposed to be talking about chips here. Look, TSM, great quarter for TSM. I think it just helps the sentiment trade. There's a lot going well for the sentiment. You've had positive news from, whether it's from Intel, we had CoreWeave in the news, and I guess we already talked about that. And now you're going to have TSM. We'll get an ASML next week for more positive sentiment. The name that we'll go back to the well on has just simply been, look, I keep hearing, I've heard the term with Intel of meme stock, which I didn't actually think those two things would ever be said together, but that's what everyone seems to be, it feels like it. There hasn't been a bad long day with the exception of the 6th. So you got to go back to Monday, right? Like it's bang, bang, bang. Like, okay, fine, sucked. Bang. Like every single day, It's just been rip, rip, rip off of the open. And the days where it's done, and some of those are like dip and rip. Like this is a hefty dip into prior close. I think we're sort of resembling that you get a long trend up day and then you get a dip into prior support. I can see that being the case here. Now I have 61 and 60 because I think it could be a little bit deeper on a Friday, but unless it shows me in the first 15-minute candle that we're looking at a fail break, if it's not a fail break, it's buy the dip, play the trend. And just widen it up a little bit because it was a bit choppy yesterday on that buy the dip. It was kind of hard to get into. Like if you get the VWAP, give it a little bit more room. And then again, even in the afternoon, if you just got out because it broke the volume weighted average price, that ended up not being right again. Just look for the support and get back in whenever it finds that trend. Just be a little bit more active. I think Intel's probably the kind of stock that you can make 10, 12 trades on with that trend line if you have the ability to, and we do.
I mean, TSM's been on an absolute monster run. I mean, the conflict as well, too, just is showing that chip demand is still in full effect here, considering helium apparently is a big factor in the wafer production, fabrication, essentially, of these chips. And there is a little bit of a blockage, but it doesn't seem to be hindering the demand whatsoever. So at the end of the day, TSM continuing to climb, the chip space amounts of demand. I don't think it's going to cool down, especially if you already if you have this conflict ongoing and the demand is still there and these guys have the ability to produce. I mean, TSM probably going to continue to climb here, especially with NVDA taking up a lot of their space as well.
I just want to clarify real quick. I know we're getting close here on time, but yes, we're talking liters, guys. I see you in the chat. Everybody wondering, what the pricing is. But I just did the math. 190 per liter in Canada converted to the equivalent in the US per gallon is $7.19 per gallon. So we pay an unbelievable amount of tax here for gas and fuel products. So that's most of it. So yeah, Canada. But yeah, it's crazy expensive right now to drive. Metals. It's true. Metals, we were talking about earlier a little bit here, back to the upside right now, but both silver and gold pretty volatile once again.
So there's been concerns about a prolonged Middle Eastern conflict leading to some central banks having to sell. We saw Turkey. They offloaded 50 to 60 metric tons, but everybody's saying this is short-term liquidity management, right? Where you've got, there's a lot of volatility right now. We got to get our ducks in a row. But that doesn't change a long-term trend. Let's cut the crap, Brendo. The world is de-dollarizing because the U.S. says we're going to go at it alone, and their actions are showing that, whether economically or militarily, seeing sort of the fragmentation between some of the NATO allies here and President Trump taking shots at them. So what I'm really reading is that this de-dollarization, pro-gold, pro-metals, even though there may be some short-term volatility, this is a longer-term trend.
Rubio was talking about that very thing going forward, on the sanctions side of things, even saying the other day that they're going to get to a point where they can't even use sanctions as a lever because trading is going to be happening in a different currency.
Exactly.
All through on both guys, silver and gold today.
For sure. Just very quickly, I'm looking at some imbalances. Palantir sell of 400,000, looking for why some things headed to the downside there. Not too big. Snapchat's in there. Intel made a bit of a move down. The futures, not so much, with only about 2 minutes to go. Silver, I still think silver is on a gentle, what's the word I want to use? A gentle uptrend on the daily. So gentle to do that sort of parabolic move, but you've got to be careful. Watch out for that USD. If we don't really see some relief there, I don't know if we can punch through and get through the 70 mark. It's 66.5 is the big level that I like. So I don't know if that's going to come into play. I'll be much more looking at IBIT like we have been twice the 40 level both days. Yesterday was a short into. It looks pretty good here on IBIT, holding above the 71,000 mark. Other direction like we were yesterday into the 40 level. So a bit of, if I have to be over an IBIT, and silver I'll probably take a bit off. We do have 39 a gallon, which is nuts, but it only gets worse when you have 37 gallon tank or after. Yeah.
Someone said, dude,
I don't see much belief in sight either. That's
someone's like, dude.
what? Say what in the who now? Well, that's not. Well,
That's not. I mean,
that's not fun. No, that's not funny actually.
I mean, with the.
That's crazy. What are these crack prices? Come on now.
Yeah, it is.
No, but we've gotten to. We did talk about it, but if you weren't here at the very open, Palantir just made a new fresh low of the day. We're going to ring the bell. Brought to you by Origenics for the final time this week. Man, this stock cannot get out of its own way. Anything in the software space. So right here.
It's too early for that.
What's for lunch?
We're pressing the buttons.
What's going on here, Joe?
All right, man.
It's 9:30 and 10 seconds, and this man wants to eat.
Things here. We got the TQs on the radar, guys. Let's see if we can find a long in the Nasdaq. CoreWeave finding a bounce there. Were you looking at that trend break there? I thought we would get a little bit of a move higher.
I thought we were going to move down more.
And then I should say Rhea starting the volatility cooling down right after the open. We'll keep our eyes here on Tesla via TSLA. We'll pull up the TQs to see if we can find a potential trade here. I think the market's going to be in play, and we'll just try to fill some big shoes here and put on some good potential trades, essentially. So we'll be patient, punching through the pre-market high. If we get closer to view up, then we're going to rock and roll here on this TQQ's trade.
Yeah, the market's looking pretty solid after that CPI print came through, but it is CoreWeave that is to the chagrin. I mean, instantly breakout trade. It didn't quite get, it didn't get into the support level, so I can't be that much of a hater. We're looking at support down around 9. Let's try. Usually we'll get a dip somewhere, and once we get that dip, we'll look for a chance to rip. Oh, goodness. Is this the day? Oh, load. There we go. Is this the day that NVIDIA wants to go?
Is it going? Yeah.
Right off the bat, you've got NVIDIA starting to go, okay, what is AMD doing very quickly? AMD even bigger. I knew it. AMD is always going to be bigger. Do not want to fade this. The Friday, sometimes you get into first resistance, and there's a bit of a fade. USO is still not doing anything, so all futures are pretty clean here. IBIT's not going at all yet. So anytime we're not going up in oil, basically, not near enough the highs. Okay, just drag it up enough, get 1% higher, this one, and just sit in it all day, and that's going to be Boyle. And someone asked, why trade Boyle? Because no matter what USO has done, this is the simplest answer. In a good short every single day, whether you're just shorting at a resistance level or shorting a pop. Both of them have just worked, and then you just sit in it and then just reload. So I'm going to do that until it stops working, and then the last day, fine. It's been like 6 or 7 days in a row now that it's worked. So one of these days, and then I'll fade.
Palantir here. I mean, we're down another 2%. Yeah, not quite, brother. We're down another 2%. Here, 2 1/3 on Palantir. It's a tougher look on this one without any question. I'm thinking maybe on the 5-minute we can find somewhat of a balance, but considering the weakness that we've seen over the past couple of days, it may take some time. And I mean, if we look at this from a bigger picture, this doesn't look too bullish. If you ask me, maybe we get somewhat of a bounce off of these resistance zones here, Neil. But looks like we're heading towards the low of the day. I think this is going to be a big teller. Maybe the tape will turn around. 5-minute time frame. We're showing some form of a hammer candle on the 5-minute hammer, but essentially not looking too good right now. It's continuing to move lower, and the overall market is actually ripping. If you look at the it's pretty strong. You're about to break through some of these pre-market highs. And, I mean, Palantir is moving to the downside. So it's definitely a tough look in this name. More difficult to find the long. I think it's just go with the flow and see if you can find a short here. LTR. IBIT selling as well, too, Neil.
That's what I was just
not following what the overall market's doing.
That's the first thing I look at is as the market gets to the highs, what's behaving counter? Because if I'm looking for buy the dip somewhere, this might be it down at 40.60, but before it gets there, you're looking at a high. Whenever that happens, my first thought is always to think of the short side of the trade.
The Nasdaq is ripping.
Well, USO is actually trying to get to the downside. We got to remember TSM was one of the reasons why be strong today because of their good numbers. It's worth noting it's having some trouble chewing through the top. So if this doesn't break out and TSM retraces, the gap up here is a part of the reason why we're looking strength in some of the chip names. So if you don't see follow through, I'd be at least a little bit concerned with them. Look at Intel in that candle. It didn't get to 60, but it did break down through that 61. It's now trying to put in that hammer reversal. This is not too similar to this move down, but it actually trended down for a while into the open and then shot up and gave you the higher low. So I want to see it put in the good higher low, hold VWAP, just like we saw yesterday. That hasn't happened just yet. But IBIT is definitely looking like a sell.
What do we think is wrong here with Palantir?
I wanted to manifest this into you can. I wanted to manifest this one into a long, but it's not on IBIT.
That's you can try. I mean, you can try, man. That's the whole point
It's getting trounced. So whether it doesn't matter what you think it belongs in, the IGV is just getting smoked, and that's what we're seeing here with Palantir. Was that Adara? Yes, let's go to Adara.
Just be aware here, guys. Nothing massive here in terms of relation to the market, but beware, President Trump is active on Truth. He posted this at 9:31 a.m., and the post is incredibly vague, in all caps, world's most powerful reset, 3 exclamation points, President DJT. So this likely referring to Iran. Just beware, if I get any more details, I will keep you posted. I also want to let you guys know we don't have any numbers at 9:45. However, we have a number that can actually be pretty key at 10 a.m. That's the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment print. Now, why this print is significant is because it also includes a 1-year and 5-year inflation expectation. Back to you.
Good stuff. Good stuff. All right. I mean, I think just the way that the market's currently moving right now, CoreWeave still selling, Bitcoin moving a little bit lower. We have to keep an eye out on what NVDA is up to, putting in a little bit of a topping signal here around that 186 mark. So any form of a pullback, maybe we get some short the TQQQs or go with the flow if we get that strong VWAP bounce. That's what I'm looking at right now. So a couple of good opportunities here. Not going to jump into anything too early. I know Katina Man would have been in some positions, so we'll be patient. We'll get a feel for the chair and what we got going on here in the morning show, and then without any form of question, we'll be able to put on a banger here.
And right now, I'm looking for a reversal plan. I'm trying to find something that I like as a fade because we have an initial topping tail candle. Bitcoin is already gone. I looked over, and the other thing I had on my iPad, it was going to be Nike.
Amazon's gone as well.
Yeah, Nike's not looking very good. So this one sets up. It's a false break. It's some lower highs as well. It's got room to about 43 3/4. So maybe like the 80 mark is not a bad spot, speaking out loud, to say it's a bit of kaput. So I'm going to look for a bit of a fade here and see if we get the breakdown trade. Remember, Nike got smoked on their earnings, so that's going to be a part of the story for them. CoreWeave is trying to pull back, doing its best to pull back in here. It did fail 97. It doesn't really pull back into the 92, 93, but it's putting in the higher levels that you want to see. So CoreWeave's starting to show that strength. It's starting to come back in there. So forget Nike. Still sitting on the offer. I haven't been swept up there just yet. Keep me looking, and I'm actually not getting filled. Hold above VWAP on CoreWeave. We liked it long. I just would have preferred it if it had tested down at that support at 91.5. Oh, was that okay? Iran forced Israel to halt attacks on Beirut by threatening to withdraw from talks with the U.S. Okay, I just feel like there's just so much. If it's my litmus test is going to be if it doesn't cause anything. If we get a big headline or any kind of headline, just have a look at USO. You can really tell the difference whether it's moving us or not. And so right now you got like a 30, 40 cent pullback after a 30, 40 cent bounce. Patience, because the biggest, again, almost every single day, the biggest trade for myself has been when USO makes a big move. It made its big move yesterday, pressed on the open, which it's not doing now, and reversed at 11 o'clock. It's not doing anything yet.
Yeah.
And usually that's given us our best opportunity.
You know what, Neil, I was looking at USO. Like, USO was fun to trade for a little bit. It was kind of like that silver trade, right? Like, you have that month where it's just like, oh, it's all fun and games and all that stuff, and then you get all the choppiness. I don't even know where the bang is or anything along those lines, but a nice little move to the downside. That's why we wait. We're patient on this trade here, essentially just a move lower, right? As soon as we failed to make that new high, bang. I don't think Sean's watching or anything along those lines. I don't know where his bang button is. We'll go over to page 1. Oh, there it is.
It's on page.
Yeah, it's on page 1. So there we go. We hit that one there. We'll take a little bit off, Neil. Nothing crazy. We're running into the volume weighted average price right now, so I think that's a good place to take a little bit of profit right there. So a nice little move to the downside in the T-triple-Qs. We're looking for that reversal signal. I'm like, wow, Amazon was moving higher as well too, and then NVDA was also climbing, but I'm like, this feels a little bit extended, so let's see if we can get a reversal, and sure enough, we were fortunate enough to put on this trade here. We'll take a little bit more off there, brother, as we are now south of the volume weighted average price of 49.30. We'll take that one, and we'll also do that because we're sitting in Sean's chair.
That's the funny thing is we don't even have the same ones. I just know what's on his page one. Ours are literally different, which is insane. SNDK's turnaround. I finally got that fill into Nike. It looks like CoreWeave does not feel like it wants to be that long. It just lost the volume weighted average price, so we don't have to be in it. There's no need to fight. If it wants to continue where it was a good long, so you got to be a bit patient with it. Intel, okay, there's something. All right, we got a short. Haven't got the Bitcoin short yet, but Intel is still looking strong. So if it's going to buck the trend, it did this yesterday. Intel was able to show some strength while the market was VWAP. So I guess I'll have to take my shot here on the long side on Intel, not CoreWeave. We got some breaking news with Adara. What do you got?
Keep an eye on AAOI here, guys. This is the 1 minute chart for Applied Optoelectronics. This is a name in that, as you can guess, in that optoelectronics space. We have to mention this because Citron Research just announced they are short AAOI, calling it the anti-Lumentum, or LITE, which is another name in this space. Again here, Citron saying they're short AAOI. This short report sending AAOI to the downside. They're basically saying it's expanded its market cap way too quickly. For context, here's what LITE, another name in the space, is doing. Trying to bounce back a little bit, but both of these relatively weak today. And LITE had a couple positive catalysts going for it. Back to you.
That definitely distracted me. Oh, you should see the bids. Someone seems to like AAOI at the bottom. I'll give them that. Somebody just took a big buy. It could be a short cover. I have no idea. You could only see the buy order back through 29 at 131. So that went already a buck back. You can sit there trying to catch the falling knife, but the thing is, when you get the liquidity grab or liquidity evaporates in that range, when it's come back, if you're trying to chase the bounce up, it's near impossible. You almost have to take that on the way down. So a bit of a missed opportunity, but you can't get there fast enough at times. And I'm not saying you always go out there and buy some stock that just has a short seller report. It's just that oftentimes if there's a big level, if it bounces off a big level like prior day support or like multi-day support or something.
How is Carvana doing?
I haven't looked at
after that. Who was it? Muddy Waters who released that one, or Intergalactica? Or
yeah, but Carvana was hated on by so many.
Like after that report dropped, this name dropped 44%.
Didn't it come back?
A little bit now. It's like down 30% from that previous high.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So I mean, not too bad.
The big squeeze has been in not them. It's been like Avis, like car. Yeah. That's where the squeeze has been going on. Oh, not today. It's not. Not today. It's not. Car's giving it up. It sold off a little bit yesterday, but ended up going back to the upside. That's where their actual squeeze is. So still in just Nike. Intel hasn't really done a pullback. Low back into the downside. So again, we get a topping tail here in Nike, just not doing it. So I'm looking 43.4, 43.1 after a couple of topping tail candles here in Nike. It's probably just doing what the futures are doing for you, because there hasn't been a pop back into VWAP to get me into the
Have you seen AMD? AMD's going nuts.
Is it?
Shout out to Gorev in the chat who pointed that one.
No catalyst, huh?
No.
Oil's creeping higher lower on a Friday like that. That just seems a little crazy to me. But AMD is flying. I would think almost a reversion would make a little more sense. NVIDIA's a little bit long, so it's showing boringness compared to AMD.
Apple was sliding too.
No, well, nothing's that strong when you have the market showing topping tails. You say Apple is sliding. The only thing that's sliding is Palantir.
Yeah.
Palantir is down another 4.5%. This is getting into insane territory for Palantir because it's at that flat bottom at 125 here. We got a super chat from Mopar. NBIS is new all-time highs. That's the kind of market we're in, baby. Dumpster fires to the left and to the right. Meanwhile, things like SanDisk and NBIS and GE Vernova and Intel, well, Intel's not an all-time high. It's at local highs, are breaking out these tops. So you really have to pick and choose. Short the crap, for lack of a better term. I hate to say it, but it's true. And if the trend is your friend. Although I said that was SNDK, I didn't actually look. SNDK, oh, it is. Although it's off of the highs. Oh, goodness, SanDisk. Yeah, that's another reason not to love the longs. The memory chips are going to give it up today, and, oh, no, that's not going to be good for the market at all. Memory chips and software going down at the same time? Yikes. Well, whatever. When I say short the crap, that also this is an issue. Stores and said we don't need you anymore, and that actually hasn't worked out for them.
It has not worked out for them. They're building their own brick and mortar, too much cost. Yeah, big time flush, man. And I honestly, I just
swear by Nikes, bro.
I mean, I think it was definitely for the longest period of time, it was the most popular brand out there, right? Like, who everybody would like their Nikes. You had Mac Miller, Nikes on my feet, make my cipher complete. Adara.
I miss Mac Miller. Don't get me emotional on this here morning. R.I.P. Mac Miller.
R.I.P.
One of the
Mac
greats.
Miller. Shout out.
You dropped some bars there?
Yeah, you didn't know that? You didn't know that one? Nikes on my feet, make my cipher complete. But aside from that, I think, like, honestly, the retail space, brother, it's just a tough space to be in my opinion, right? Like, there's so much competition, and then you have the e-commerce side of things. Like, you have other like sporting appeal brands that don't even have brick and mortar and have the ability to capture share of like the average gym goer and stuff like that. So, I mean, they made some tough business decisions, as you mentioned not too long ago. We can't drop the rhyme out here, man. We took a little bit more. Yeah, I know. I heard you're a good freestyler, Neil. MC Joe. Yeah, that's right.
I don't freestyle. I literally say raps that I know.
Oh, okay.
I do not freestyle. I'm not fronting on anybody, bro.
Okay. All right. Hey, man. Joy freestyles. Adara.
I want to mention AMD here. We know AMD is moving. It looks like this is kind of a sector-wide move. Here's NBIS. This one's also to the upside. I don't have any news on AMD. I just wanted to let you guys know I'm aware of the move. I've been looking into the move, and I don't have anything for you guys as of yet. That being said, social media attention for AMD is quite extensive. We're getting like multiple tags a minute, like every couple seconds. Someone's tagging the stock. This is kind of similar to the type of social media attention things like GME get when they rally. So anything concrete, I'll let you know. As of right now, I don't have anything. Back to you.
And okay, so anyways, I'm not complaining that AMD is up. Congratulations to everybody that didn't sell AMD shares at $250 and then proceeded to not buy it based out at 200. Hi, my name is Neil. That is I bought some Apple
Not bad.
and Nvidia, because Nvidia, man. Nvidia's a better valuation, he says. Nvidia should go higher, he says. Nvidia ain't doing squat, he said. No, it is what it is. I also own an Intel share, so I have zero right to complain because I own Intel. So whatever. But I think for the moment, AMD is flying like an absolute rocket ship. It's Friday. 250 is obviously a resistance level, but I'll take a lesson from Palantir and Intel the other day. If you are going to look for a reversion on something this ridiculous, it better be, it can't be half you know what. It better be really, really good. Brother, so it's way too parabolic. I did get into IBIT under VWAP, but I'm front end of this. So,
okay.
Like you can see, there was like the initial wick here. I'll show you. Like the initial wick here, I was sort of sitting in there and didn't get filled, but I got front end, which I don't like. So if I'm ever front end, I'm usually in like half or third. But this looks like it just wants to go.
Yeah.
So it's just a mistake to be in this one front end. I'm basically giving it just above, not at 41, it's like a round number, but I'm giving it a couple of shekels above. You probably guess exactly where the stop is now. A couple of shekels above.
Yeah.
And I should wait for the other end of the trade here. But AMD, yes, I like mean reversions, but I don't like it enough to stand in front of that moving freight train. 250 is a level, but I don't think you can just sit there and short 249.99.
Yeah.
Some people would. But there you go. So I'll get out of IBIT. That one will be the fail. I feel like the NASDAQ can go up and Nike can still, yeah. Wait a minute, why didn't I get filled? Gateway am I sitting on? Oh, that's why.
Was it the dark pool wick print there?
No, I was sitting on like a MyAx.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it doesn't matter. Like it got to the price.
So would you sit on ARCA after?
Didn't print the bid. I'm gonna go above the bid. This was the target exit on Nike. So just VWAP to here, and then try to. As long as it does fail break, lower high, and continues the whole lower high trend, fair enough. But I like to sort of take the trade, get out at first support, get out at second support, get out at that bottom. Like that's just the way that I like to structure it.
Yeah.
So if we bounce here, I'll be out of that one. Still nothing crazy over in USO, everybody. It's a very slight uptrend. I like the fact that it's giving you a trend. Because when it did this and just trended up, the break of the trend was going to be good, and then you could get that kind of flush moment and maybe bounce in the futures. But that hasn't happened. Be patient. It's still only 10:50, so plenty of time to work. Cancel that Boyle offer. That's already going down. It doesn't want to give me entry, Boyle. It's AMD, man. It's the AMD show, dude.
Yeah, it is AMD all today. Yeah, I was looking at the SPY, and essentially I'm like, what's going on? The NASDAQ is climbing back towards this previous pivot high, and the SPY is putting in a new low of the day. And then sure enough, as we get out on the break-even trade, a nice little move to the downside, and then sure enough, it comes back, and then tanks right back over. So I'm waiting for a little bit of a consolidation so I can re-engage in this trade or the break of a system, but I don't want to sell lower and sell at the lower end of the range, even though the market could sell. But look how weak the SPY is compared to what we're seeing in the TQQs here. So I mean, it was a funny look. 5 minutes ago, it's like bang, okay, you're just like putting in these lower highs on the 5 minute, heading towards this pre-market high, and the SPY didn't even break the volume weighted average price. So I'm like, what's going on? So eventually it started to play catch up, and sure enough, we're heading lower. And the same thing with there, and started to climb and had that pretty strong 1 minute candle that says, hey, no, we're headed back to the downside. So let's see if we can find another opportunity to get involved here. The market's definitely been choppy, and I'm going to say that's going to be the TQs more or less over than the SPY, because it has that consecutive 5 minute lower low, higher low, and sure enough, we got to find something. Like, is NVDA still oh yeah, 187. So good luck. I mean, good luck continuing with the short in the TQQs.
There's no surprise. Well, the only surprise on the visualizer is that Palantir is number one.
Yeah,
and
because everybody's like,
AMD.
what is going on? Now down to 124. Like, this thing has been getting absolutely slapped. Ooh, wow, that's a nice little bottoming signal there, Neil, on the 1 minute. I know you used the 3. Let's see if that's going to line up with the lower time frame. Not quite, but the detail within that 1 is pretty nice. A nice bounce off of that 123.93. We'll call it 124 flats, and you essentially grab $1 off of that point. So not too bad of a look in Palantir. You're still way south of VWAP though, so a lot of room to grow within that one. Not too much activity after the open, and CoreWeave starting to find a rebound here, Neil, back towards the pre-market highs. So let's see if we can find another opportunity. Some choppy price action in the NASDAQ, but we go a nice little 1-for-1 on this one. Which one should we hit there? Because we get to have all this fun with Sean's Stream Deck. Hey, you know what I find funny is, like, hey, you guys are going on like, hey, wow, how come we can't get all these sounds and all this stuff, but you have all of these. Like, you guys have 10 times more animation than what I have.
The complaint is that ours are all old. Like I just showed you, like this is like 4 years old. Or whatever it is. That's like, don't look at gift horse. You know how you can tell how old it is?
How old?
Look at my hair, bro.
Yeah, you got pure hair there.
Do you see any gray? There's not even any gray on that graphic, which tells you, like, this thing.
Neil was 30.
Flush.
You're in your 30s.
Well, we probably shot that the same day because I'm wearing the same shirt. That's not smart. The smart thing to do would be to shoot them in different outfits. Look, the market it's bouncing, fair enough. And I even just saw oil futures start to come down, but the target's a target, so we bounced off the lows initially, but I just got out of Nike. It was just the first trade I could find, like that lower high, the topping tail to play in when the market looked a little bit weak, but you're starting to catch a bid here. And as we do, a little bit of a bid, some higher lows starting to come in the SPY. The Q's doing a very similar story, although a little bit stronger. Why? AMD, everybody. Look what's happening in oil. Oil first real downtick, So the reaction, for now, the reaction is to buy it off of VWAP. But if you start to see this lose VWAP and this breaks this little slight uptrend it has, then I think you can find that market strength. It doesn't look like Intel will be at an appealing price. If we get that trend break, it would have to come back, maybe give us VWAP, then give me the trend break. So looking for the next trade, I don't know. It probably won't be Nike again. CoreWeave's a possibility. Intel for sure if we can get a dip into VWAP. And JKL says don't look now, but silver and SILJ, the miners as well. Well, SILJ, SILJ, not the most liquid in the world, so we don't look at that too much. But yeah, nice little bounce off of VWAP here for silver, showing some strength. It'd be even better if we could actually see oil futures drop a little bit here. Very inside day so far. Like this is the morning chop zone on the Qs, and it's similar with USO. So you just have to be patient. If you're not like in AMD or something right now, we got Pacific Pac Rick, Canadian Super Chat. Thank you. Why large percent difference between TSLL and TSLA? Is it? Look, I haven't looked at TSLL to be able to tell you. You have to remember that sometimes ETFs will have like rebalancing and repricings and that stuff. So now can have discrepancies. How it's moving intraday should always track on ratio, but the percent change from the prior close sometimes can be different. That's where it can be tricky. I think if you have, I'll just show you what I have on my quote board. See this? It's like the last price from the open, which tells you how a stock has been doing since the open. AMD should be at the top of the, oh no, it's not. See, no, but ARM and SMCI. What's going on here? Oh, that's Cap. Right, remember how I said I was gonna do a mean reversion on AMD? That's not true. I am going to pay for locates on SMCI and look for a trend break there. Oh no, they're free. Okay, let's go to Adara. I should probably try to find out why SMCI is up first, though.
I'll look into that too, Neil. But with regards to USO, I just kind of want to mention, I do have one headline here so far with Iran. Washington Post reported a couple of minutes ago. These detained Americans as part of their negotiations. Furthermore, we actually have some Russia-Ukraine oil talks as well. Ukrainian military reportedly saying that they attacked Russian oil drilling platforms in the Caspian Sea. So looks like there is some oil talk. University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. Unless I find some news on SMCI, I'll see you then. Back to you.
Thank you very much, Adara. So as I said, locates are free on SMCI, which is going absolutely crazy. And I know some people are like, oh, but it's going up. Something
there is something. I mean, it's a vague headline. They released it after the bell yesterday at 4:11 p.m. Supermicro accelerates deployment times with new enterprise server solutions. So it's a press release from Supermicro from yesterday. That is all that I have from them.
I mean, look, it's a good breakout trade. It's just mean reversions are a trade that I like. If it shows a good setup, we've got a topping tail on the 3. If it can kind of confirm the other shoulder here on the 3-minute, put in a lower high, that would make a little bit of sense. Nike's still not really doing anything. Intel hasn't actually pulled back enough at all. And yeah, KD Dumpster, I don't trust SMCI either. I don't think they get for me, they don't get the benefit of the doubt.
Who does at this point?
Well, I understand, like they still have a business and solid revenues, especially relative to the market cap now, the way it's been beaten up. And I'm sure at some point there's a bottom that's going to come in here. But it just seems like scandal after scandal for them.
Were they going reporting their earnings too?
Oh, they delayed it. That was while they're going through accounting scandals.
Yeah, but, I mean, it's like, hey, man,
DOJ
you only have to do this how many times a year? You should be able to get it hopefully on time.
Maybe less now. There is that talk of lowering the frequency.
Annually.
I could go either way on that, to be honest.
How do you say quarterly? I think the quarterly reports are good for the market.
I think from a fundamental standpoint, all right, so it's kind of confirming this topping till the candle's not over yet. There's still like a couple of minutes in this candle, which means I should only be in without adding. All right, so I'll just kind of half in and wait for some confirmation to add. As far as goes, I think from a long-term perspective, it's good that companies and executives would have more of a long-term approach and not be worried about like the short-term results. I think fundamentally that's good for the economy, that's good for companies in general. But the other side of that coin is when you're trading, you kind of like the fact that we have like this constant updating and more news cycle. It gives us more to work with.
It's good for the average intraday trade, like the retail guy.
I think is not necessarily a bad thing. It's just the companies have to spend so much time and energy on it. Let's go to Adair. It's 10 o'clock already. What's happening now?
Look at the
What's happening in like 10 seconds, Neil? That's the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. Print 51.5, prior print 53.3. We're also expecting slight upticks in the 1-year and 5-year inflation expectation. We're also going to get factory orders month over month. Okay, so here coming through. This again, the preliminary print looks like it's 47.6. So it's going to be below the forecast of 51.5. Here for UMich consumer sentiment, 1-year inflation expectations 4.8, so well above the estimate of 4.2%. 5-year inflation expectations in line with what we were looking at here for estimates 3.4%. So to inflation expectations higher than expected, so consumers are expecting more short-term inflation than prior. Also, a little bit less optimistic here going forward because that sentiment print is lower than we were expecting. Factory orders month over month, dead flat, 0%. Let's take a look at the market not reacting too much to this print again, which does think we're going to get more inflation and they're less enthusiastic about the economy at this point. We'll talk about a couple stories here. CRWV right now pulling back a little bit, but generally still to the upside after Bloomberg reported and then CoreWeave later confirmed that they've struck a pretty big agreement here with Anthropic. They're going to be renting CoreWeave's AI capacity in order to power their Claude large language, noting disclosure here in terms of the size of this deal from that perspective, but either way, something to keep an eye on. We also have to talk here about some of these optoelectronics names. AAOI took a pretty sharp dump a little bit after the open, after Citron Research announced they are short AAOI. It's kind of a little higher and lower. LITE in the optoelectronic space also on watch, getting a massive price target increase, more than doubled by from $500 all the way up to $1,125. Their CEO also spoke positively in terms of their demand. One last thing here, I'm seeing a lot of strength in these metals names. I know Sharif, MP, USAR, both at near or touching, pulling back from intraday highs. So do make sure to like and subscribe if you enjoy the content. We're going to go back to the guys.
Thank you, Dara. These markets are super volatile, everybody, and they're active, and for traders, that's going to mean lots of opportunity. But you know what? If you want to take advantage of that opportunity, you need a couple things. We know what they are. Discipline and access to capital. That's where Trade the Pool comes in. Instead of being limited by the size of your account, you can access firm capital and focus on what really matters, everybody. You're executing strategies and managing your risk. Don't have that fear of blowing up your personal account. No more moving your stop loss too early because you're worried about your own savings. It's called limited risk trading. So if you want to take advantage of the today's markets, without your own capital, visit shout out to Trade the Pool. And the pool is getting warm. Here's what other ridiculously old graphic can I hit? See this one?
Yeah, hit the oldest one.
See, look at that.
What is that even about? What is the meaning behind that one?
Doesn't matter, man.
What's the oldest graphic you got on?
I'm sure there was a really good idea behind that at the time. This is one of the oldest ones. This one, I think this one's good. Yeah, this one's, well, depending on.
What's the, you know what the old, that one's still good, yeah.
That's a good one. Although I have a strong issue with, I'll play it one more time. By the way, SMCI, if it bounces off VWAP, I'm out. You guys know mean reversion trade on a strong stock like this, I'm pulling back into the volume weighted average price. Can't is now at that first wick up here, which is underneath break even. But if I hit this again, I want everyone to tell me what exactly is wrong with this. And if you can't figure out, I'm disappointed in all of you.
Yeah, why is it like that? Why'd they do you like that, Neil?
That's all I got to say.
That's crazy.
That's all I got to say. And no, the good was not in that plane. It's just the cash that comes out of it.
Oh, okay. All right. Oh, I see what you're getting at there. It's just cash only, so you the other half of that, and then decided to take the plane.
I'm DB Cooper up in this. First of all, I would have jumped out of that and early.
That's
you don't wait till the
crazy.
last second to jump out of a crashing plane.
Can you think? Have you gone skydiving?
Hell no.
I don't know.
My brother's gone skydiving.
That's
My
crazy.
father-in-law's gone skydiving. I know plenty of people that have gone skydiving. It's just not my cup of tea.
No, it ain't my cup of tea.
I go on a roller coaster all day long.
I even struggle with those a little bit now, Neil. As I got a little bit older, definitely not as fun. All right, $10 chat here, brother.
Oh my God.
Oh my God. Adara, $10. Yesterday you broke the news of Texas Pacific Land, and I instantly grabbed 50 shares, up $30 per share today. I'll be sending you your own stolen cheese dispenser soon.
Well, thank you very much for the super chat, and congrats on your trade, and shout out to all the spready tickers out there, because TPL is like $400.
Yeah, shout out to all the spready tickers. Shout out to Stolen Cheese Dispenser Incorporated, one of the best out there. The shareholders
minting millions.
Yeah, the shareholders couldn't be more happy, to be honest with you, and offers a 15% dividend as well too, which is absolutely.
You get a dividend?
Yeah, you didn't get the divvy.
I didn't get the divvy.
It pays out, man. It pays out. So shout out
Where's
to
my dividend, bro?
SCDI. Definitely the best name. All right, guys, let's see if we can get a move up here in Tesla. I thought we were going to break out. We continuously run into the sellers. It was not looking like it wants to break down. So there it goes. Tesla on that one. A fail on Tesla, considering if it breaks the low of the day, then we definitely have to get out of this position. That's not going to be crazy. 35 cents. We're in at 51. We'll take a 15-cent hit here on TSLA. Small potatoes. We had earlier on that worked for us, and there's a good opportunity for us to engage in this as well. A new lower high. That's what we went off of the first time, so there's no reason for not to take it on the second and the third attempt. This Sean's really good at just playing the ebb and flow of the market. Failed high, boom, take it for a lower leg, come back in, reload, and take it for an additional lower leg. So let's see what the market's got for us here momentarily. Bitcoin's still climbing higher, though.
What I'm watching.
We already released the University of Michigan consumer sentiment expectations for you guys, but I think we have to talk about them a bit more, because I'm seeing apparently this is a record low for consumer sentiment, at least for this reading. Now, again, this is the preliminary print, but just to recap, 47.6 versus 51.5 expected. So already lower than expected, but apparently also the lowest this reading has ever had. This plus a higher than expected, markedly higher than expected one-year inflation expectation print. Not super enthusiastic here for the market. Just to kind of recap and go over that data. This visual, if you want to take a closer look at it, can be found on X at TTV Research.
Yeah.
Saying like on the 15-minute, that Nasdaq is looking really good for the short. But I was early on IBIT. That would be the one that failed. Nike's still doing whatever the heck it's doing, but IBIT was the mistake. SMCI still trying to hold VWAP. It's doing a decent job of it. But if we're going to continue down, I don't see IBIT holding up or Bitcoin holding up. You're pulling into the prior day high, so I'll look for something similar to the setup here on SMCI. I don't know sometimes you don't get that clean of a topping tail. That was very clean, because the second candle under 25 even, everything about it worked. At this point, it'll be, does it hold VWAP? If it doesn't, trail out. If it does, I think the last ditch, try to wait for it to press into 24 to 24.10. Like, allow it to try to make that move in there.
Do you think?
Otherwise, hold that VWAP. But IBIT to me is the next trade. If the market's going down, I cannot see this continuing.
Bitcoin is maybe helping rally Bitcoin, move the name a little bit here. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking.
But I don't think that's big enough. Like, it's still a risk asset. If we go risk off, I don't see it being able. That's not strong enough for it to buck the trend of the market for the day. No, I don't.
For the whole day, you don't think? I mean, it's bucking right now.
Not for the whole day. I don't think you could sustain all day long without a good pullback.
Yeah,
if the market just continues. By the way, we have USO also going higher, so more pressure on the market because USO just.
I want to give you guys this headline in this update. I want to, provide a huge caveat here, though. So I saw this headline, just came through about a minute ago. Tesla China denies developing a cheaper EV. So I looked into this. Looks like this was reported again within the last 10 or 15 minutes by Electrek. So well-known public. A well-known Chinese news source, which basically said Tesla China told them they are not developing a cheaper EV. So a couple caveats here, as I mentioned. One, this is just Tesla China, not Tesla as an overall company. So just because the Chinese, other parts of the company aren't. And the other thing I want to mention here is that this Electrek report said too seriously that Tesla's denying the report, because as we know, Tesla does have a bit of a history of denying reports that end up actually being true. So let's say, oh, we're not doing X, Y, Z with the company, and they end up doing it. But in case you guys are seeing this, that the company will be developing a cheaper EV, but also that could mean very little in the grand scheme of things. Back to you.
Thank you very much,
We got going on
Dara.
a 5-minute too there, Neil.
Aqua just said, how about Palantir? All right, we're going to grit our teeth. We're going to look. I mean, I just ate my breakfast, so that's why I didn't want to look at the stock.
Ooh.
Breakfast was pretty good.
That's right. What is it?
What do we
Like some
have? What
kind
do
of
we have for
spinach in
this?
there?
I don't even know what. Here we go. There.
Okay.
That's an old graphic for Palantir. It's not like they're alone. Throw up the IG. Throw up a little bit more. And if you just had breakfast, don't look at this chart. Or if maybe this is your thing. Kyle Burdett will be loving these. Where's Big Spile? Big Spile's like the one who's always short because that's how he likes to roll. No, but look the board. They're not alone. You got Softy, which is when Softy had been bad. It's still trending down. I just feel like the pressure on this market is legit. Okay, IBIT. Looks like we are going to get this. I'll redraw the trend line so you guys.
On IBI.
So I have this thing about letting it confirm under the trend line.
Okay.
So I'm not in it. Yeah, I mean, you could be in it and just giving it to the high because that's yesterday's high. But
giving it
I like
41.20s.
I like the confirmation.
Yeah. Okay. Cool. Yeah, I'm in the same thing there. Let's see if it breaks the high of the day, then we get out of it. If there's any form of indecision prints on the way lower, right? Like so, we have the inverted hammer right here on the 5-minute time frame. That could be a good green light. But then if this 1 minute starts to print them as well, that could just tell you that there's a strong underlying. So you can see on this pullback, you have that exact same print essentially. And that's what I'm going to be keeping my eye out on for. So print, pullback, off to the races it goes. We break that a little, and then now let's see if it can be held up, and maybe we can there.
Oil headline to be aware of here, guys. Seeing reports that the U.S. is likely to approve an extension of a waiver which would allow sales of certain Russian crude oil. This approval of this extension of the waiver could happen as early as Friday. So again, U.S. potentially approving an extension of this waiver, which would allow for the sales of certain Russian crude oil to be extended. Back to you.
So it did print that. So I think we're going to continue to climb higher. It's going to break the high of the day here momentarily. We're going to get out of this trade as soon as it does. I think we're on that path, especially if the Nasdaq finds somewhat of a rebound. Then we'll just get out of it. So yeah, we had that nice little short here on the TQQs. The Tesla long didn't work for us, and then there goes Bitcoin breaking through that high. So a good long signal right there, and the volume stepping in. So not a good reversion play. Bitcoin on the run here, Neil.
Well, I think a lot of things just bounced. So I had an accidental reverse instead of just get out. So the bottoming tail in SMCI, the retake of the volume weighted average price. I always say the rule, if you don't mean to get into a trade, just get out of it. Obviously, I just hit offer enter when I was accidentally long and made the spread. So I just probably made like 1 or 2 cents on it to be into the long. It was a reversion. It ends up holding VWAP. It's just a get out, assess, wait for the next. I guess it's not going to be IBIT. This is not like some kind of crazy USO-related move because that's barely doing anything. It would make some sense as I'm hunting for the next trade here. Right, Palantir, PLTR. Sheesh. Palantir trying to make a bid, so you can't really say it's software coming back up and causing that jump. Not even sure why you got that big of a spike. It's not going to be oil-related here. Palantir's not the right one. Let's go back and look at AMD. I don't want to rush into anything. AMD's holding VWAP. That's fine. Intel was more my plan. Is that still holding? price on the here, respecting the pre-market high, it looks like. But a lot of bottoming tail candles. I haven't had this up the whole time. All that's telling you is supports here at 62.75, but you got bottoming tail wicks, a close under the 75, and this still be with Intel, just looking for the next thing to try to snipe in here. It won't be a continuation short on SMCI at this rate. It doesn't look like it's going to be shorting IBIT because that's going to obviously have continued to gone higher. Yeah, I could just be waiting for a USO opportunity. That's coming back into a downtrend. You know what that means for me, short boil.
Short boil. All right, yeah. I mean, the market is starting to find somewhat of a rebound here, guys. We'll keep an eye on USO. If that's starting to come back in, yeah, it's selling aggressively right now. So we'll wait for a good opportunity. I mean, the NASDAQ finds a bottom. You have some of the larger names as well that we often talk about, looking like they're putting in somewhat of a bottom here. The TQ's back, engulfing a lot. You have the SPY right back towards the pre-market high. Let's keep an eye on a couple of things. Rhea not doing too much. This is a small cap name, but maybe Bitcoin's going to continue and be the trade of the day as it's up almost 1% here in the session. We break down. We 41.10 short, then it just goes off to the races and rips. Glad that we got out of that one. Higher entry price. So let's see if this name's going to continue to go. 1 minute time frame, bottoming signal confirmation, and I think that we might break through these pre-market highs. So I think we can give Tesla one more attempt to the long side. The short definitely being the better one on the day, but nothing wrong with taking a little trade here on TSLA as you punch through VWAP, and you're in the middle of this zone really. So if it decides to buck the trend and head towards the pre-market high, where we're going to be positioned relatively well here on TSLL, we'll go same size and for so what do I have to have my stop at 35 and look for that move into 1080 that is on TSLL. Yeah.
All right, well, the answer, I think going like a closer in baseball. Like, it doesn't matter. You go in the next day, it's a safe situation. Mariano's got to go shut it down.
It's like a goalie. You get scored on and you just have
here. A guy from work, which is somebody who had nothing. Have you done last week if this is the bottom for the market? Is this the bottom for the markets? If you're not in the chat, then I'm going to give you some time to type to get into the chat, hit the subscribe button, and all you have to do is, if you think this is the bottom for the markets and we're headed back to all-time highs, 1 for yes, 2 for no. And I'm going to leave it at that. There's no inside, opinion, nonsense. Start in there. Bottom for the markets. Now these tend to go 50-50, a lot of indecision lately. And it was slightly to the yes side, like 55%. It's not bad. It's not great. It's not terrible. But let's see what the viewers think. Still 50-50. I find, this is the thing. Every time we do something, I typed a 1. Okay. I think, if you define what I think what people mean, it's like a temporary bottom, I think would be the bottom. Like, it means to me, like, you made a bottom and you get back to the high, you make a new high before you make a new low. That's what a temporary bottom means to me. As long as you make a new high before you make a new low, then yeah, I think the bottom temporarily is in. We're one headline away from that not being true. Let's talk about all that. So you there's USO, general trend break. It's not extreme like it was yesterday. I'd call that like a B, like an A trend break. That's like a B, but expressing it the way we had before, which is I should have been in the pre-market. I think if something has just been a short till it's not, then if the best price you get is like, look at that reversion, but that's at 842. Sometimes you just have to be willing to be in it, and then I'd have this like 2% better than shorting it off of VWAP and trying to get the low of the day. All right, so the market's trying to make its way back in, but it's very much, Joe, an inside day still.
Absolutely. I mean, we're long here, some Tesla. We'll see if we're going to get a little bit of a pullback here on Bitcoin as it went up to 41.28. I mean, it's been climbing higher all day. So, I mean, you can take a couple attempts at it, and then you got to throw that trade essentially out the window and look for another opportunity. This one's a really tight stop to see if we're going to get that move back towards the volume-weighted average price here in IBIT. If it cracks 33s, then we're just out of dodge. So it's literally 7 cents. It's worth it. You get a move back towards VWAP, which is around $41. Makes the risk to reward totally worth the trade here. So let's be patient, see if we can find a high quality opportunity. Tesla hovering around VWAP. I'm thinking that we can get a rebound. Ideally, this would have been the prime time entry, right? So I'm like, okay, we buy VWAP. That's not too bad, but you want to get as low to the lower end of the trend. So you had that move, and then if you get in at 38s, you get the move that you're essentially looking for, just like that. So Tesla, a quarter. Hey, there's like an arbitrage play essentially going on in Tesla. I don't think that's necessarily the case right now. I mean, Neil was talking about the rebalancing, and you also just have to take into consideration the fact that it's always going to be down or up double from a percentage metric, that is, than what Tesla's going to be. We're going to opt to Adara. Okay.
Quite a few small cap products to talk about today, starting with Fuse Machines, FUSE. So we had this company watching this yesterday now. They had their CEO, Samir Maski, highlighting their agentic AI opportunities. So AI headline for FUSE. Again, this looks like a bit of a delayed play. They've got a $30 million market cap, float of about 18, nearly 19 million shares. USAR, slightly larger market cap on this one, about nearly $4 billion. But I wanted to mention it because a lot of these names in the metal space, including MP Materials or MP, are running, and USAR actually does have a catalyst. Yesterday, they announced their investment in Carester, or they're having an investment here with Carester, also announced a strategic partnership in France, and announced they're considering building a magnet plant in France as well. Short float on this, 12.2%. Last but not least, CREG, no news on Smart Power Corp. This is a penny stock right now. High of day was just at that $1 level. You've got a $19 million market cap and a 22 million share float. Back to you.
That chart, I didn't get the best look at it, but that looks like a perfect $1 fail, like absolutely perfect. It's CREG, not CERG. Smart Power. Yeah, that's as textbook as it gets. That's because that'd be better than SMCI in my opinion. Because it goes right to $1. And granted, you don't necessarily have it flash until it's at 90, but you're getting 89 cents to 93, and VWAP's at 72. That's a 25% move, risk to reward. This is the thing about, I've been telling Obi this too, like there's being able to transpose like trading setups and trading patterns to other styles. Like that can be absolutely gold, because it's still a mean reversion trade. You got the whole price up here. It's also rejecting that. And I know some people are probably long this. I'm not trying to be too negative Nancy about that, but it's a good setup. Man, this market is absolutely, it's just dull right now. But I look over at IBIT and it's like, we're barely moving there, but IBIT is just continuing to go ham.
Yeah, brother, it's bucking. Like I'm telling you, this Iran news is really good for it. I mean, it's continuing to climb. You try a couple attempts on that, and it doesn't go. It's just like, okay, AC Slater to that. Like, if it's not going to work out, then you don't want to go against a strong asset. I mean, the pullback is attractive, but at some point, I think with this specific trade, is like, Neil, we got to look to go with the flow, essentially, with Bitcoin. It's breaking out, and we were talking a little options activity on it this morning. I've liked the bull put more at that $38 mark expiring than I did like the bear call aspect of things. So, I mean, that's a big time move in Bitcoin, and it hasn't even really got going yet. This thing can really start to squeeze. You have those big liquidation events that tend to happen. So we'll be patient and see what we got. But it's definitely a strong trend day here in Bitcoin, and not necessarily for Tesla as it's continuing to move a little bit lower. Something's going off in my ear. You want a coffee? No, I'm good. I would take a water, though, please, and thank you. Yeah, if we can get a water, if that's available. I know you guys only do cups of Joe around this neck. Randy's not in today, but Randy's not in. I was going to go and get it.
I realized I haven't had another coffee.
I was going to say, I was going to go get some water. Do you want me to go grab it? I only offer just like straight black.
I only get black coffee.
That's all That's all you drink?
I ain't put nothing in.
Yeah, my guy.
Occasionally, I'll put some maple syrup. If I want to sweeten my coffee, I'll put maple syrup, and that's it. Like a true
Maple
Canadian there, because I married into maple syrup dynasty. It's not really.
Oh yeah.
No, they do. My in-laws do make their own maple syrup, but it's not any kind of a dynasty.
It's a dynasty.
It's
So you're a maple syrup tycoon, like Danny Boy, the
No,
cheese
I'm not.
tycoon.
No, it's not tycoon.
Okay.
But we do get enough for the year. But you gotta put in that work.
So
it does involve going up and
selling
helping.
a little bit of it on the side. Tell me.
No, we don't get enough to sell. They don't make enough to sell either. And it's not easy. Like it's hard. It's hard work, bro. It's hard work. And maple syrup is fantastic. It's like a superfood. Just ask Joe Rogan. Even he's up on that too.
Remember that big maple syrup heist back in the day?
Yeah, that was kind of joke. That's crazy. If it has value, someone's gonna steal it or find a way to steal it. All right, now the market's picking up some serious steam. Serious steam.
Yeah.
Which is, I feel like Bitcoin is now leading the way. So the way I see it, and I'm just sort of observing for myself here because like that has gone absolutely ham, Bitcoin. The way I see it, like you have a slight move up in the market that's getting dragged now by Bitcoin to the upside. So I don't think you're turning anywhere until one of two things happen. Bitcoin turns, USO turns. And just to answer, because I keep getting the same question over and over again. It's like, why do you like to short and boil? The best way to explain it is to just look at these two charts. See how all over the place USO is? And then look at the chart. Whoops. What is that, and why did it even show up in my drop-down when I typed in boil? No idea what that is. Anyways, now I have to wait for this to get out of the way and go to my 15-minute chart for boil, so now I'm just killing time while this decides it's going to possibly crash on me. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, now we have to wait. There we go. See boil? Ever since this day, trend down, reversion down, trend down, short into resistance. Had to short it at the absolute top. Probably the worst day here was into the same resistance, 16. Gapped down, resistance to support, trend down, trend down. What would you do? I'm a pattern person. Like, low-hanging fruit is, if short works on stock every day, find way to short stock.
Yeah.
I don't give a damn I don't care what it is. It's just like, does it work? Is it working? Do that. So and that's with USO doing whatever the heck it wants. So if Nat Gas, I think falling Nat Gas is going to be trend down, then basically I can take when energy finds a top, short boil. That's literally worked like 6 of the last 6 days. So again, that's just it's the only reason. There's nothing scientific about it. But for me, the next opportunity is a lot of patience to try to look for the curl on IBIT.
Only H2O or only black coffee service around.
Maybe didn't see the message.
It's all right. It's all good, man.
It's all good.
It's all right. I'll get up and go. I gotta go to the washroom anyway. So
I was late with the message.
It's all right, brother. I appreciate it. Thanks.
Rob's nice like that. Rob,
Yeah, no, I know Rob would never do that on purpose. No, brother, don't worry. It's okay.
like, trust me, we can go up and get our own
I
stuff.
don't have any change on me.
He doesn't mind, man.
That's it, man. You guys don't tip it?
What about tipping Rob? Rob's good peoples. No, we have a fantastic
he's a
team
good
around
guy.
here. Rob, Randy. You see Mark working around. And of course, in the back, we got Fabian. I don't see Ramin in, but we got Andre. Looking sound good.
There goes Rhea.
For sure. Look, it's not everything that looks super strong. Double top here in NVIDIA. Palantir is off of the lows, so it's at least trying to go. What do you think? What do we think happens if the market, the NASDAQ, fails the high?
Rob, thank you.
Palantir could be a short into that volume-weighted average price. So that's worth having a look at. Like, did it really bottom out here on Palantir? 122s we just got down to. 122. Is SMCI? No. Yeah, okay. Well, SMCI, that was right in terms of where it would bounce. But the notion that the market goes up, that this would give you a double top to fade, ended up being wrong. So it doesn't look like there's a re-entry in SMCI yet. And then Nike was the other one that I had short. And Nike could be something at VWAP. Hopped out of Nike to hop into SMCI. Go from one to the other. I like to bounce around. That's how I roll. But if this gets back to VWAP, that could be the next trade. I'm looking for, if we fail the pop, where can we short the pop? SMCI doesn't really look like it's setting up, but Nike for a return into VWAP makes a little bit of sense. So this could be the next trade for me if IBIT's not going to break the trend, which it could be right now. I don't know if you're watching that, Joe.
All right, good stuff. All right, so yeah, I'm just looking at some things here, reading a couple message emails. Aside from that, guys, Tesla. I mean, it's not doing too much here, right? It's not breaking down. It's not climbing higher as the market is heading towards the highs. So it's like, okay, we're kind of stuck in this limbo essentially here. What direction? This stock has been absolutely destroyed in the past couple of days. Are you going to find a bounce? But as Neil was going on about talking about not too long ago, just the fact is like, okay, if the short is continuously working, why not just go with it? And I think that's been the narrative here with TSLA. Maybe we can get a little bit of a breakdown. And I mean, we're long on this name. If it cracks this 1035 mark, then we have to get out of it. I don't think we're going to head towards this previous low, but it's channeled straight to the downside. So, I mean, definitely a tougher look for the longs, especially when you look at the other chip names and the other Mag 7. It's like these guys are starting to run. Like, NVIDIA has been absolutely phenomenal today, heading back towards the high of the day. We can run through our chip names in the Mag 7, Apple at the high of the day, Google at the lows, but starting to find somewhat of a bounce. Microsoft, not too good here. Amazon probably performing relatively well. And then we have Tesla not doing so well. And the same thing with Meta, even though Meta's at the high of the day as well, too. So, I mean, yeah, Meta's definitely been on the move. Adair. Oh, Super Chat. I think said Adair.
Darth Liquider. I love it. I should have a Darth Vader one. I should really have a Darth Vader button. As silver approaches 70, SLV approaches 70, we should say, what would y'all be looking for to indicate that it's broken trend, a full day above 70? So what constitutes a trend break on a daily chart? Great question. Something we've talked about this, I think, before. So personally, I think it's broken the trend. It just hasn't continued. There's no continuation yet. So there's your downtrend. It's broken the trend. That to me is confirmed. Not confirmed there. One pullback, hold. It's confirmed the trend break. It just you get one further confirmation with the 70. So to me, breaking and closing above, or opening above 70, I guess, next week because today's Friday. So opening above 70 next week. That's already confirmation because you've made this nice move here. Does that automatically mean that it's going to the 50 period and then to 80? No, but I would say it's already broken the trend, and you get the confirmation of that trend break with a hold over the 70 level. So I don't know if that answers your question. I hope it answers your question there, but I absolutely love it. Thank you. Thanks, Derek. Can you email that to me? I just realized. In like 20 minutes, I'm like, I don't have the lunch thing, which we'll get to in a quick little second.
Yeah, I mean, how do you even get? Do you hear the burger situation? So
burger situation.
So what we got to do is, I was talking to her the list of the names in the day. We obviously need to give her a little bit of time so that she can input who here in the studio. All we got to do is email her the list of individuals who will be wanting it and the specific date.
And then the caterer is going to give us burgers?
Yeah. And then and then she even asked me, do you want fries with that? I said, Raquel, don't tempt me.
Preparing fries in a tray and then transporting them with the condensation that you get soggy fries, there's no way to make it work effectively unless you make it travel, but the fries ain't gonna travel, dude. And that's like, I'm not in the catering business. They've just done it before, and they're always not good.
Yeah, you can get the veggie burger. Assassino, she was talking about you. Burgers on my boy Assassino, who, by the way, typically gets salmon, and I'm kind of jealous about that. And I'm like, hey, he would want something along the lines of maybe a veggie burger or something. So, yeah, I didn't forget about you, brother.
Palantir just went up. We're looking for the news with Palantir on volume through VWAP. That is one heck of a reversal candle there. Is it just Palantir? It's probably, obviously the this is Palantir specific. The IGV's barely even moving here. This seems to be, I've not heard anything. I have not seen a news story. Adair is going to be all over it. For sure, I guarantee you she'll be all over it. But Palantir, looking like it. Adair, what do you have?
I have a post from Trump on Truth Social. So here's the fighting capabilities and equipment. Just ask our enemies, 3 exclamation points. So President Trump not only pumping Palantir, the stock ticker in this post. I have not seen him do this before. For the record, he's called out a lot of public companies. Never have I ever seen him call out the stock. This is unprecedented, quite frankly. Back to you.
I mean, hey, that's wild, man. Is that even legal? Can he do that?
Yeah.
For what it's worth, they were already talking during Lutnick's last congressional hearing, because I love congressional hearings. They were investigated by a market after that. So that's already been now that this has happened with the ticker, you have to wonder if there's going to be.
It's not illegal unless you're buying it in advance.
But the point I'm trying to make is there has been already speculation that some of this stuff could. I guess he's got Congress probably on his head after this, would be my guess. Based on
remember what happened with Elon and when he was pumping
Yeah.
Dogecoin and everything?
I'm not sure. Look, I'm not trying to defend. I'm just simply saying it goes with anything.
I don't know if there's anything else
with
to do
anything
here
in the industry.
other
If you
than to go long.
if you don't trade on anything, right? It all comes down to whether you actually take action. Now, otherwise, you just or you're saying it and someone else is getting the benefit that you've tipped off like that. If that's not happening, then that's what's happening. Is this chasing the first candle doesn't make sense? Look, obviously, the first candle after the news, because it's actually pulling back in. It went right to prior day low. So technically, it filled the idea of the gap and is starting to pull back. So that's a good place for it to have turned. Obviously, VWAP is going to make some sense here, but this is the candle that I don't think I would want to chase. It doesn't seem to be dragging anything.
No, but there it goes, Neil.
With
oh
it. My
goodness.
God. That's crazy. And it's just a
He needs is always up here on Palantir. Nothing substantial. It did pop all the way up into if it breaks 7 mark, then we'll just get out of the trade. But I think this can go during this. Just some are the and that's kind of what I want to see in Palantir. We did get that pullback. It's not we can take a hold up. Palantir could continue high a little bit higher. We need Tesla to start going, which it is breaking through that previous high. So TSLA working out for us right now as well too, Neil.
So if you're watching, like in the Palantir tape, it's between 127.60 and 127.80. That 20-cent range, every up is coming in and selling, and you can see the chunks. Let's see if it happens again here. You can sort of see the chunks come in there and sell it, and now they're doing it again, but at a little bit of a lower price. So it's having trouble getting.
It is dropping a bit.
Once you have 80s, when it gets up there, you don't see those sellers come in. I think that'll be a good spot to look for the bid. Thank you for the super chat. Baron is making cash on those Trump posts. Well, look, man, I know we're just joking around. If there's proof of that happening, I'm sure there'll be people would investigate. For now, it's price action that matters. So that same battle's happening here. Hasn't really lost the prior bar. As long as it does not do that, this is still a reasonable potential dip. But I want to see it do the hold. There's a seller at 127.80. They haven't on the side of it, but that just hasn't. They just did it again. They just went right back up to 127.80, and the same seller just. On the other side of this, by the way, there's a topping tail candle on the futures, and Bitcoin's close to breaking trend. So I'm kind of looking at two things at once. Bitcoin is testing the trend line down, while Palantir continues to go ham here. Now the buyers just came. What, huh? What? Andre?
Screen, my boy. Screen?
Oh. Okay. Is insider trading illegal anymore? Yeah, yes, it is. So type 1 if you think insider trading is illegal. It's still illegal. 2, no. 3, only.
All right, Neil, there it is, brother. We take a little bit. Yeah. So whoever that seller was got lifted a little bit there, Neil. We'll take some more off on Palantir. Especially off of that news. Break down 27 and now like anyways, volatility really just they're not or
It's that's
when you look one
we don't have
looking for where's my brother?
I don't it's on
Yeah.
looks
In there for me. Yeah. What happened to this? What happened to the
You
to,
seen
to
another
the volume? I don't
Oh,
hear
here
anything.
comes a dip.
Yeah.
Right, let's buy zone if no
For the dollar comes so that didn't go too good. Trade keeps getting knocked down at that 55 mark. Tesla may not be the one to get going here today, considering 347.99. Let's see what we have at that 350 mark on the options chain. Somewhat of a because it doesn't look like it wants to
now
cooperate.
again.
Yeah, he's back. Like as soon as again, I'm like out of that one. You're in it though.
No, but I just jumped out because that idiot was right there again.
Oh, okay.
I shouldn't say that. I have no idea if there is a seller down there, but
What do we have on?
oh, by the way, while that was going on,
350.
oil finally broke out. That's actually going higher. This could come into the shoot. I'm not leaving Palantir because Palantir is where the story is, but this could come into the actual high. So we broke out through the volume weighted average price, and we could come back into the actual top from earlier. So that's worth watching if it comes back in. It only got down to about 13.5 from 13.6, but I think they just psyched me out of Palantir. So whoever it was, there was just order flow down at the 127.8 level. And there was a seller on on that second candle. They came right back in when it bounced the last time. I was looking to see if there was a buyer in front, but there was no buyer out in front of that 127.75 zone. But if it can hold, I almost wish the executions weren't there, because then I could try to show you. You have the opening high at that 127.8 on a 3-minute. Then you have the resistance at 127.8. And now you have support at 127.8. So when it dropped underneath, I'm like, oh, shoot, it's resistance again. This is all lining up at the same price. That's why we keep saying it over and over again. A close back above there still remains bullish, and maybe a look for the entry, re-entry back into long. So whatever, like it was a bit of a scalp trade. We were just watching that one price for a little bit of an indicator. I think I heard to go to Adara. I'm not 100% sure. If it is, then we can go to the desk for sector watch already. It's 10:40. Wow, it's 10:40, guys. Sector watch.
Interesting board here. There is actually quite a lot of weakness across the board. So we'll start with health tech. Red here pretty much entirely as a group. Energy, minerals to digest whether or not there's going to be the ceasefire. Hearing more about some talks here in Islamabad, Pakistan over the weekend. We're trying to get some kind of ceasefire talks happening here. Communications weak across the board. Verizon down 3%. Services though, because a lot are Meta trying to continue. It's had a pretty strong week all in all. This one's up just under 1%, but Palantir down 2%, but still bouncing off the lows after President Trump mentioned the company. And for the first time that I've ever seen, he actually called out their stock ticker as well. So he said Palantir Technologies in brackets PLTR. I've never seen him do this before. So again, that's really significant. That being said, the SaaS Mageddon, as it's been called, is continuing with CrowdStrike and effectively. CRM and ServiceNow, the latter of which got a downgrade. They're both trading lower as well. Electronic tech, though, despite the weakness in a lot of other sectors, is doing relatively well. NVIDIA, Apple, Broadcom, AMD, all to the upside. And if you go back to producer manufacturing for a second, this is another sector that is relatively strong. Please make sure to like and subscribe as we send you back over to Joe and Neil.
Thank you very much. The ticker thing, I'll just tell you. The ticker thing. A very big right turn in a lot of
Bitcoin,
stuff.
yeah.
First, because USO did this, went through the volume weighted average price. So that trend break, it was a downtrend break, and it's heading higher. Oh, that's such a mistake. So Bitcoin obviously trend as well. Looking for VWAP, you can see bids. The Qs also did a bit of a right-hand turn there, all the way down and in through VWAP. How about Palantir in that move? Yeah, Palantir's coming back. Well, suffice to say, I mean, I guess that turn in the market is going to cause that pullback in Palantir. We'll go back to Adara. Whoops, we have a super chat. We'll get that when we come back.
Yeah, there is a little bit of a pop here in USO. Not a massive headline here, but latest Middle Eastern headline I've seen about a minute ago. Israeli military reporting, unfortunately, 2 soldiers were injured by drone debris in southern Lebanon, so more strikes happening. Again, there is a spike in USO. If we get anything else for that, I'll let you know. There was a headline on Google as well. So Business Insider reporting that YouTube is raising its subscription prices in the US for the first time since 2023. Again, GeoOGL, of course, YouTube's under Google's umbrella, so that's why GeoOGL is on watch with this YouTube headline. If I get anything more on the Middle East, I'll let you know.
Well, that might be the kind of thing that said the moment's gone there in Palantir. If we're going to have that kind of a turn in oil futures, that bounce might be a little bit short-lived. We got Mikhail Beckford. Corruption is not bad.
Not that bad.
Corruption is bad if I'm not involved.
Yeah.
But if I am involved,
that's how
I defend it.
Man. That's how it is, though. Like,
bank error in your favor, man.
Yeah, if
error in your favor.
If you're not involved, like ask everyone, hey, if you were in on that little secret, how upset would you truly be?
I'll never forget.
Yeah.
I was a stock trader during the 2-week period where I think it was E-Trade or was it Ameritrade? It was one of the two of them. It was like basically it was a scam wash trade that somebody was doing on mass that caused 2 stocks that you would never heard of, I don't remember the names, that were literally doing the most volume in the entire NASDAQ for an entire week as someone was wash trading between a prop account and a penny stock account. They changed the rules on rebate a month or 2 later. And I remember watching it happen on the stock that I was trading. And it was like, I can sit there and make the spread too, doing nothing illegal, or I can sit there and do nothing about it. And eventually, after the first day, we're like, this is stupid. It's illegal what somebody's doing. But I can still bid ask and also just make the rebate myself. And they'd be hitting me, not themselves. And eventually, that's what I did. I just broke down and said, if this is now the game on this stock, I just sat there on the bid and the ask and just took fills on both sides. Well, this idiot would hit both, and the stock wouldn't move. So it's true. You have to make that determination yourself. All right, so we're getting a USO Palantir.
Yeah.
Well, I'm now looking at the USO trade because I'm into the IBIT reversion.
Try this again.
So with USO pulling back at the highs, the question becomes, do we put in a higher low? If it confirms a higher low, then this trend break, I think, is a little bit better. I didn't hit save. Then this trend break is a little bit better here on IBIT. Because that's such a heavy break that I've chased it a bit, but it's now confirmed with the other bar that we're underneath. So I'm into that trade. But Palantir, if you're going long on this bounce, it feels like that, why wouldn't it be in PLTR? Adara again?
Yeah, let's see.
We have some more headlines in the Middle East coming from Iran's parliamentary speaker. He's saying that if there's going to be a ceasefire here in Lebanon, there needs to be release of Iranian blocked assets before the talks. So again, he says there needs to be a ceasefire in Lebanon and release of blocked Iranian assets before there's any kind of negotiation with the U.S. and Iran. Furthermore, saying that 2 of the steps mutually agreed on between the groups, those being, I guess, implied to be Lebanon and Iranian blocked assets, have yet to be implemented. So they're basically saying unless these things are implemented, there's not going to be any negotiations. Back to you.
Yeah, all right, man. Let's see. I mean, we're only going to give this $1 to see if Palantir wants to get rock and roll and maybe head towards back to the previous pivot from which it started to turn around. It's still down 2.7%. Surprisingly so, Neil. After that massive volatility spike, and you have DJT, John Trump himself, essentially saying, "Hey, Palantir has been great." All right, well, let's see how great it can be throughout the intraday session, considering it's been down how long. Good timing, I guess. But Tesla not wanting to participate. It looks like at this point this name might break down. But again, same size here, really small stop. You want to give it $1. I don't know if we're going to get $2 on that front. 29 would put us right around there. So we'll see if we can hold off and potentially find that trade. If not, TSLL, we get out of that one. Our better trade on the day has been the NASDAQ short TSLL. We've been just sitting in it until it breaks this pivot. There's no reason for me to get out of bit. So we'll be patient. We are at the top end of the range, and no way am I going to DCA into the fact that, especially a stock where the market has kind of been climbing higher, put in a new high of the day, broke through the pre-market highs. Tesla's just been like, huh? Like, I don't really know which direction I really want to go. But the longer it consolidates, I think the more likely of a breakdown potentially happening here. So let's see what else we got going on. Is NVDA still around the high of the day? Oh, this is what I was looking at. So I went to multiple expirations. Yeah, I went to multiple expiration cycles here to see like, hey, what's going on at that 347.5 mark? And I see nothing. Like if we look at the supply, it's nothing substantial. So, I mean, the name's just extremely weak. And the same thing here, like 3 days, and even in the zero DTEs, you have nothing compared to what you have at 350. I thought at some point maybe we get a climb to that level, but it doesn't seem to be the case. Downtrend still fully intact on the higher time frame, and I think you have to stick with that narrative. So maybe we avoid for the long, unless we position ourselves really well instead of buying the top end of the range. Be patient to see if you can get the lower end of the range here on Tesla.
Don't look now. You just looked.
But I didn't see. I
said don't look now.
Okay.
It's a problem is when you say that.
Yeah, people tend to look, man.
Rhea is back above VWAP. That goes for you too, Sharif. Rhea is back above VWAP. It's trying to go. What makes this one very interesting is it failed pretty much almost the dollar exactly. 98 cents there, 98 cents there. So sometime, maybe the third time is going to be. I might even like this breakout myself. As long as it stair steps up into it, you know, this stock doesn't need a 15-minute. Who gives a darn? It's a small capper deal. As long as it can hold a stair step up and not go parabolic into this breakout, then just stair step it, let it break, and go. Because you take the 98 break, you're in at 99, and then if it gets over $1, you can have a break even, almost a break even stop if you put it at the 95 or 96. Anyways, that's probably for later. You know what? Every time I look at these, I tend to be a jinx anyways. I'll say, look at that, it looks like a good breakout, and then that's the high of the day, and then everyone just like, Neil, man, you jinxed my stock. It was going higher, and then you brought it up, and it happens a lot. It really does. Anyways, I did a couple of fills down into the volume-weighted average price. Still watching. The thing that's going to work against that, though, is USO's coming back.
Coming back in.
So it's still coming back in. And if I'm looking for a long that isn't Palantir, I think it's got to be Intel. So if we're gonna hold here on USO and maybe head back down underneath VWAP, I think the long it could be this little bit of a breakout here on INTC. Was that a Dara again? There. Oh my goodness, that's right. It was just 1040. We do sector watch, which means it's 1050. Time for Money Talks.
Let's talk about the US dollar, which is still trading within the range it traded both Wednesday and Thursday. Now, as you know, Wednesday we did gap down with the news of the 2-week ceasefire between the US, Israel, and Iran. As of right now, actually bouncing a little bit off of that Wednesday low of 98.5s. Again, our low here just a little bit higher than that low on Wednesday. Let's see if we can stay above that 98.5 level if we break below and make a new low of day and of week. Let's actually take a look at that weekly chart given that gap down. So as you can see here, DXY certainly on track for a losing week, down 1.5% on the week. I want to talk about some economic data because we had a couple economic data releases today, one of which was actually historic, but we'll start here with CPI. CPI here mostly in line. Month-over-month print exactly in line with estimates here, 0.9% above the prior print. But again, what we were expecting, CPI year-over-year, 3.3% in line with estimates of 3.4%. Now, these core prints, both month-over-month and year-over-year, 0.1% cooler than expected. So kind of a mixed look here for CPI. It was not as mixed of a look, though, for University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. The preliminary print for April 2026, guys, was 47.6%. This is a record low. So again, preliminary reading, but still, what I'm seeing here is this is a record low for the University of Michigan Consumer Sentiment. It was also well below, of course, estimates of 51.5. One-year inflation expectations, 4.8%, sharply above estimates of 4.2%, but the 5-year inflation expectations for April were exactly in line with estimates. So what you're seeing here is not as much enthusiasm here or excitement or optimism for the economy and concerns about near-term inflation, though longer-term inflation expectations, to borrow a term from Fed Chair Powell, appear to be anchored right now. Let's take a look at the CME Fed Watch tool. Speaking of Powell, 98.5% chance that we are not going to get a cut in April. June, 97% chance of no cut in April. I was also reading, apparently it looks like we might get this confirmation hearing for Kevin Warsh as Fed chair. It's going to be a little pushed back as far as I was seeing. There's also yet to have any submission of these financial disclosures. If I get more details, I'll let you know. And you know I'll be watching that confirmation hearing with an open ear and lots of excitement. But again, looks like we were initially expecting to have that next Thursday. Now that's going to be in limbo. Back to you.
Dara, yeah, the confirmation, we'll have to wait. It'll happen eventually. Oh, the position board.
Position board's out.
Once the next fill comes in, it should be fine.
Rhea
is apparently going. So the only new position for me.
Not the site Rhea.
Not the site.
If you know. Yeah, it's a celebrity dating site apparently.
Why would I know that?
Well, I'm just saying. You know, brother. What do you mean? Why would I know that? What do you mean? What do you think? I'm no form of celebrity. Obviously, I know that everybody knows Rhea at the end of the day. But I guess you didn't know that because, so not everybody. But aside from that, no, it is. I'm pretty sure it's like where the celebrities go on. It's like
they're how you spell it?
Yeah.
Do you know the site Rhea?
I don't know if that deserves a poll, man.
It does now, because I don't think anybody can know this. Start the voting. Do you know of the celebrity dating site according to Joe of Rhea? And he said that's how you spell it, so I'm just gonna assume that's how you spell it.
It might even be with an E to be able, but anyways.
Now you say it's,
well, I don't know.
It's gonna be all. How many times can I type 2 for no? Because this is all no's. 84% to 85%. See how quick I had to put up a poll when I know what the answer is going to be? That was that was light work.
Yeah, everybody's flooding the chat with the disrespect is crazy. Dara, have you heard of this app?
I mean, I knew the name, but I didn't know what it did. Like, I've heard of a celebrity dating app. I've heard of Rhea. I did not know the two were the same thing, to be honest.
Okay. Well, I mean, I didn't know. I know the stock is not the same as what it was. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, we should probably say that.
Yeah.
I'm glad you said that.
Right? So, the stock is definitely, I don't even know if it's a publicly traded name.
Probably, I don't know. I have no idea. I feel like if it was publicly traded, more people might have heard of it.
What did that poll come in at?
It's 82%. I can just end it right now because it's over.
Did me dirty there, man.
It's over. No, 66 seconds the poll was up. Got 126 votes, 82% of you said no. Back to the markets for a quick second because we're still, man, after all of this is still an inside day in the NASDAQ. Let's get this analysis out of the way. This is, look at that. Look at the last couple of days in the NQ and then zooming in to be able to show you on a 15-minute the utter nonsense that today has been. Wick tops at the top, wicks at the bottom. That's a complete chop fest if you've been trying to play in the futures, which means you need to be in individual names. I did go into a trend break. Trend breaks in either direction, which I guess is what happens on a whippy day. They got the trend break on Intel, which held the prior bar but hasn't really broken too much higher. I think the stop is looking at the right spot at the prior bar for now. And then IBIT, similar. I mean, the entry of this one was on the reversal in USO, and then the more traditional, hey, this is where you should be when it breaks the trend. It's still in the scalp range, looking back into VWAP, looking over at USO in general. This has bounced off VWAP and now sitting in the middle, so it's diddling. A breakthrough lower, and the longs should work. If this makes a fresh high and you're trading anything that's following the market, well, you know the opposite is going to be true. But, and you have to hit the button for this.
Okay, hold on. Give me a second. We got to pull up Palantir here momentarily.
Yeah.
There we go. Okay, I'm ready. What am I hitting?
Lunch.
Oh, okay. Hold on. You didn't give me that much time to set up there.
I might have this one somewhere.
Here we go.
Okay, good.
Here, hold on. We'll do it one more time. Oh, okay. So hold on. This is the lunch that we've been waiting for all week. For Adara is saying the flag, and then what is actually on the menu aren't even close and don't even essentially work together.
So I 100% agree with the sentiment that the flag makes 0 sense in this particular case. The flag that we are working with today is And what we are actually eating, there's nothing wrong with this, buttermilk fried chicken with house-made ranch. I mean, how many times can you just...
I like
mashed potatoes with gravy.
Yeah.
Roasted vegetables, and here's the best part that you know makes it not Canadian. Island slaw. I know we got a lot of West Indians in the GTA and in Canada in general. But, if that sounds Canadian to you, then I don't know what you're talking about. But that is delicious. No, first of all, someone said that to me. Scott's like in the chat, that's American, but there's no biscuits. If it's fried chicken without biscuits, then it's not. But you gotta have the biscuits. I'm just saying.
Yeah.
Cheddar.
So, what's your favorite? Are you a big like Willie's? You know Willie's jerk, obviously.
Yeah.
What's your favorite like West Indian spot? Why are you looking at me like that? Are you gonna say Sunrise or something?
No. I'm being dead honest about this.
Yeah.
My aunt.
Okay, that's fair, but
and she has a nickname. We call her, so it's my Aunt Jennifer, who's also my other godmother. And when she decides to throw down, she doesn't play.
Throw down, yeah.
She doesn't play.
Same
my Aunt Viv too.
Yeah.
She's probably not watching. My Aunt Viv throws down with the best of them. My mom doesn't do jerk chicken. Like she won't.
Okay.
She makes a lot of West Indian dishes. She never makes jerk chicken. Probably because my dad doesn't do spices anymore, so he's never eaten it. But trust.
Same, my Aunt Jackie.
No, it's just it's
shout out to Danielle, my cousin. She tunes in with my Aunt Jackie. And Jessica, they throw down, they make the best Caribbean food. Right. You know what it is? It's like, so I'm a big steamed cabbage guy. I love steamed cabbage. Yeah, exactly. And then they do the jerk, right? And do the curry chicken the best. That's for sure. Oxtail. But if I had to, I'm not the biggest oxtail. Obviously, a little gravy on the rice. I don't mind it, but like I prefer to go with like a salmon, the curry chicken, or the jerk chicken over the oxtail. For sure.
With fried dumpling.
Of course, brother. With fried dumpling.
Little plantain on the side.
Exactly. Boiled dumpling when I'm actually on the island, brother. Yeah, you know how it goes.
All right, now I want to eat. Yeah. Oh, which is that's an interesting coincidence because we can. It is 11 o'clock already.
Is it?
I see.
Oh wow.
Why does it say? You're not doing. You doing both? You doing all day?
It's me, man. All day.
I didn't know you were doing all day. Bro, I didn't know you were putting in work.
Putting in work here.
So we'll let him matriculate over there for a quick second. We'll give you a quick little update on what's going on because obviously the big story, inside day for the market, I think probably the biggest story was the single post. I don't want to say tweet, but the post from the president and Palantir catching a bid. Finally, the buyers have come back to Palantir. And all it took was a mention by President Trump. Fresh lows. Look, the timing of that right when it is trying to bounce support. But can it hold? That's going to be the big question there for sure. Oh, I should see what happened to Ray. I know you guys are probably going to talk about this. Did I really jinx it? Please tell me I didn't. And go back to the highs for everybody. See? Haha. What's up now? You did get to $1. I didn't jinx anything. It did get to $1, so good luck anyone that's trading that one. We'll throw it on over. I'm going to get some fried chicken at some point. I don't know if it's here already, but if it is, I'll be eating right quick. We're going to throw you over to, well, it's going to be Joey Options again, but also the professor himself, Sharif, who's got the best tan basically in the office for probably quite some time here. Sharif, you're not playing around. We'll be back at 2 o'clock. Good luck, everybody.
Boom, 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 and boom. Ooh. Greetings and salutations, beautiful people. Welcome to the Midday Show. He's getting ready, but you already saw him. That's your boy, Joey Options. I'm Sharif. And let's say hello to everybody, because I was kind of in a trade a little bit yesterday. I didn't really get to do the hello, how are you? I'm back from vacation as well as I should have. Buy low, sell lower. I love the name, Mr. Lame is the trader. I feels like that sometimes though, Joey, straight up, bro. My man Bovin, we got Hangry Wife, we got the OG Scott, Andrew Chow, Los Polos, frickin' Hermanos, man. Grant Ratcliffe joining us as well. Cash Flow Elite. We got Dino Vincere, probably butchered that. Popula Cork. I ain't touching alcohol for a while. I promise you that. James Varoon. We got Texas Boy 1979 and King Clutch joining us as well. Max Bet all in. He's all in, baby. Loka Babu. Hello. Kirk D, MF Dangerous. We got Mike the Stock Impaler. Shout out to my man Ichiro. Happy Friday. Right back at you, baby. TT Mash joining us as well. The OG Gorev No Bag Trader. I like that. I like that. Take a little shot at yourself there. Emra Akman, Timo the Day Trader. Shout out to you. How about Bedrock Painting? We got my man Paul the Gamer 12. Shout out to my man Randy Worms. And Habibi Ahmed. Hope everybody is having a great morning. I'm already in a trade, so let's get right down to work because I want to talk a little bit about this one, not ZNTL, but square foot, okay? SQFT. This is square foot, and you know, it doesn't look like it's breaking out, right? But what I did notice on Mr. Square Foot over here is that it's got this gnarly, long ass, you know, higher low kind of situation that it's been putting in. And so if it wants to kind of continue with this higher low, despite the fact that, you know, every time it pops in a day's high or area highs, it gets slapped with a little bit of a sell. It's got some higher lows, obviously. So that's what I'm going to try to play on this one for a possible move into 435. That is the technical high of day. But as you'll notice on the left side of your chart, 4 a.m. took us all the way to 510. Not on a lot of volume, but 183,000 shares nonetheless. We'll keep an eye out on this one. I'm in. It doesn't say I'm in, but I'm in at 405. So I'm involved in that one at the moment. We're talking about square foot. But there's so many others, right? I was very, very close to punching in here on ZNTL. This candle right here, so the 1055 candle on ZNTL, this did not close that way, but it was actually forming as a bottoming tail kind of hammer candle. I saw it about 6 1/3. I came to punch, and the second I finished my calculations, which did not take long, let me tell you, this thing was in the mid 40s. And I'm like, I'm not going to get in because I know that 6.5 is right there where we had resistance initially at 10 o'clock. If I'm going to get in now, it's either going to be on a clear area pullback or a decided move and a break, a clean break and a hold above 6.5, knowing that the sellers are likely going to weasel in and around that area. So we're going to keep a very close eye on ZNTL. Good trade for me yesterday on ZNTL. So play. For me, I kind of don't care. Raya, obviously, we have to talk about Raya. And I have an affinity for this name as Arsenal's goalkeeper, the great, the legendary David Raya spells it this way as well. Shout out to my man, David Raya. Anyway, so 90 pennies, give or take. This one did momentarily breach that dollar area with a 101 high. But as you can see, no closing prints, number one. Number two, anything above 97, we have not closed that way, at least on the 5-minute chart. So we know for a fact that the selling or the profit taking and or both is aggressively at this level. We need to be accounting for trades off a pullback like we're at right now above the 10 EMA, or you're looking for that clean, very decisive break above $1. There goes square foot frickin' Joseph right through the highs. We packed the frickin' patience on this one. We're holding the move. We got 405 on. We just wet the beak at 425. Square foot has got a 435. They're selling coming in at the $0.25. Unsurprised completely by that. But we're looking for a move here, Joey. We want to get above that 930 candle. That is the implied balance high. Acts as the official's day high, but I want to tell you, we've been above this level for a long time ago, and it was not with that kind of volume. But we're keeping a close eye here on square foot, taking some profits, still holding substantial amount, and we're looking around. Let me know when you're ready.
Yo, oh, brother, yeah, you're spilling on. I was been ready to go, man. Take a breather. Guys, man. Yeah, of course. Man, you know we always do.
You got a sweater.
Always, man. You know, brother, if it's not 25 degrees, I'm slightly chilly. I prefer to be warm, essentially. But guys, Palantir, this one's been working for us. We'll go 2 for 2 on this Palantir trade. I would have a little bit 50 more, a little bit 50 cents there. I was willing to give it $1. So then essentially we wait for a 1-to-1 and we take it off a little bit north of that. But Palantir has definitely been the trade. Shout out to Donald Trump, man. Just throw out a couple more tickers for us and we'll look. We'll look for those potential trades. Yeah, exactly. So, I mean, by all means, the more tickers you throw out, the more we're going to like it. We have NVDA up almost 3%, now up to 189. So this name has been on an absolute monster run. But first things first, I want to give a shout out to our couple of our viewers here on TikTok.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. We got Daniel Torres, William West, 925, Ahmed, Miss Slightly. Okay, we like that one. Miss Chris, what's up, Miss Chris? Hope everything's going good. We have Carlito, Zoe, I like. All right, Miss Chris, you didn't meet us, did you?
No.
Yeah. You didn't,
Lately?
yeah.
No.
Okay. Charles Farley, good luck. Green, like when I pick of the day, or the best name of the day is sell or buy low, sell lower. It's definitely that one, man. That's something. Maybe we got to start doing that. The best best header of the day, or the week, maybe. That's that.
Username?
Yeah, get people using their brains. Aside from that, guys, I mean, we had this short earlier on the TQQs. That one worked out for us. A couple attempts on Bitcoin, but it's continuing to climb, so we just avoid that one. We kick it to the curb, essentially, and then we look for some other opportunities, and we're thankful for Mr. Donald Trump here today for volunteer. Like you have. Thank you. No, but other than that, man, it's been a really good trade here. It might come back against us for ITM, which isn't bad. We had $1 right there. $1 lock that in. So it's been a good. Nonetheless, Reef's got a couple of the small cap names. I'm looking at Rhea as well. There was Craig this morning, and then AIXI, which I haven't looked at just yet. I'm going to run through my scanner to see if there's any high probability opportunities or something that I really like to take advantage of. With that being said, we got a lot of time. You got a lot of time with me, and we want to put on some good trades like we have in Palantir.
Well, that's a fact. That's going to happen because, well, we know Joey Opsh, he brings the heat, baby. All right, here's what happened. Square foot, she's a mad one. But, you know, that's kind of the way that these ones work. But back in at 04s, got stopped out. Full disclosure, for the last remaining amount, got right back in as I saw a liquidity grab. Now we're doing it live. We got 04s. I just wet the beak at 12s. Looking for the move now into 18s. I stop out now a bit tighter. So we're going to have to keep an eye on this one because it's clearly a bamboozler. So looking for another move now into 18s, and then I think we may have an opportunity here to test 20 again. Full disclosure, I'm going in smaller share size this time around. So this move here into 420, 423, that was my 1R. So we made 1-to-1 on the majority of the position, got stopped out on the last remaining amount, got back in for a smaller size, and now we're looking for another move back into the high teens. So keeping a close eye on that one. Square foot red candle dropped a foot, I know, brother. But funny enough, it ended up being a doji candle, and funny enough, even it is back into 13-ish, but getting some selling here. Now, I want to talk about some others, but I want this trade to resolve. UCAR, Grunfeld says, yeah, you and Bovin are talking about UCAR. So that's the second person now that UCAR for me. So UCAR is making here, and there you go on the 5. So this was a big mover, I guess, the day before I got back in the aftermarket, moved, I guess, late and in the aftermarket, both. And then sold off to no end yesterday. We're trying to recover a little bit today. We're above the afternoon high, which was about 220. So we just got up into 235. Where does that take us? So we're going to likely encounter resistance at 250. There was a bottom there in the pre-market yesterday. And then the implied balance high took us to about 275. So that is something we need to be looking out for there on UCAR. So I'd say 50 and then 75 are the levels you're there. Resistance, and by extension of that, you should be looking at wetting your beak on some profits, baby. Well, you know, if you're not taking profits, then what are you doing? So that's what I'm looking at now. There are ZNTLs pulling back into the 10-year. Be a 10-year 6. We have rekindle lower highs, lower lows, still brings us above the 10 EMA. If I was to get in here, I'd likely have to give it to 6. So on ZNTL, current bar low is 621. We're at 27s. 10 EMA is 618 on ZNTL. And then VWAP and 6, they're overlapping. So that's an interesting one as well. Okay, I have to give that a bit more thought. While I give that some thought, let me tell you about this one as well. Q, CUE, simple ticker, cheap price, 39 pennies, up 33%, looking good. There's a buyer at 38. There was certainly a seller at 38. Look at that, 1, 2, 3, 4 rejections at 38. Now you got 1, 2, 3 support at 38. CUE is worth a look, 41 penny high. What do you?
Let's find that out right now, brother. I mean, we got Rhea, Palantir, that broke through that previous pivot, 128.20. That's not too bad. And I was just talking to Gorb in the chat saying essentially like, what's going on here with Tesla? The whole session, I mean, the market isn't the cleanest price action, but I mean, this thing has been painful to sit through. Why? Because I'm not positioned well. Typically, I want to get the lower end of the range here. We didn't get that around 1032, and then you can just sell this range. But the longer it chops around, to be honest with you, I think the more likely and the higher probability of a potential breakdown, unless the market decides to go on a big-time rally, right? There's zero supply zones through specific levels here on Tesla through 347. Zero. There's literally nothing that we've seen on the options chain. So with that being said, if there's actual demand and maybe off, then I think the ability here in Tesla, and I want to look for accumulation. If it really breaks out, what we tend to go by and say is typically, hey, the longer the accumulation phase, maybe the more sustained the move and the bigger the break can actually be. And if that's going to be the case, and if we're going off of that thesis, then we want to add a little bit of trade. Pretty good. We 128.50, starting to pull in a little bit, but cautious of the volatility. I had to go a little bit smaller, so I don't have too much size on this one. Considering we're going to hold till 129, we're in at 127. So a couple bucks, we take our little bit out, and who knows, this thing can trend all up to how much it's selling as of late, right? It was down like 39%. That's crazy off of its highs. The software name's getting absolutely destroyed. But shout out to boys, Trump. As I said before, I know we've happening SQFT. I see that one up there with 42 million shares traded on the day. Why does it keep doing that to me? And then there was also AIXI. Let's pull up that name that was treating us well last week. And there's multiple bond opportunities. Most volume, Craig has definitely surpassed, and it had that volatility all the way here. Craig today. Sharif?
Sorry, 1 second.
Yeah, no worries. Anyways, AIXI with 103 million shares, not doing too much, but the volume is most definitely in. And then there's Rhea, not doing too much, but maybe if it holds that first head and continuation to the top, just have to be prepared to get out. You have to give this one probably this structure. So where we're currently sitting at, 20 cents to be safe, and that can happen in a single swipe. So trading these small caps it's new.
Position on Q. So Q's really going. I've already taken 1R on this one. So here we go. We're going to wet the beak a little bit more to de-risk over here on Q. I don't know why it's not filling me. As it comes down, that's so frustrating. When I say get out. Okay, here we go. Back down, topping tail. Watch out here for Q, guys. So this was a big move. I had my stop, as I explained, through 38. That's clearly a buyer at 38 in the same way that there was clearly a seller. It pops up into 45. In fact, my 1R on this one was 43. So we took more than 1R at the top there. Let's see if this one can run into half. You don't really typically get it and then say, you know, time. So bias here that we move in to that 50 penny area. Let's keep an eye on that one. Sorry to interrupt you, Joey, but ZNTL still holding square foot for a move back in. But ZNTL, I got into this one. So this one showed me a 3-bar pullback and then the first 5-minute candle to make a new high. On ZNTL, my 1 hour is 646. So let's go ahead here on ZNTL and we're going to put half the position, 46. So it's about 10 pennies from here, and then we're going to let this one run. I like the look of ZNTL's jib, but I'd like even better if it's to be able to decisively clear that $0.50, 652 high. It's had no closing print dollar. Top out at current bar low, the low of which is, I believe I put it at 27s or 28s. So something to look out for there. Sorry to interrupt you, Joe.
Yeah, I mean, there goes Palantir. I think we're going to 120 at the, just to, we're climbing up there, and then I mean the next target would be up here in the 130s. I think that's totally achievable here, considering strong bid, strong ask, and we're going to put on our quote highlight and see what we can pull up. We got to make it a little bit due to the fact of the value of this name. So we'll pull this up. We'll put up 1,000 shares to see if we see anything, and nada. We got to go even smaller. 500. There it is. Bang. Let's go Palantir, man. This has definitely been the better trade. Would have liked to get in precise at 169. That's the buy. Let's break it down a little bit and head into some a little bit more clear. We're going to toss this Rhea small cap to the side and then look at some other names like Palantir and some of the larger and focus on a couple. So there it is. This is where we're long off of. Here we get and then off to the races. Nice steady incline. This trend is still fully intact. And then where can we also get out? At the break of the trend line. Okay? Breaks that 1.8 mark. See you later. Tesla doesn't know if it's going to go. Like it doesn't really know what to do. With my life today, it's Friday. We're checked out. Nothing going on with Elon world until maybe we can get somewhat of a. Okay, so there it is, right? So the whole session, when the market is kind of channeling up, Tesla's moving eastbound. That's all it's doing, and that's what it's been doing all day. And the longer that it accumulates and it doesn't break through this whatever supply zone, we looked on the options chain and we've seen absolutely nothing. I don't really know what else to say. Break down because there's no demand north of that 347 mark, like zero. No one wants the stock at that level. Robinhood was for a potential nice hammer print right at VWAP, but also we have to take into fact that there is a downtrend. Wait for the 5-minute to sit on the opposite side of it, and then sure enough, maybe off to the races we can go on Robinhood. Good, especially down to low, past the opening, and then continue time of the day. I thought you get to punching keys. That you definitely have.
Well, I set up orders and stuff like that.
Yeah. But you have something up. And we'll keep it cool. Bitcoin still continuing to climb. I'm gonna take. I gotta take Tesla off, man. This thing's gonna break down as soon as we establish a new low of the day. We're at a dodge on Tesla. There's no point in holding on to it, considering what we will do. We do have Bitcoin. I don't know if we're going to get that reversion, but you're starting to see a double top being formed at that 4150. With that being said, let's pull up the chain and see if there's any form of supply zone. I don't want to jump from too many stocks because when I personally tend to do that, it's not good. We've been cooking up in Palantir, and that's all we really need right now. If Tesla wants to cooperate, we add, like we said, of the supply zone, and then we get out of dodge. Let's pull up IBIT. And see what we have at that 4150 mark, 11,900. That next level could be around $42. Let's factor. Tesla putting in a nice hammer candle off of these lows. If this can be sustained and we can get a bounce off of that, I don't want to add too much, but that's a pretty good signal for us to get to the top end of the range. Breaks 1040. See you later. We're at a dodge. We're looking for something else.
All right, back in the queue. Here's the move back up, looking to scalp a little bit here. My 1 hour is at 4 now. Let's see if we can get up back in the queue. Bamboozling topping tail candle, but we had that same buyer step in this time at 39. So a little bit higher. Looks like now maybe shadowing the 10 EMA on the 5. The 38 buyer that we saw earlier. Let's go ahead, set up another small beak wetter at 43. There's 43 that prints. Let's set up another beak wetter at 44, still holding the great majority of the position. Let's see if we can at 44.86, essentially a 45 high. It looks like a great looking candle now on the 5, but we'll have to see what kind of strength we can get here continuation wise on CUE. Bit of a cheaper stock, right? 43 pennies, still south of the $0.50, but it's done a decent amount of volume. I got to tell you, the volume isn't as great as one would like for a name like this, but the volume is picking up substantially. Now there is 44 again. We're still holding the majority of the position. Let's go ahead and wait at 45 next. 44.86, 45 incoming, 45 very close. Just showed up momentarily at 45. That is now the day high. CUE is continuing to run up. I think this one makes it to the $0.50. We just got to shake and no 46. Excuse me, seller. Back down into 44.5. So I didn't have my my fixed risk and reward, so it's fluctuating here, but we'll see what we can get on this one. So right now we have a double top at 45. Okay. And initially it was 44.86. Now we're seeing a 45 seller come in. I want to see if we can basically move into 50 without a great deal of bamboozlement in the same way that we just saw, right? With that topping tail candle that precedes this current candle on the 5-minute chart. Here comes 45 again. Can we print above 45? We haven't been able to on the day. Limit up is 56. Not that I'm thinking limit up at the moment, but yeah, that is a situation. I got stopped out on TL, and that's really frustrating because it's making the move right back up, but it would have stopped me out anyway because it lost all the levels that I had my stops at. You know, some of them are going to be bid non-compliant, as Luis Barbero would say to the man Luis. But we're doing okay here on Q. I don't want to take out the majority of the position until we're closer to 50. Right now we see that 40 buying. Look, initially it got in at the same level, got back in at the same level, but we're getting that 45 seller. We're not getting the move as a, but you don't move 45. I just have a bias that you usually get a little bit closer to that $0.50 level. That's my bias, and I'm gonna wait for it, Joey.
Sorry, brother. Something might be going on. You can go right on. I just want to bring this back up. We don't have Luis today.
Yeah, he is. He's in the chat, my boy.
On the show.
No, but he's in the chat.
He's in the chat.
Yeah,
he's always in the chat.
I am here, my brother.
Yeah,
I love when he's here, man.
He's NVDA, putting in a new high of the day. This thing's up to $190. Options chain, cool. No, you don't need to ask anymore. Let's take a look at this one and see what we have. 190 us. 97,000. Watch out for this level. If the supply is absorbed, off to the races we go in NVDA, even though it's been trend up all day. And there goes Palantir up to 129. That's $2.
Get it, Joey.
This garbage Tesla moving as the market put in a new high of the day. We typically say a rising tide lifts all ships.
Yeah.
That doesn't seem to be the case because this cyber cab isn't calling my name right now. It's not following what the overall market is. So boo-hoo Tesla.
There goes Q into another area high. We're waiting now at 46. I'm trying to hold the position into 50. We've got a good one on this one, but we need to pack the pace as I feel. Now, are we going to be able to outdo the shorts at 50? That one, I don't think we can answer as clearly until we see a little bit more around that 50 penny level. Continuing to wait, seeing 45s and a half. And as you see on my time and sales, see when the green and the orange come in, it's like madness. It's good for the longs. Here comes 46 again, and here's selling at 46 again. So we're aggressive selling right into that key level. We'll take it out here. We'll cancel the other order, and now we're moving it up to 47. Let's see what we can get on this one. 46 still showing up here, but the selling is quite aggressive. Now, last time, there goes 46, Joey. We're on the way up. We're doing it live. I love small caps, man. What an exciting batch of stocks to trade. They can be quite frustrating, too. So
every stock can be quite frustrating.
Yeah, trading in general, I think, Joey, I think we can all agree can be frustrating. There's 46. That's another area high there. There's 47 at the door. We get the print at 47. We're going to 48s, Joe. Let's go. Let's see if we can take out 48s. We're still holding a good amount. Now, I've got about, I want to say 40% left, but we're looking for 40. We go. Q is looking. I'm going to stay on. Tell me. This is good for you, bro.
And this game.
Up with my TSM NVIDIA calls up. Holy top of the morning. Shout out to you. Shake your hand right back at you, my friend. It feels good to wake up and to see some of your positions doing well. Anybody take a look at Broadcom today? Okay, anybody look at LITE, Lumentum today? Anybody have a look at Bloom Energy today? Okay. Just saying.
You have those?
All of them. You know I have all of them.
That was rhetorical. Other than that, man, I mean, let's go Palantir. There's definitely strength. I would love to have more size in this than what you have to essentially what you have. This thing is going to be monstrous. Like, look at the tape. It's going to punch through. There you go. Printing 2903s on Palantir, 127 long. Thank you, Donald, as we continue to climb. I have to wait till 1:30 to take my last little. Yeah, bro, I don't have time in hand. Give it to Deontay Wilder. Dude, you know
they're fighting. Up? You know that Tyson Fury's fighting, right?
Yeah. I don't know who he's fighting. That's the thing about boxing. I have no idea who that guy is. You know that guy?
Yeah, I see a little.
That's the thing. If you have to look into him like that, he's not.
But Usyk, did you see that guy Usyk's fighting in Egypt?
Yeah.
He's a kickboxer.
He's a kickboxer.
He's fighting the heavyweight champion of the freaking world. He's a kickboxer.
Dude, listen, Edgar Berlanga signs with Zuffa.
I heard about that.
Yeah. So a lot of these guys,
I know you love Berlanga because
bro, I love Berlanga, and he's a straight Puerto Rican. He's a gangster, man. Yeah. I like that. But he lost to Canelo. He got dropped a couple times.
Well,
he was heavy-handed. I mean, 40 people lose to Canelo.
Exactly.
We're gonna considering that there's trade. There's going to be a reason relatively soon for us to get out of this Tesla trade if it breaks this 345 support. Someone was saying we get back to 348 today. I don't think that's going to be the case. Could I be totally wrong? Absolutely. And for my case in the position and everybody who else decided to go long here for their situation, but just look, we just continuously bounce. It's not participating in any. And if going in the NASDAQ steps in, we're definitely sitting where we're sitting right now, you have to take that in. The fact that, hey, you're going to break through this support and the buying pressure isn't strong whatsoever. 5-minute open south of that. We're at a dodge, but we're going to hold on to Palantir. Before we send it off.
4882. This is where it could hit. The sellers, the profit takers, they're going to come in at this level. So be ready, okay? I'm not saying it's not going to clear 50, but if you don't want to take the risk and you take profit, this is the area, okay?
Updates first. I want to let you guys know that I'm just hearing that the Iranian delegation is going to be toward negotiations, even though states negotiations are potentially going with Iran. I talk about the group has been around 10 a.m. Someone in the chat mentioned this. I did a deep dive into this. Looks like as of earlier morning, starting to see a couple of minutes ago, declined to approve Replimune drug for advanced skin cancer. So FDA denial, AAPL unfortunately dropping pretty sharply on that. Now let's talk about crypto for this crypto update. So, nice look. Continuing to curl up here, but we're still facing some resistance. That March 17th high here of just above 76. So that's the resistance level right now, trading around 72.7s. Let's go in the weekly chart and see how we're doing. So yeah, I mean, this, again, the only area of resistance that we have next year is going to be that 76K. So let's see if we have a smooth sailing for the next 3,500 until we get to that 76K mark, or if we run into further resistance later today, depending what the market does. Again, Ethereum really mirroring Bitcoin in terms of its start action. So with that in mind, on the weekly, our next level of resistance is going to be that high from the same week for Ethereum. That's going to be 23.86, currently trading around 22.36. Make sure to like and subscribe if you're enjoying the content. We're going to send you back over to the guys.
How many cents what's your average price on that? What price is it right now? What price is it?
We going sizzler. I'm going to hit it, Joey.
What is it? You hit it?
Hold on, man.
Oh, I thought you were going to hit the dollar club. What's the trading at right now? It's at 55 cents.
Yeah. Got to 40.
Oh, okay. That's good.
Fantastic.
That's good. That's good.
Fantastic,
okay, let's get out of this Tesla. It's garbage.
There goes 56. As I had my next to take in, but it didn't let Okay, Bubba, I have to cover SkyQ because SkyQ is move here. Just trying to keep my eye on Q. So there's SkyQ and then there's CUE. Look at SkyQ Gold. This is very, very clean. Bubba, you know what I like about this? Look at the double top at the implied balance open, okay? Right into that, let's just call it 9 area. Technically, it's 890, right? So let's just say there's 9 resistance. We lose it, it's of interest to nobody. Until, of course, it starts making that rounded bottom shape, right? That U-looking shape. And then look at this. You don't clear 9 with, with that vigor. You get above it, but what I really like about that is that it starts using 9, guys, as support. And look, it ripped up 10.7. Scott, you on a rampage 10. Oh, goes 10.5. The break on. You up by Ben, and great call out by all you guys. You guys have been killing it today. Dragos is a look at the future. You guys know where that's from? I know you don't because you don't like Rocky.
You just I was gonna
you
say,
don't like
man,
Rocky.
I know who Drago is though.
You know, but you don't know where this is from. So that he had a promoter that's been in U.S. and he's trying to promote him in the United States as like the next coming of you know who, right?
Yeah.
But then he's like talking about Rocky. He's like, Drago should not even fight this man because he is a has-been. Drago at the future.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Right,
so it's like that's where it's from. Shout out to my man Drago. Another big day, fellas. $21,000. Here's some cash for the weekend. Peace, he says. I love it. He just drops money. He's like, peace, yeah. I made my money, I'm out. Drago, really appreciate it, brother.
11:30, man.
I know
what Chicago's like, so don't go out and spend it all in one place. All right, at least diversify your spending. You know what I mean, Sharif?
I must break you.
Yeah, he never said dollars could be rupees. Yeah, fair Wendy's. But I think my boy's in
India?
No, he's in Chicago.
Rupees. Oh, okay. I heard rupees.
Well, no, because that's what Wendy's Tendy said. It's doll hairs. Did your parents ever get you with that one? Do you want 21 doll hairs?
No, you got caught with that one?
Yeah, all the time, man.
Nah, man, my dad would always say money doesn't grow on trees, and then I went to work with him one day, and he took me in. He was doing like the deposit or work or whatever. It was at CIBC. I won't ever forget it. And there was a big-ass tree top of the counter. No, and they stapled money to the branches, and he's like, yo, get this thing out of here. What are you trying to teach my son, man?
Bring back the $2 bill. Stream is saying. Those were good times. I was just a young individual at that point.
Aside from one.
You still have one? You still have a $2 bill? Nice,
an
man.
original, bro.
Good stuff. The loon is on that one, right?
Loon. It's brown, and it is a loon.
The loon.
It is a loon.
Okay. I dare. We can remember a couple of things.
That's all right.
All right. Amazon, how are you doing starting to come back in? And I think that's with the overall market. There's been some aggressive selling stepping in. I mean, same with Bitcoin, guys. Bitcoin had a massive 5-minute engulfing print. You can see that this past half an hour of buying just evaporated essentially in 5 minutes and continuing to slide a little bit here. I think that the news, we can continue to climb. If we get indecision prints south of VWAP, then we're going to start rocking and rolling there. I like what we have going on. And a Bitcoin and a potential spread. This is the day where you wouldn't even want to buy or short that call option. You would just rather have gone with the bull pro, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Is that I think the one that you're going to collect the more premium has the more potential for a return. With premium collection max, you can. And then you'd also want to have a stop on the short call side. So that would have been really bad because essentially those contracts have doubled. We're going to take a look at them momentarily as soon as we get back from Madeira.
Hearing a couple of contradictory reports from the U.S. and the White House, including President Trump, on Iran. So for one, New York Post reporting that President Trump said that the U.S. is, quote, loading up the ships and they're prepared to resume strikes if Iran talks fail. He said, we're going to find out in about 24 hours. So I guess you're going to have this meeting with Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner, and Vice President J.D. Vance in Islamabad. If that doesn't go well, I guess he's ready for a military response. But then at the same time, we're getting reports from Fox News suggesting that the White House is saying that a deal can be reached. So super back. I mentioned this because hitting intraday highs. But yeah, it looks like President Trump has reportedly a backup plan should these talks not go well tomorrow.
I'd hope so.
Absolutely.
Okay, Joey, guys, going here. It's not through the $0.50 now. 1061 high. This is Sky Q, not CUEQ. This is probably on the way to 11 here. 1128 limit up. Not that I'm thinking quite yet. Is again at 2 pennies off the highs. This is making a move. How you get in here, being this extended, always kind of bamboozles me. You could get in and give it to current bar low. That's really the only thing that I can think of. Otherwise, you got to be looking at the 5-second chart to spot areas of clear support and resistance. This is what I mean by that. Come on, bro. Oh, there we go. This is the 5-second chart here. You can kind of see higher highs. So it looks like there's a 1040 buyer, initially a seller. So 1040 could be an interesting area. Also 1010 seem to be encountering a lot of buys. It's losing that level right now. 1035 it goes. Let's see if it holds up at this 50 moving average on the 5-second chart. This is Sky Q. Stuck here at 1035. If it's back above 40, back into 43. Buyer stepping back in on Sky Q. This is the 5-second chart, guys, and the reason I use it is just for the reasons I've articulated before, to spot localized areas of support and resistance when, you know, it gets away from you know, the levels that you got on the 5 or the 1 or however you chart. You can try to spot more areas of support and resistance, I would say, at those levels. What are you looking at, Fabian? Oh, you can look at that makes sense. Like you're looking at my computer.
Okay, hold on. Let me finish this this thing here on IBIT. So essentially, guys, you can see this contract went from $45 from $16 to $21, but then also the short call, the short put. So you're essentially long from here is now value. Okay, so this one point out where I believe that the bull put spread was the way to go with that one, opposed to just actually putting in the condor. I mean, if you want to sell it now, it'd be looking pretty good. At the peak, it would have been worth a little bit more, but that's not necessarily the case. We can find the exact value of it, of what it was approximately 15 minutes ago, and see how much it's decreased from that point. This isn't the most liquid, but $26 down to $22 in that short call for IBIT. Market continuing to slide here.
Guys, another intraday high for Q, 58 pennies. Here we go. We just took it out at 57. Now we're looking for 60. CUE is ripping up, as is Sky Q. They're both moving. Sky Q still substantially less up than CUE, down here 100% on the day. So I cleared 50. I got to tell you. And then when we cleared 50, we came back down and defended 50. Take a gander at this move. So we got up into about 57. We dropped back down, held 50 to the T. And then there's another intraday high, as I mentioned, into 58. So CUE is doing its thing, 25 over here. Let's see if we can get up a little bit more into 60. Full disclosure, I'm not holding a large position anymore. We've taken out the positions. We're going to ride the trend to see where this one will go. And the next liquidity tester that I've got out there is 60 pennies. But it probably should behoove me to start focusing on Sky Q, because it held 40 and held 40 pretty well. And here comes 62 and 62. Now they're at 64. The breakout is on here on Sky Q. It's probably headed to 11. You know, if you had to guess, usually you have that magnetic effect to the whole dollar. It's not a hard and fast rule, just one experience, but it doesn't look like it's ready to take off. Same way before, I want to say from around 11:20 to 11:30. Those were the three monster candles you're seeing on the bottom right of your screen right there. It seems to encounter more selling. Fine. But, you know, when that big seller comes out of the way in the mid to low 60s, this one could squeeze into 75, maybe dilly-dally in 75 penny land, and then find its way on to 11. So this one will certainly be in focus for me. It's a little extended for me to work into at the moment, but definitely has a lot of strength and one that deserves my respect. I want to also mention ZNTL, on which I'm red on the day, is right back at VY. From this bad boy, I just, of course, but it's at 6, and volume weighted average price is 597. I typically like these situations where VWAP, an oft respected technical indicator, overlaps with that psychological area of support and resistance. We're talking about, of course, the whole dollar at 6. But it's not a hard and fast rule, like most things in trading. So what I'm going to wait for is the closing of this candle, the opening of another candle, and then I'll wait for the subsequent candle to make a new high above these ones, above the current candle, the high of which is 607. So let's see what we can get on that bad boy. I don't mind waiting a little bit on ZNTL because I haven't performed well on it today. I had a good trade on it yesterday, but didn't do well on this one today. So I'm going to steer clear a little bit here, Joey, and wait for the better setup.
Yeah, people asking, like, why is Tesla selling? I mean, it's a tough look in Tesla right now. That's why we got out of that trade. I'm glad that we got out of it a long time ago when it broke that 345. I'll get a little pop in. It's just like, see you later. Zero participation on the long side. Then we just get out of Dodge and look at something else. The market's sliding. Bitcoin, yeah, big time. If Bitcoin breaking through the volume-weighted average price, and the same, we had the SPY that was relatively stronger than the Nasdaq this morning and heading right back towards the low of the day. So we'll keep our eyes on it. Maybe we'll find somewhat of a bounce. Top is in. Without any form of questioning. Yeah, TSL is, yeah, it's garbage. It's garbage, Gaurav. Anyways, AMD looks like it's just below the volume-weighted average price. I mean, it shouldn't look. It either is or it isn't. Let's pull up AMD and see what we have there. Okay, yeah, mine's not working on there. We can pull it up on this one and see what we have. AMDL, just in case you were curious, thanks to the individuals I'm reminding me about that leverage product here, as AMD is still up 2% here today. 4%, sorry, what am I talking about? And looking pretty good and strong. It was really, really strong out of the gate, but coming in with the rest of the market. Let's look for some indecision prints around these lows for a potential bounce. The chop is in. You have that 15 minutes worth of selling. Now, where can we climb to? I'm not saying that we're going to establish a new high of the day or anything along those lines, but I think we can get relatively close to that, especially if this is going to continue to be a headline-sensitive market.
President Trump go after Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and everybody
I thought Tucker was his boy for a bit.
Yeah, he went to the White House. I think they're falling off.
What happened?
He had like a page-long attack
on Tucker,
Candace, Megyn Kelly.
These are all
Alex
supposed to be his supporters.
They're all right-wing or right-leaning commentators.
So why do you? So what did he say?
Hard on him yesterday.
What did he say essentially? Like, give us.
He called them low IQ.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Why?
Fabian, you killed me with your comments at the back.
What did he say?
You know what? Anyway, yeah, that was.
Why did he? Like? Why did he? What made him lead to this?
Well, because they're anti-war. So they're coming at him. So he's coming.
I think the majority, which, if you're right or left wing, I think the majority of people aren't, like, when things get real and lead starts flying around, you don't really want that.
Obviously, yeah. Well, he doesn't like anybody disagreeing with him.
Yeah, I think that really is. You're going against him.
Yeah, he's not about that life.
Listening to Hegseth talk to him, like Pete, it's just like, dude, chill out a little bit.
Like, he kisses.
Oh my
brown noser
God,
a little bit?
Yeah, him brown and JE is just like, oh, stop, please. It like hurts.
All right. Now that tweet took me up. What the hell is SkyQ doing, guys? There goes 11. Here comes 11:20. There's 11:25. Oh, you suck, SkyQ. You're killing me, man. Come on. This is a really good one. This is just ripping, Joey. All right, limit up is 1174, guys. We're getting close. 1126, 1174, limit up. There's 1130. So the breakout is on. There's 1135. Oh, my days. SkyQ, 55%. But the small caps are looking good today, man. They really are. Q and SkyQ are doing their thing, 25 over here. I've got some others, but we're going to focus on these ones for now, man, because these are fantastic. Guys, the 10 EMA on the 5 is at $10 on SkyQ. High days, 1135. And it's about to take it out again. It just made another attempt at 1135. So now we know there's an aggressive seller at the 35 penny area. I don't know what to make of this, but maybe we get a little beak wetter at 11. There's 1140. Now limit up is adjusted from 1174 to 1203. It was at 1191. It just moved up to 1203. So limit up is distancing itself away from the price action at the moment. I can't say for Adam. My bad. I got a different one for Adam. I love Adam. When did you say that's great? Let's go, Bournemouth, bro. He just wants everything anti what I support. If I say right, he's going left.
Of course.
If I say Arsenal, he says City. Or anybody else.
Chelsea.
Or Chelsea. Yeah, in his case, it's City, though. But shout out to my man, Adam James. Nah, man, Bournemouth is catching hands. We're playing at home this week. Guys, Sky Q, 1184 high, 1216 limit up. Sky Q is going here. Donnarumma sucks, by the way, Frico. I'm not a big fan of Donnarumma. Good shot stopper, but I don't think he's a good ball handler, and we know where the Prem is going now, right? Goalie's got to be able to handle the ball, you know. What do we got there, Neil?
Neil's dancing. My guy is dancing. He's got the fried chicken. Let's go, man. That's crazy. Man.
Oh,
dancing.
It's fried chicken.
There, man.
Fried chicken.
This is the best sauce that they have right there with the mashed tots. And the mac and cheese. Dude, that is like, man, that is opposite of healthy for you. You have the macaroni cheese, the fried chicken, and the mashed tots.
Oh, need advice. And Sky
That's
Q,
crazy.
Older, buy more. Taylor Robbie, Taylor Batty, I think. Sharif, bro, need advice in Sky Q under 8, hold or buy more. We're in no man's land, 1184 high, right? Do we reject at 12 or do we make it to 15? I'd be taking some profits here. You're in under 8, you're up big. Look, keep an eye on how 11 treats you. Assassino, can we come to the chat, bro? Thank you. If it loses 11, take some off the table. And I say if it loses 10, you should be getting out because 10 is a 10 EMA. $10 is the 10 exponential moving average. But I think that, you know, when these ones have a way of breaking out above 10 and they're showing that kind of strength, it's never always, but there's a good chance, you know, you work into that 15 just in the same way that I said if we cleared 15 and we were at 17, there was a good chance we would be going to 20. Right, Sky Q, it's not even up triple digits on the day. Keep that in mind. And here comes $12, 1184 high. Fantastic look right now on Sky Q, guys. We're gonna keep an eye out on this one. But shout out to my man Taylor there. Hope you're you are printing up multiple storms. There's no question about that because that's a great entry by you at $8. You have a fantastic entry. There's another high day, Joey, 1190. So we're like just a throw stone away from 12. I'm still holding Q, and this is showing me a doji candle, a green candle with a higher low. Still has a lower high on Q. I could add into this position here because we could be making a move into the 60s. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm looking to add on CUE. Let's see if this one's got the juice to kind of continue up. It just breached prior bar high. I can give it to current bar low, right? Which is 52.64. That's what I'm going to do. We're going to go to Adara. We'll report to you guys when we get back.
Roblox on watch here, bouncing a little bit. And as you can see, a bit of a spike in that last 3-minute candle after the company announces they're going to be launching Roblox Plus on April 30th. It'll be $5 a month or $4.99 a month across the globe. It'll include a 10% discount on in-game and avatar purchases. And then after about 3 months, you're going to actually see the discount increase to 20%. So new Roblox subscription here, RBLX, seeming to like that at least for now.
Did Roblox?
No, sir. Have you? No, I don't. I mean,
I hear there's a game on it called Brain Rot that the kids just are. You're laughing. Oh, does she? Oh, yeah. Okay. Yeah. So Neil's nodded knows all about that, and by extension, of course, Neil knows about it.
Yeah.
And then there's like these different. Like, I don't know what they are, Joey, but you collect them, and there's like these very, very limited ones, and there's pranks of people like telling their like little daughters or little sisters, oh, I caught this, I don't know, watermelon brain rot. That's supposed to be like the most rare, and then like they can't believe that they actually got it, but they're just lying, obviously.
I don't. The only game I really play is chess, Sharif. I mean this.
You'll be doing your Spanish lesson.
I haven't hopped on Duo in a hot minute, man.
but you on Duo for chess, though, no?
No, I use chess.com.
Oh, you're actually playing.
Yeah.
All right.
Well, I mean, I'm not by any means. I'm not saying I'm very good compared to some of the other. I gotta watch some more Magnus Carlsen, to be honest with you.
Why is he so bizarre?
I mean, when you're the best at something like that, man, are you typically
Didn't he just
normal?
lose? Okay. So there's this video.
I don't know if he's on the spectrum either, though.
Yeah, that probably, yeah. Because there was this girl that he was playing against, right?
Yeah.
And so she's obviously excited. He's kind of a celebrity. So she just takes a selfie with him, which he poses for.
And he loses
and
it?
he like, you know, he leaned in, he did the thing.
Yeah.
And then literally got up, walked to the judge, was like, she took a picture with me. Can you confiscate her phone? The judge walks up, takes her phone.
Really, eh?
Yeah.
Remember that one time he wore jeans? He got kicked out of a competition because he wore jeans. Yeah. Not allowed to wear jeans in the competition. And he lost to like this Indian protege. This little
That's
kid.
what I saw.
Yeah.
That's the video that I saw where he like slammed the table.
He slams everything, but then he tells him good luck and fixes all the pieces and everything. Yeah, I mean, dude, man, when you're like, the kid was essentially a prodigy from a young age, and that typically happens. Like you just people tell me the everyday life like you and I. There's so much publicity and stuff around them. There goes the market. Nice little short to the downside break in the Nasdaq. That 1 pound. You're still holding up around those highs. The market was starting to slide here, guys, and we wanted to try and take advantage of that. So let's take a little bit out right there as we get that move that we were looking for. Because, okay, it's starting to rebound here now. We'll be patient. The volatility is most definitely in, and you have to be prepared for these deeper breaths. But we'll wait for 49.15 before we piece anything out, unless there's some form of volume stepping in. I wouldn't be surprised. News headline. We got that breakdown. I'm not holding it for too much. We're going to see if it can continue. But if the volume really starts to uptick, then maybe there's a headline that we need to pay attention to, maybe causing a little bit of this volatility spike. But nonetheless, you have to go short. Considering you come off of this high and you break through the volume-weighted average price, you have this breath here, and then sure enough, you continue to slide a little bit more. So let's piece exactly what we want to here on the TQQs. We take 20% just like that, Sharif. On the little scalp trade for the NASDAQ. Still holding on to positive, but what we're seeing on the time is not looking good right now for the overall market. Hood sliding. What are the big boys up to? NVDA starting to slide a little bit more. Apple moving lower. Everybody and their mother's brothers moving. Not the uncles. Not the uncles as we take a little bit more to the downside, man. Shout out to my uncles. I used to catch beef when I was younger.
We all did.
By my uncle, man. Charlie horses. Is just who could, and I'll tell you one thing, you know what that is. To be honest with you, Sharif, I had a pretty healthy hockey career until one. I was playing football in high school. I was for pass, right, and I never. So, anyways, my middle linebacker partner, Nicholas. I'm not going to probably say his name. I don't even know if
because
he's
you're doing the tackling. That's why. All right. Yeah. I was getting tackled all the time.
You were playing running back, right? Yeah. I was doing the. Anyway, so I go high and he goes low. His helmet hit my thigh, and that was the worst Charlie horse that I ever. Yeah, and I missed actual my rep hockey because of it. Just only a week, but the bruise was absolutely horrible, and I decided not to do that.
Yeah, man. Hockey. It's the same kind of. You got a lot more upper body injuries though, no, in hockey, right? Than
I never had an upper. Dude, I had a really healthy career.
About like cross checks and stuff like that.
Dude, that is that's like bruising.
Right?
And
yeah.
Like the shoulder pad and your elbow pad, but there's a little crease right there that people use the composite sticks to just cross check you, and right in the hip as well too. That's where you get somebody to move. Lacrosse is an absolute brutal sport.
Because you can cross check in lacrosse.
Which is crazy.
You could do that before in hockey because you could poke check. You can't do that anymore. Like you could poke check people back in the day. So if you beat me, just try to.
I can only. Day when I played, you can never really be hooking and stuff like that.
Well, there's a difference between a poke check and a hook, though. No.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. You can poke check the stick, but you can't get in their hands. As soon as you get in someone's hands, it's a. Here goes the Nasdaq to the downside, guys. This one's really working for us. A nice move there. A little bit more sitting on the remaining of this position. We're going off to Adara. Boom.
Yeah, quick oil news here. I know a lot of people are wondering why the market's selling. I have a here. One thing that could be related is CNN reporting here, citing shipping data that looks like only one oil tanker has passed through the Strait of Hormuz today. So we're still concerned about passage or lack thereof through the Strait of Hormuz. If I do get any other headlines, I'll keep it, but I did want to you guys with an update. Again, USO too much on this, though. It's simply at near intraday highs, which the market is not.
Thank you very much for that. Right. keeping an eye on UCAR above it. It's the 10 EMA on the 5, and this is starting to interest me a lot. The range, though, I'm going to have to give it to about 230 or so. So let's go ahead, adjust my risk on UCAR so that I give it to 230. So let's see what we can get on this bad boy here. I don't mind trying to pick it up here, Bovin. 267 hold, but it's coming down. No, it's coming. It's losing the 10 EMA, so it might be headed to VWAP. If it holds up at 230, then I'll get in. But I'm going to have to see it hold up over here because UCAR tanking off 6. I was looking for a 240 bounce because that's where the 10 EMA was. There's buying at 230. Okay, here it is. Let's see now if I can just adjust my stop on this where I can give it to below the volume weighted average price, which takes me down to 224. Okay, that's good. And that's, no, I don't want to take that much risk, so I have to adjust that. All right, good. So what does that give me there? Okay, good. Let's see if we can get in there to 224. This above. We're going to give it the old college try, so to speak. Let's see if this one bounces back up and holds 230. If it loses, I'm out. If it finds a big, we'll have a good look at this. What do we have? At 37, so my 1R will be around 250. Let's go ahead and post something up at 248, see if we can kind of maneuver, finagle, and move back up there, and we'll see what that does. There's definitely a 37 sell. Okay, well, you just got taken out. 38s here. Let's see if we can bounce back up, turn this into a hammer candle, albeit red probably. So UCAR in focus for me. Q as well, continuing to be in focus. I got put because it's 50 pennies. I had to draw my line up, seeing that it's catching a bit of a bid now, which is not a bad look. It does have lower highs, though, on the 5. However you want to square this circle off that 58 penny high, Q has been putting in sequentially lower highs, lower highs, lower highs. So I'm not exactly, running in to get into this one. Let's see what UCAR here has to offer us. We're going to put a profit taker here at 240 just as a liquidity tester to see if we can kind of maneuver above there. It's showing 240. There it is. 241. And how are you looking at this right now, brother? Are you looking for a move back above 250? That's a good sign there that we got right back into that 230 and we manifested bottoming tail candles in the same way we had before. Let me show you what I mean. This is my 5-minute look here on UCAR. You can see all the bottoming tail candles at that 230 level. We get another one, albeit with an aggressive down move. We're not out of the woods yet because this candle is still red and it's south of 240. And I'm in 7 breaking element. I'm looking for a move back into 250. That's going to be my 1R, and that's where I'm going to try to take the majority of the profits, always holding a piece of the dream. Let's not forget, though, about SkyQ, because SkyQ is still up against SkyQ 1170 high. Be on the lookout here. Low in terms of volume. It might be ready to go, especially if it can break and hold above 1150. Prior bar high, which is a doji candle, 1145. Current bar high, 1142. So we have a lower high on SkyQ. Something to be aware of there. So ZNTL, I don't have anything good to say about that. I'm negative on that on the day. And Q has been my best. No question about that. We'll see how UCAR does. Taking half the risk. CAR, on the this one drop off a cliff. 67. So the better part of the trade could be over here. I'll find out shortly.
Good stuff. Good stuff. Yeah, I mean, there it is, guys. We got the broker. We got the destruction here. So we're giving them gains. So once I'm like, there was a couple said, hey, we're not going to climb higher and have any form of a breath or establish a lower high. I was just straight off to the races, and then sure enough, holding on a little bit of position. I think it was like 10% or something along those lines here, and then we peaked way down, hold it for a little bit longer, some more 40 90s. We'll cut our position in half, and then we'll leave the rest for a runner for the rest of the session, or for however long we possibly can. All right, guys, it's time for half now with the lesson of the day.
The market is pushing lower. Everyone's asking me for news. I don't have any news. Sometimes the market is just pulling back, and in this case too, looks like a bit of a triple top here. That 682 level on the SPY on the 15-minute chart. NASDAQ making an even more distinct high here. This was this spike at 11:15 candle. Since then, mostly been trading lower. Of course, as you can see here on the left of the screen, we still have headlines coming in the Middle East regarding these negotiations tomorrow in Will they take place? Will there be some kind of, reckoning if things don't go well? President Trump said he's already trying to send the military out there. That was just a report, though. So lots of back and forth. That continues. The market digests it and is moving around. I have to talk about CoreWeave because as much as we've talked about the back and forth, CoreWeave seems to have one direction. It is to the upside. CRWV with its second big deal of the week yesterday morning, $21 billion expansion deal with Meta. Today, a multi-year agreement with Anthropic. I have not seen any financial terms of the deal, but nice look for CoreWeave. They also upside up now a $3.5 billion convertible note offering that was first announced yesterday morning, roughly 30 minutes or so after the Meta deal. And I had to talk about the Truth Social post China about Palantir. The first time I've ever seen President Trump mention a stock ticker in his post, but he praised Palantir while putting their ticker in brackets, saying that the company has, quote, proven to have great war-fighting capabilities and equipment. I'm not trying to be rude here, President Trump, just repeating the post. PLTR, as you can see, at a nice pop to the upside. As I was laughing at these sounds here. But you know what we might be laughing and certainly learning from? Neil and his lesson of the day. Don't laugh at the lesson, just, at this time. Neil, what's the lesson? Chicken.
I did everything.
Delicious, first of all. So I'm just gonna start with it because you probably saw me dancing in with the chicken. I've already finished. I finished the chicken. There's still some. I still have some of the mashed potatoes left, but that was done in about 3.5 to 4 minutes, both the leg and the thigh, because that's how I roll, and it was delicious. But the lesson of the day here, and this, not to call anybody out, but there was a question in the morning that I thought was good, and I answered it, and then there was a second person, who had commented about it. I'm going to make the lesson sort of about that, and the question was just simply about yesterday. Intel's a rocket ship. These couple of days, not today. Chip bounced off that participated in, trailed out a bit early. And if you look at the move, and the question was, hey, well, I saw you got trailed out on the 1 minute on the trend line, but it didn't really break. What happened there? That was the question. And I answered the question. I said, look, the stop was misplaced. If you look at the trend line, it didn't actually break. And it was this. There's a lower high. There's a hold of VWAP. So, pretty simple. It'll be relatively steep because it was a steep move, but I started getting involved when it held the third time. And this scalp is about 50.75, and the local high was about 60.30. So it's a good, almost full percentage point, about 40-50 cents, which is generally pretty good for Intel. But I did trail out without it breaking the trend, and then it doubled the move. Now I simply answered, well, I had my stop at not the current bar, not the prior bar. So it didn't really break the trend line. I just got out when it tapped it. So someone's response in the chat was, yeah, I misplaced my stop, blah, blah, blah. And which is fine. You can do your own. And my response to that was simply as this. If you're not into honesty, then you're basically watching the wrong channel. And if you're not into being honest with yourself as a trader and being critical and just telling the truth about what happened and what you can do better, then you're just not going to get better. And I've never, really, that's not the right way to put this. I have never in over 20 years, I have never in over 20 years seen a consistent profitable trader who had anything resembling a career in trading for a long period of time that wasn't incredibly honest with themselves, about why a trade lost. I lost because I revenge traded. I lost because I'm an idiot, I misplaced my stop. I was reading the wrong indicator, or I made a fat finger. I overdo a news and I chased it because I got FOMO. It's not just about I got right there. If you don't actually take the time to consider what happened in your postmortem, then you're not going to be able to hopefully rectify the mistake. Now, what was the difference today? Yeah, okay, fine. Intel should have been a short. The funny thing is now I can't look at this without seeing that short. Anyways, it doesn't really matter. What I was really wanting to getting at is if you don't want to have the same thing happen to you, then you're really particular about it. Today, in this particular case, there is the trend break. If I made the same mistake that I did the day before, then I would have been trailed out on this wick right here. I would have taken a little bit out, and I would have been trailed out right there if I make the same mistake. Instead, I get all the lower highs into this top, and then the high of it, is my style. Anyone that's ever like, okay, you got top tick here, whatever. The way that I trade, this is a reversion. I get out and get the top tick. And I never sit there and be like, look at me, I got top tick, because for every time that happens, this does too. Like I get out at VWAP and then it continues over. That's going to be par for the course. On Nike, and I'm only showing this to show you, like it's not, like this is not, oh, I picked the top. No, it's just the way that I'll trade. Nike, the VWAP short, I have a support level that I'm intending to get into. It's going to eventually, because I put it on the lower high, and it looks like I got a trail in right now to 43, so we're looking for that last push down. But it's just keeping to your style. If I had made a mistake on this, I would reevaluate. But the most important thing is going back to the example, you should be willing to say something as simple as, I misplaced my stop if that's what happened. If you can't do that, then what if you make like a much bigger error? Again, like a revenge trade. Oh, I refused and I kept just buying the dip until it eventually worked. Like if you're not willing to be critical, and sometimes you have to be critical of yourself when it wins. Like if you just sit there, like imagine your strategy was shorting Intel. It's like, oh, boom, break of the low of the day, I'm short. Uh-oh, bottoming tail candle, short more, short more, short more, short more. Put into this thing, gets to view up, you're like, okay, pressure relief. You load into it on the way up, and now it's breaking. Did you make a winning trade? Yeah, you probably did. But did you make a good trade? Could you be critical of yourself saying, well, that was not a good decision. I broke some rules here. Here's what I should have done. Well, if you're trying to get better, and getting better in trading is eventually just making more money, or at least making consistent money, your first goal, because that's what the first goal of a trader should be, you have to be willing to be critical. It seems like it's an observation or something that's not important. And the reason we talk about that kind of stuff is because it matters. And we're going to be honest with it. Like, I'm going to sit there and tell you some bogus reason as to why I did the trade or didn't do the trade. Like, I'm not going to, like, I could tell you, yeah, you know, I saw this in the tape, so I picked the top and I got the top wick because I was reading the level 2. No, I was sitting right here at that high because the reversion was to that high. And if it was the top wick, great. And if it wasn't the top wick, it looked like a fool. And maybe it continues. But that's the trading strategy. So I'll just be honest about it. I could spin that to make me sound like a genius, but I'm not. It was just a reversion, sometimes a reversion to VWAP, sometimes a reversion to the high. And that's all it ends up being. So you have to be honest with yourself as a trader. It's really important. It's incredibly important, especially when you're evaluating your trades and trying to get better off of mistakes. I already gave you guys how good the lunch is. If I have to downgrade the lunch a little bit, there's only 3 vegetables I'm not a fan of. Broccoli, Brussels sprouts, and cauliflower. And all the vegetables are cauliflower. There's like a couple of red peppers in there, slices of red pepper, and then the rest of it's cauliflower. So with that nitpick, I'll be able to give like 8.6. If it was, I don't know, like any other vegetables, it'd probably be over a 9. I love the fried chicken. Back to the midday boys. Joey Options putting in all day work. Sharif getting them small cappers. Enjoy.
Sorry, guys, we have to talk about hims and hers first. HIMS on watch. We got a post from this individual. This is Dr. Marty McCary, Commissioner of the FDA, Food and Administration. He shared a post, quote, FDA continues to see approved GLP-1s being mass marketed. These drugs can be risky and ineffective. We continue to go after companies that are violating our regulations. We work for the American people. In the post, he shared a photo of a compounded oral semaglutide pill being sold. So again, HIMS, known for these compounded pills, did drop, as you can see on that announcement. Again, keep an eye on HIMS. Looks like it's getting targeted by the FDA. Once again, like, subscribe. Going back to the midday.
Yeah, one of my old man's friends at church just got dinged.
For what?
By the Ontario College of Pharmacists.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because he was compounding LP pharmacy. That's his second time. He was compounding Propecia and Fenestra for him, and he was making like stronger versions.
Oh, really?
So it's like 5%. You can compound, I think, up to 10. This dude was smashing 20s.
Oh, yeah?
20% minoxidil.
You have his number?
0.1% Fenestra. They him for a little bit. And then he's back He got dinged again. My old man. Like,
Who
yo,
said
gotta
pink
stay away
chicken,
from
Neil?
this guy,
Is
bro.
that, I heard the chicken's medium rare over there.
Chicken medium rare, he says. Is
Rare? All right, man. We got a question. There goes. We take out. We get out a little bit as it's starting to rebound. Volatility is in. Who guessed it, guys? It's up and it's down and it's around in the Nasdaq and in the SPY. Find a rebound in a couple of the other names as well. Bitcoin climbing back up to VWAP. Palantir still holding steady. We got all out of that one. So this was our better trader here today, guys. That's going to be on the TQQs. Short rate out of the gate, a failed high. And a nice little move, climbs, rebounds, and then establishes a new high of the day, right? Patient, wait, and then we get another opportunity to go short, and then it comes back to our break even. Palantir up there in one of the better traders for us here, and then we take some losses. We can't always just talk from the winning standpoint. We get all out, now climbing. This is probably an all-day buy, to be honest with you. Obviously, hindsight being 2020, no reason to get out here, essentially. 127.50. Zero reason. We could have just held it. But anyways, aside from that, we made the decisions that we made. And then our bad traders here today are these names: IBIT and Tesla. Tesla's been removed off the side chart. I don't even really know what it's up to, nor do I really care at this point. Yeah, I mean, if it's not working and you're not in sync with the stock, why am I going to hold on to it? There's no reason. You could just throw it in some other baskets or look at some other vehicles that you've been trading better. That's been Palantir, and then that's been for us. You own in on those couple, you get a feel for how the price action's moving, you get a feel for the heartbeat, and then you have the ability to base trades off of that, and that's essentially what was done. But there goes Bitcoin, that out there, and then sure enough, one more time, we're just like to that one, off to the races it goes, and then it comes in aggressively, and then TSLA is the one that really didn't work for us either. So so we took 2, 3, 4. Okay, so that's not bad, right? So we go literally 4 for 8, 50% clip rate here on the day. That's not bad whatsoever.
Good job, Joey. All right, man, let's talk a little SkyQ because we took this trade during happening now, and Neil's lesson of the day, and we did this over here. So here we go. So we took South actually. Why are you laughing,
because the way you did it, I understand. You did it every day.
Like if I took $1 on Q, CUE, you'd
that's a different
see a
story.
bit of a different story.
It was the way I'm like, you got $1 on that? You're like, all right, boom, back to business.
See
right?
us in the house.
Like, all right, man, my bad.
All right, Joey. I like this 1150 though area, guys. Even though that 1285 kind of candle high doesn't look that great. We got in initially at 1182. I added the position at 12, and then we took it up basically all the way up into 13, a little bit shy at 13. It can't be 13 because the high of the day is 1285. So it's a good look right now on SkyQ. I submit to you guys that it's still very much holding trend, holding structure, well above the 10 EMA on the 5. This is a decent, healthy pullback. I'd like to see what we do right at this level here, 11 3/4. At the worst, I want to see 11 1/2. Between 11 1/4 to 11 1/2. Reason is we have initial resistance at 11 3/4. We have another area of resistance at 11 and ultimately that 10 EMA on the 5 is sitting at 11 1/4. So those are the 3 levels I'll be keeping an eye on. Now, if it defends 11 3/4, we can have at that time. See duality this one leads, but look on SkyQ. Now, let's not to be outdone by Q, CUE. Another day high in the 67 pennies, so in the 2/3, we might get in 3/4. How you set up here is awfully important. I think that in 57 1/2 to 60 pennies is a good buy zone. The reason I say that is that the initially about 57, 50 to 57. Prior or low takes us down to 58 and change. So I'm going to go ahead and say 60. But we shall see. We shall see what this one has to offer. That's CUE. Now, square foot, the one that I had an initial move on, is losing trend. And now, this is a glowing short, especially it worked its way back into the vol. Neil, how much would square foot shorts cost me, brother? Neil? Oh, he's
He's
got his head.
tapped in, bro. He's eating
I'll
the
get him in a
fried
second
chicken.
when you're done. But Square, because it lost weighted average price and so aggressively, if this one moves back from 380 to 385, this is a good short if you can locate shorts on square foot. I'm just having a look here on my scanner. Square foot is not easy to borrow on my platform anyway, which is not, you know, it doesn't always have the most amount of shares available for short. So that's what I'm thinking here on square foot. We can take long and short, baby. That's what I'm going to be looking at there, Joe. ZNTL. I missed a trade on this one. This was an obvious VWAP hold with a lower high, but we could have scalped something. We could have taken almost 40 pennies and change. But ZNTL is a range. Look at this. This is a kind of a big move up, and then we get a bit of a pull back down. It looks like it's calmed down a little bit here with respect to range, with about 6.5 to the high side. Let's say 6 to the downside. We'll see what kind of price action we get. SkyQ just dropped into 11. It's being bought off at $11 area, but it did wait below. The candle was 10.88 on the. So SkyQ is losing it and losing it in a hurry here. So let's keep an eye on that. I think it should get until below the volume weighted average price, which is showing 10 1/3. But what I want to do is send it to Joey so I can maneuver over to Neil and find out how much shorts are going to cost me on square foot.
All right, man. Yeah, we'll take a look at some of these names. We got all out of the NASDAQ, essentially. We're looking at for a re-engagement, which way this market's going to potentially going. IBIT has been strong, guys. It's starting to find something back aggressively for about 30 minutes or so, and then now it's heading right back into the key next. What am I referring to? We're on top of. Let's see how it reacts. Inverted hammer. Maybe we can get a continuation in the short. Starting to get the curl over here. It's failing to break through a pivot high of around 611. That's right around that 49.33 mark on the T triple Qs. So we'll keep an eye out on that. The rebound is in full effect, but maybe things will start to turn around once again, and we can look for the short continuation. There was the opportunity. I was just looking at this TSLA trade to see how we can do a little bit better. Like, I mean, at the end of the day, you know what? Let me know how you guys feel about this. So for quite some time, like, someone in the chat, hey, I go over my losses, so and such. But I've talked to a couple individuals who, like, I don't even look at my losses, document them. I only focus on my winners, so that you literally embed in your head what you're doing right every single time and continuously try to go off of that. I'm curious to know what you guys think, essentially. And there goes the NASDAQ heading right lower. So the re-engagement level came into play. We didn't pull the trigger as it ran into 49.30. That was the optimum risk to reward. You play the VWAP break, then you just get out of dodge. But at this pace, I think we are going to establish a new low of the day. There might be a short in Bitcoin to be had here because we have an inverted hammer right at the bottom price. With that being said, we got to start small size, 10 cents worth of risk for a low of the day for potential 20. The low of the day would give us that 2-to-1 risk to reward ratio that we're looking for. Palantir is starting to come in a little bit too, but I think patience is extremely key. We don't want to rush anything. We want to let bases start to form, and that'll allow us to put on some trades like this and what we had in here. We were fortunate enough to get the volatility spike in that name, and we took advantage of it, but other than that, we want to take advantage of a couple more.
All right, I got the shorts on square foot. This entry here is baby, okay? Because I'm trying to target the volume weighted average price, and that to me is in the low to mid 80s. All right, so we're getting in here, small size. What I get? I got 68s. Okay, great. I'm going to defend general VWAP. Go down for me. Add into the position. It is losing. It is losing trend here. Back down. So square foot drops all the way down to 338, makes an intraday low. Let me just make sure that that's the intraday low. 309. Oh, it was 1 penny above the intraday low. So it had made a previous area low before that. Pops up on this current 5-minute candle into 372. That's the high of this current 5-minute candle. Now it's back down to 363, 364. So again, I'm looking to defend. Let me bring in my black charts so I can show this a bit more clearly. Bovin, SkyQ might be a short here, especially if it loses 10, but it's barely holding on to VWAP, because Bovin was just telling me that SkyQ could be a short. So I'm looking to defend area here. This has been my observation. When these things are trending and then they lose the trend and lose VWAP and then come back in to test VWAP from the south side as a resistance level, they're good setups. I don't know if Luis is still in the chat because probably a little bit late. It's a Friday. My man probably wants to start enjoying his weekend, but that's what I'm kind of looking at there. I see it a few years, but I hate this stock because I traded it wrong. I had like this super tight stop below 230. I don't know why. I should have given it a bit more room, and there it is rocketing up back to 255. So that is quite frustrating for me. But in any event, Zion, just because you've been wearing shorts on your vacation, you can't be shorting here now. Brother, of course I'm gonna wear shorts at the beach. What's going on? I'm not one of those guys that posts up to the beach in jeans and like Jordans. And I've seen a lot of you guys do.
You're so dark.
Oh, what? I don't know. About vacation.
Well, obviously I told her, man. And she's like laughing. She's like, why is Sharif so? She's like, was he?
I never even got to meet her, bro. I want to meet her.
She was sleeping. Why Sharif come so late? Bro, she was at my house at like 10:30.
Did I actually?
Yeah.
Did I actually?
Yeah, I was like,
I don't know. That's when the fight started.
Yeah, it was late, man. We had to catch the fight.
I appreciate it, man. Shout out to Selena. All right, so that's what we're looking at. We're looking still at square foot. I'm gonna look to get a lot more in, as I've mentioned, at this 380 area. So what's my move here on square foot? What if it retraces above VWAP and goes on its merry way back to the high side? Well, I personally have a bias that doesn't happen. But if it does, I stop up above prior bar high, the 1205 bar high, which is 396. So if it moves back above that, I'm gonzino. That's all there. So building a position into square foot hopefully gives me another couple of opportunities. But that is all I'm looking at. OGN at VWAP. I took that off my side chart, actually. Cool brioche. But let's bring in this OGN. Outside in an AMG. No. Beep, beep. Dude, there's so many songs that were the anthem of this trip, and I have like a special playlist called Punta Cana 26, and that's just.
I mean, it would just help you kind of run back the memory when you hear the song. It just makes you think about it.
And like, you genuinely like them a bit more.
Did you check out Coco Bongo? Did you go Coco Bongo or no?
Bro, like there was no.
There's nothing. Yeah, I know.
There was an event every day at the hotel, and there was a club at the hotel, as you know, Sasha or whatever it was called.
I spent pure time at the volleyball pool.
So did I.
Yeah.
So did I. Well, no. The volleyball pool. The volleyball.
Yeah. The volleyball pool, right?
Near the water. But yeah, OGN, not bad. Not too bad. Where's VWAP on this chart? Where did VWAP go on this chart? It disappeared. Studies, volume weighted average price, apply. Intraday VWAP, RSI, apply. Okay. Doesn't want to show up. That's okay. Maybe it's in a bad mood or whatever. We don't want to upset it. JC Money. When you gym 4 times a day a week, you better not have to hide chicken legs in G's at the beach. No, brother. Ain't no chicken legs here, but,
chicken legs.
Try to keep it a little classy. Keep it a little bit classy, right? It can't be stunning.
All classy. Yeah, Sharif, I'm scanning for something. I know you're in the shorts there. How much did those run you by any chance?
Yeah, okay. So for 100 shares, it's $1.30.
Bang.
Yeah.
All right,
Just to give you an idea what kind of advantage you get
throw them
real trading.
Throw them all out. One shot, pang. Just like that. Here comes the market a little bit lower.
Comes the boom.
Here comes the boom. Oh, remember that thing?
Remember that?
Oh, man, that was crazy. Yeah. Who remembers the video game? Oh, I can't remember it right now. But it was the XFL video game for PS2. Anyways, aside from that, I'm thinking about maybe a potential move here in Bitcoin. I'm really stuck on which direction to go, and if it's that difficult for me to find something, then maybe we should just avoid it. But I this set up 29s can be enough to give yourself a little bit of room. So 10 cents at that point, we get stopped out. We get out of dodge on that one. So NFL Blitz, yes, that's
it. So good.
NFL
that was so
Blitz.
good. It was always a competitor to Madden. more aggressive and violent.
NFL Blitz, yeah, and you see, like, it would show like the bones breaking and everything.
Yeah, that's what I mean. It was so much more violent.
Man, it was sick, man. But aside from that, I'm thinking short here in the overall market. You got something.
Yeah, I mentioned FFAI, guys, making a big move here. Let me bring in, I don't know which one. I'm going to take off Rye, even though Rye still deserves to be here. But FFAI is making a big move. Look at this on Faraday Future. Shout out to Randy. He doesn't show up to work on Saturdays, but that's fine. I'm on Fridays. Because he's got a lot of seniority. He's got a lot of days.
I don't show up on Saturdays either.
Yeah, I know. My bad. I slipped with that one. But 35 pennies, area high, Faraday Futures, ticker FFAI, looking real good over here. It is a penny stock now, but, you know, to me, that's fine. 30 penny support, no question, possibly 33 penny support now that we've kind of cleared that initial area of resistance with a 35 penny high. That's something I'd be looking out for there. A possible long on Faraday. UCARB, Cool Brioche. Bovin, UCAR is making another move above 60, trying to take out 67. This trade is going to haunt me. I traded it absolutely wrong. I should have had that move into 30, giving it to 25 or 24. I traded that one wrong and traded it too tight. That'll be on me, but I'll learn from that lesson. Good look here. SkyQ held 10 and moving back up, says Bovin. Yeah, here's a look at SkyQ. It is nice of a scalp, but I suspect we're going to get back into 1285. We'll wait and see. Let's see if we're buying again at least above 11. Let's wait to see exactly how that one ends up being. But my focus is now going to be trying to build a position on square foot, SQFT, at VWAP. If it loses, if it doesn't hold this level and continues to drop down below 60, I will add for the loss of that 60 penny level for a possible move back into the area low. So square foot could be an all. We'll see. Kind of hard to know at the moment. But let me see if I can pull up some information here on SQFT. Let's load up Perplexity. And so we're going to find out what is the float and short float on SQFT. Now, this data could be a little bit dated. Full disclosure, tell you exactly. So the short interest, short float is about 5% of the latest data I found, with about 35,122 shares short. I don't believe that. And a reported float of 700,000 shares. Let's find out if that is true. I'm going to compare that with what I have on my platform here. Let's move my risk calculator out of the way. Let's just move this down so we're not key ratios. Company pro us 1 sec. We will go to Adara in 1 sec. The 1.1 share float. Perplexity is saying 700,000. We'll see which one is more accurate, but to be quite honest with you, I don't think that there is that much of a difference. It's a very small float, so we'll definitely be looking to add into this one. We're going back up to Adara.
President Trump here on Truth Social talking about Iran and the Strait of Hormuz, saying Iranians don't seem to realize that they have no cards other than a short-term extortion of the world by using international waterways, of course, referring to the closure of the Strait of Hormuz. He also emphasized their need to negotiate, so keep an eye on oil, keep an eye on the market. President Trump is quite active today on Truth, and again, this post is about pretty directly the Strait of Hormuz. Back to you.
League, the game where it would just.
Oh,
did you ever play that game?
No.
Oh, it was sick. Like this is the gameplay and stuff for 360.
Never played
Crazy
that.
stuff.
Crazy.
All right, guys, we're gonna go. Palantir starting to sell off a little. We have the Nasdaq a little bit lower. We're starting to see the ASP form that we want here in the IBIT, potential short for a move back lower. So there's a lot lining up. Failed high right here, so I think there's going to be a good opportunity. What's your not very good, man. I'm not good at all, to be honest with you. Like, I'm not horrible. Like, Jose in the back, he rinses me. It's not even close.
Programming?
No, in chess.
Oh.
Jose's really good. I mean, I almost beat him one time, but almost in my mind. Other than that, I didn't really see too close at all. All right. We're in. We only have about a 6-cent stop here on IBIT. If it puts in a new high, then we get out of dodge. We want to look for the continuation to the downside in some of these names. I think we can get it momentarily, especially if we get this test. But if it breaks through that level, then we're out, right? Like, I have no issues as the market, it seems relatively weak. I think that we had going for Bitcoin is that Iran is like, hey man, pay us in Bitcoin.
Yeah, I saw that.
Oh my God.
Saw
It's
that.
just, yeah.
It's like not the look we want to go for. It's like Bitcoin support.
Yeah,
We're trying to get criminality of it.
exactly. I mean,
but I get it.
like,
I get it.
Yeah, I understand where they're coming from. But I don't know if they would want to do that because then, like, you send it to the wallet and you essentially know which wallet it's, don't you?
Well, okay. You were saying that it had to have a clearing time of a minute. Not that I understand how. Remember that video I sent you? Did you watch that? Where
one?
like they solicit Reddit programmers on Reddit to rinse their Bitcoin?
Rinsing it. Yeah, so
Yeah.
you wash it.
Yeah, there's a whole
yeah.
point. So anyway, saying something about it couldn't be 1 minute between the time of payment and when the payment was sent because
Really?
they had to do something with it so that it would sanction.
Scramble
Not
it.
that I understand
You
how that
scramble.
works.
I think they're talking about scrambling it potentially.
possibly.
So that's what they could
Yeah.
do. Like, if they accept a payment, if they receive that payment, then they can scramble it. So it just like
That's what I understand.
It essentially like it costs a lot of gas. Apparently, it just makes it a whole different bunch of angles.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what the video I sent you was. It was all about like
Yeah.
they are hiring programmers, like people in the cartel will get paid in crypto somehow, in whatever type of crypto, and then hire this programmer to basically rinse the money, send them here, there. It's called mix, as the Juno show. Scramble. I prefer my BTC over easy. I like that. All right, man. All right, we get your point there. No, that's what it is, and I personally don't really. I mean, that's anytime anybody is a Bitcoin detractor, that's the first thing they point at. They point at criminality. They point at rogue governments utilizing it. So, as a person who wants Bitcoin to flourish in the kind of the mainstream market, it's not something I'm looking for. But
I don't even think they'd be like, yeah, we'll do that. There's zero chance. I think that the states.
UCAR's taking out highs, man. UCAR is on a rampage to the high side, 276 high, guys. It's going. This is probably going to hit 3. Here we go. A clean hold of VWAP, a clean hold generally of 230. I think it got to 229, whatever. And here's 276 again, trading at the day high. Fantastic look here on UCAR. I'm fixated on my short on square foot, trying to build a position in here. It has neither given me a reason to add or remove from the trade. So we're packing the patience. I'm looking for a loss of 60. If it loses 60, I'll add into the position. If it moves up at around 380 or 3 mid-80s, I'll add into that position as well. But UCAR is him at the moment. And I don't have it on my chart, so we got to put it in because it's not updating the percentage up. It is up 67% on the day. So that is a fantastic look for those who had the compunction to hold on to this one. I certainly didn't, because this one was playing all sorts of chicanery with me, and it wasn't basically holding the level, and it broke prior bar low. So I didn't want anything to do with it at the time. I'm obviously wrong, and hopefully we'll learn a little bit from that, Joey.
We're gonna have a larger structure break here on the Nasdaq. It looks like momentarily, guys. HG, and I think we're gonna have to hop out of Bitcoin too. Should have took the reload here, but what I'm referring to, essentially is this level on the TQQQs. If this support system breaks, then you have to get out of it. I mean, if you're going long, that is. I mean, this is a good short. We were short from break of that level back, and then off to the races it goes to the downside, and it doesn't look very strong whatsoever. Same thing with Robinhood, and if we go through the larger names, I wouldn't be surprised if they're starting to print identical patterns that look slightly bearish. All right, so we'll do it exactly now. If it breaks either direction, this is my out. This is what we want to break for the continuation to the downside, in which we get close to the price target, and that's going to be our objective. But first things first, we don't want to get ourselves and celebrate too early. We're still stuck within this congestion zone in the supply area that we may just chop around a little bit, have an additional liquidity. But I'm not giving it much room. Once it pops, I'll look for a couple more opportunities, but not in sync with this one for the short side. And this is going to be my at-bats, 3 at-bats, and that's out of project if it doesn't work. Okay, what I'm going to do is pull up the larger names, and we're going to see how the price action is starting to form on the intraday session, or how is NVDA climb higher been. See, this is still relatively strong to me. I wouldn't be surprised if you get a little bit of a move higher there in NVDA. Apple starting to break through the volume weighted average price, helping drag the overall market down. And the exact same thing going on with Google. This thing was strong out of the gate, but straight downside PA after that first 15 minutes of the session. Now, Microsoft, relatively weak. These softer names remaining in the dumpster right now. And then Amazon hovering south of the volume-weighted average price. Tesla, it's like, yeah, whatever. We don't expect too much on this thing. Another 45-minute consolidation, which I think we're going to take an additional leg lower. Something that we want to keep an eye out on. Now, as for Meta, same thing. Broadcom, Cisco, Oracle was really strong today. So we're just coming off of those highs, 140.11, now trading at 139.40. That's not too bad of a pullback whatsoever, considering where the market is currently sitting at. Moving forward, what other names can we go through? We could just run through our whole list. Palantir, it was strong thanks to Donald Trump giving us that specific tweet, essentially saying Palantir is great. He may as well have just said buy it at this point. I don't know why he tried to beat around the bush with that one. Just ask Palantir. I don't know why my VWAP is doing that either. So let's see if we can go back a little bit further dated, and then that will maybe start to fix things here for us on AMD. Nope, still to the downside here in advanced micro devices. Adobe, I don't know why that's all the way up there. TSM coming off the high of 378, guys, now trading at 372. So that gives you multiple points, roughly 6. Texas Instruments receiving an upgrade on yesterday's session. Strong momentum throughout the whole intraday. And then sure enough, just moving sideways throughout today, which is good as the market continues to move a little bit lower. Now, how has Ethereum been performing? Nice bounce off of the lows. Quite can't test this high, but you get to 1706, you come back in with the rest of the market, and then sure enough, not doing too much right now. Yeah, I mean, this is as for a Friday, it took a while for us to find a direction, which I do believe is going to continue to the downside throughout the day. It's totally fine. You just want to be able to position yourself relatively well and get involved at the right place at the right time. Bitmine immersion now on the NYSE, continuing to move a little bit lower, and then also MSTR moving lower. Yeah, I mean, I don't know, man. That's a really tough name. I don't really know what to do with Bitmine immersion. Like,
neither do I, brother. I'm substantially out of the money on that, and I'm.
It's like you don't want to DCA to an oblivion.
No, it's not giving me the reason to. It has no bottom.
No, I mean, it looks like this is potentially right.
Well, you could have said that about that level as well. Move up. What's that?
This
here? Flat level. Yeah, right there.
Yeah, right here, right? Yeah. I mean, and then, but eventually,
I need to start seeing some higher lows.
Is that what you want? Yeah. You want trendline break.
Exactly.
You want trendline break here.
Show me a reason to get in. Well, I see what you're going with there, but
Yeah.
I don't know.
The crypto space needs to rally. I don't know if the end of the war is going to do that, but I mean, it's not out of Ethereum's nature to do what it's currently doing.
That's fair.
It's weak. And same with Bitcoin, though. Who are we to say, it's like, come on, man. The days of those 50, 60% pullbacks were over when everything kind of went more public and on regular exchanges.
That's fair. And
right?
You and I were talking about that.
Yeah.
Institutional buyers, this, that, and the other, regulatory credibility. Anyway, it turned out to be bupkis. The point is, though, we didn't get that 70, 80% move, though.
Yeah, I know.
To get that 80%
Not yet,
move.
anyways.
No.
Yeah.
I feel like we probably found a bit of a bottom here.
I think so too, for the time being. Anyways, but yeah, that was a rinse job. That was a rinse job for sure.
I think I'm close to being break even. Be honest with you on my trade. Yeah, I'm like $2 or $3.
But you bought at the lows a little bit lower.
I'm only a couple of bucks out of the money here, so I don't feel that bad. All right, Adira.
Kind of an interesting story here, guys. Not a lot of details, but I think an interesting look and worth mentioning. I'm seeing reports that Blackstone is considering a $2 billion IPO for a data center acquisition company. The company has not been named. Goldman Sachs is leading this deal. Citigroup and Morgan Stanley also involved. So again, showing, I think, the extent of the excitement here for this data center craze with these AI infrastructure build out. Now, if I get more details, I'll let you know.
All right. People are talking about BBGI, but I have to add into this short position now because it just lost 60. I'm talking about square foot. All right, here. So we're adding into this position now. I was waiting, hoping for VWAP move so that we could add at a higher level for a possible move down into the day's low. It just moved up aggressively. Now it's turning into a topping tail inverse hammer candle. Let's see if it continues to drop below 50. The area low is, I want to say 3 1/3. Technically it's 338, but there's a lot of buying around 350 area. So we're going to have to be careful with a possible buyer at $3.50. It doesn't change my view on adding to this position at 380, because what I added here is the same thing that I added here, which is a small position. And now if it continues to drop down, we'll continue to add more aggressively into the position, but don't want to get too aggressive too quickly and then have it move up into VWAP and then be forced to DCA aggressively at VWAP. I'd rather it either show me decisively whether it's going to lose 60 pennies, and if that's the case, we'll trade it below that 60 penny area, or if it wants to work its way right back up into 380, 3 high 70s, whatever it's going to be around the volume weighted average price, we'll look at it in that way. So there it is, right back into 357. So the spread's opening up on this one, by the way. Now it is about 7 pennies. This one was as tight as 1. Now when it lost VWAP, it doesn't look as if too many longs are punching into this position. So square foot in focus for me right now. Also, let's bring in some more names here on the side chart that are setting up, possibly UCAR. I traded UCAR poorly today, but that's okay. It's coming back in. It's about 255, 250. That could be an interesting level after making a new intraday high at 278. The reason I say 55 to 50, 10 EMA on the 5, of which it's been sort of respectful, showing 55s. And then, of course, you have that $0.50 psychological support at around 50. That is something to look at there. And then you have SkyQ. I don't know how to feel about SkyQ here. You're seeing a consolidation after a big boy drop. My spidey sense tells me that there's a big boy seller at 11 that will need to shake before the longs come in. That's once, twice. OB, he is the one thrice at $11 that did reject. And now we're showing multiple popping tail candles into $11, telling you that the shorts could be possibly setting up at that level. So that is something to concern yourselves with. CUE just lost VWAP, and it's about to lose that 50 penny area. It's at 51.94. It's below the 10. It's below VWAP, and now it's breaking below the 20. Uninterrupted red candles starting 20. We just opened up a new candle, so we have 5 red candles in a row. We'll see if this one can find some support or what the situation is going to be here for Q. But I'm going to pack the patience and look for a long on UCAR if one is warranted, and then I'll be looking to add Joey on my square foot short.
Good stuff, guys. We just had the NASDAQ put in a new low of the day. We're still chopping around the volume-weighted average price on Bitcoin. It's not looking good because if the market rebounds and it wasn't selling aggressive, then we're going to have to get out of this trade. That's 3 attempts on the short side here on IBIT, and it's just not working. You're not getting the breakdowns that we're looking for. Instead, it's right at the top. It's like, okay, you go against this strength, and then sure enough, that's when it starts to go. Now, maybe we can, if we just hover around here, think of a supply zone around 41.26, and we don't break through that or head into 41.30, then we'll be all right. Other than that, I mean, someone was mentioning, it's like, man, you got to re-engage on this potential, like on this backside of this trade. Absolutely, especially considering that this level held up, and then you get to move, like you get 50 cents just like that. Nonetheless, I still believe that considering we are chopping around and the market is extremely weak with Palantir heading right back towards the volume-weighted average price, NVDA still hovering around VWAP, and Apple is starting to show some signs of weakness, or has been for the past about hour or so, considering since it's topped, then you have this 20 consecutive minutes of flushing and no rebound. So that's going to help drag the market down with it, and that's what we want to rock and roll with. SPY put, says John. All right, nice. What contract are you on the 0 DTE cycle? What do you have going on? Robinhood heading towards the LOD, not looking good whatsoever over there. So the weakness is back in, and the headline sensitivity within the market is once again on full display as Donald Trump decides to talk about Palantir, which I think we can find another opportunity in that one. May as well stick with the guns that have been working. We can remove the ones that haven't been. I mean, we haven't looked at Tesla really since we talked about the loss of it. Aside from that, we just move on and find some other potential opportunities. Now, Moving forward, AI, I don't even know why I have that name up there. BBA up to $3.28. Okay, that's not horrible. CrowdStrike, some of the software names remaining to get destroyed. And here they are to the downside. You have that breath, but then you start to head a little bit lower, 20 consecutive minutes of buying. But look out of the gate. As soon as that opening auction hits, you're just flush city, and that's some waterfall type price action, if you ask me. So something that is not working here for us in Bitcoin is just look at all the buying pressure right at VWAP. Okay, so this isn't a good sign. Sellers push price down, see you later. And there it goes up to 28. I think at this pace, we might have to just go with the flow. I think that's a good buying opportunity. Am I going to flip that quick? I don't think that's necessarily the smart play for my behalf, but I can get out essentially break even. You can see our 41.25 average price. We can get out for a couple of pennies, and that's absolutely nothing, as Bitcoin looks like it wants to continue to climb higher. And we'll just find something else. I don't want to put on too many more trades. We had a couple good ones here earlier in the day. We didn't have back in here. No need to just kind of think paper cut after paper. But things have been going pretty steady for us. So we're at a 5-cent hit type stop that we were talking about before. And if that hits, then we just like, okay, see you later. 0 for 3 on IBIT, but then you have some other good ones throughout the day. And it's just like, all right, it's not doing what you want it to do. You should have more of a breakdown of that 41.20 mark. We didn't get that for the test of the LOD, and that wasn't necessarily the case here. Adara.
Keep an eye on NVIDIA, guys. Looks like we're going to go now. Feels like near daily update from Michael Burry. He just posted on Substack. Short position, too much of a move. Be aware. He also said earlier today that even though President Trump, as we mentioned, spoke positively about Palantir, including its stock ticker on Truth Social, Burry said he's still short. So again, Michael Burry, you're still short.
Palantir, I think, is considering, but I don't know. I think that's a little bit more of a tough short, especially you've just seen it bounce off of those previous lows around 68 around those lines, and climb so high of 90 in the span of the day. Short, I wonder how he's via short. Is he actually shorting the shares, or is he going through the derivatives market, which I know a lot of those larger individuals do, right? More, you can protect yourself a little bit more. I'm sure he's got a mixture of both. Probably buying. But meanwhile, he's probably shorting puts, so therefore he's long, protecting his downside on that, and just doing all of that, all of the strategic moves that you can use with options.
Are we able to find out?
Probably, yeah. You can. I mean, if he's shorting shares, I wouldn't be surprised if you can find his options as well.
Guys, Fuse is moving. I see all of you guys looking at it. Everybody's talking about it. FUSE is rocketing up right now in the world of small cap gappers. This one really did kind of fail VWAP. It put in some higher, which may have been a bit of a hint about what it wanted to do, but there is 79 high. Great look here for FUSE. It takes out that 1 3/4 area. We'll see if it's decisive in its hold, but great look. For the most part, it was generally lows. Let's take a look at this. 15 choppy on the 15. No, definitely a lot cleaner on the 15 is FUSE. So if you're charting on the wider time frame, definitely a little bit less chop. On the 5, it was a bit more choppy there. So we're going to keep a close eye out on that one. Still holding here. Shares on, what's it called? Square foot in the short. We did add to this one and back into the 10-year and rejected it again. So that's what we're looking at now. 10-year rejections seem to be the entry here on the pop-up. So I think that's how I'm going to set up until and if it gets into that 80 penny area or loses that 50 penny. Getting up into another day high, 186, 188 now, 189. FUSE guys closing in on 2/3 of or 68 million shares on the day. Trade this one carefully, but it looks like it might be on its way to 2.
GME popped for what feels like, again, it feels like he announced this pretty recently, but looks like Burry adding to GameStop again. So again, GME pushing higher. I'm seeing circulation here. Looks like Michael Burry in this Substack post also announced he's added to his GME. It is popping higher, so back to you.
Probably going on here in NVDA, guys, a massive volume spike. Volatility started to uptick. You can see that through the tape. And then you can also look at the volume by time profile. Look how large this volume candle is, and then you essentially just engulf this whole range right here. A little volatility in the NASDAQ as well. Maybe a headline coming out in this space. We'll keep an eye on it. The chips have been extremely strong here today. So I'll look on my blotter stream.
I'm looking as well, brother.
Okay.
I looked.
You don't
I don't
see anything
yeah, I
just
don't
yet?
see anything on the.
With that outstanding print and what we just experienced from the tape and from a price action standpoint, I wouldn't be surprised if momentarily we have a headline come out that says, hey, this is going on here as the market is starting to slide a little bit more after that rebound.
Absolutely, absolutely, man. Continuing to watch SQFT basically defending 60 pennies. The issue is you've just got a bunch of lower highs. I like the trade. Be trying to pick it up at a little bit of a higher level. Ideally, yeah, we can add it. Yeah, let's go ahead and do that. We'll see if we can kind of get sixes there, or if it'll give it to us, we'll throw that out there. Or not, it's going to be for a small amount again. I either want it to fail 60 in a quite decisive way or return back to mid 80s, because that's where VWAP is still hanging out. So that's going to be my look there. Fuse getting a bit of help now, guys, coming back after that 189 high, coming back down to 170. This could be an important area of support for Fuse, because look at these topping tail candles. I'm going to submit to you guys a buy area between 60 to 70. The reason I give such a wide, because I always have to count 10 EMA 5, which is showing $1.60. If I wasn't looking at the 10 EMA, I'd give you a 5 penny buy area between 170 to 165, because the closing prints here on the 5 would reject 165, but the wick would work into that 170-ish, low 170-ish area.
Jensen,
Oh, I see that.
moved to California despite the high taxes.
Hold on, but he talked about that before, right?
Yeah, and I was seeing that circulate like minutes before this candle. I don't think it's that.
It's because you California, right? You know what's going on?
No, what's going on?
You got the billionaires tax coming, my boy.
Oh, yeah, I heard about that.
Everybody got the hell out of there.
Didn't Jagmeet want to do that as well, too?
Funny, bro. Anyway, point is, everybody is getting the hell out of California because of that. Well, not everybody. The rich.
The billionaires.
The billionaires.
Yeah.
I think they're putting it on the ballot. It's going to be, they do these propositions. So
Yeah.
In the midterms, I think they're going to put that as a ballot proposition.
Okay.
Billionaires tax, this and that. So we'll see. We'll see. It's just like a one payment, but it's how it starts. We got to go to Adair.
Yeah.
Yeah, Bob popping as well here. It's funny, there comes to be like kind of a delayed reaction to these Burry announcements, but again, it looks like, and this post would have come out now 10 minutes ago, but again, I think it's like one name at a time here. Apparently, Michael is initiating long position in LA bonds. So BA, the upside, just more here on Jensen's comments here with taxes. Again, I do not think this is why NVIDIA is moving, because this happened earlier, but he said that, I say that everybody moved to California, don't leave. It's the highest taxes in the world, but it's okay. The weather is great. Just kind of a funny series of comments there from Jensen, but again, very likely not the reason for this move down. Again, Michael Burry did say he added Japanese put contracts to short the stock. That news came out a little bit before. Back to you.
Well, I never said it was because of the move down. It was more or less the volatility spike that stepped in.
Well, there's this other thing coming from financial juice. Trump's AI chip export stymied by bureaucrats. But it's something to do with chips, I guess. But that's interesting. I don't have anything right now, Joey. Everything is kind of either setting up right now, or I'm waiting. I'm not either in the money or out of the money.
Okay.
I'm in square foot. I'm trying to build a position. It's kind of putting in some higher lows. I'm waiting for a bigger move back into 380 to add really the size there. We just got another little into 370, into 360 something there. So now we have a 364 average, but I really do want high 70s, mid 80s. That's what I'm looking for here on SQFT. It failed VWAP. If this becomes a VWAP retest, there's a good chance that, it rejects that area. UCAR is coming down, Bovin, into VWAP. Is this a buy on UCAR? Let's see. Does UCAR lose or hold VWAP over here? So not 248, so it would have to be, let's just say 229. I'm talking about my risk, pardon me. Let's give this one the old college try. Let's see if it bounces off VWAP above it. I'm going to go long UCAR here for a move at 29. So if it loses 229, we'll get out. We're going to deal with breaking news.
CVLT here. This company is called Comfault Systems. This is up. It looks like this is halted actually right now. It's up $8 in 1 3-minute candle as we get a report from Reuters suggesting that the company is exploring a sale. They were takeover interest. They're working with Goldman Sachs, and Thoma Bravo is one of the firms that's interested in buying CVLT. So again, CVLT reportedly working with Goldman Sachs on a sale. Again, this is coming from Reuters. Thoma Bravo might be interested in them. Back to you.
Here we go. All right, I gotta focus now because this is giving me my area.
Focus then,
Go ahead,
brother. Shout out to Bryson Tiller's Focus. All right, guys, we got our eyes on here essentially on PLTR. There's a nice I seen it a little bit too late, but if 127.20 was going to be our mark, that would have been a nice little trade right there off of the bounce. I mean, we're just going to stick with names and continuously work for us. I see a couple people in the chat mentioning Rhea as well. So pull up both of those. I heard that being called out on multiple occasions as Netflix climbs up to 102.24, and then there goes Rhea all the way up to $1.06. So an additional breakout there, consolidation. And this is what I'm noticing with these names. They have these strong moves, accumulate, and then they just go on these absolute monster rips. So there is, I would be surprised if it's the volatility band at some point relatively soon, considering that's a pretty big jump. I mean, 20%, a little bit less, but nonetheless, patience. If we can hold up here, there's also an indecision print on Midday, right above the volume weighted average price. If this was a perfect world, shout out to Kevin, I believe it's Kevin Costner in that one, who if it was right at the volume weighted average price, then that would be an absolute big time green light to go, considering we had a nice strong uptrend here today, and then this pullback was on lower volume. So if we're going to be looking at the volume by time profile, you can see that on the uptrend, nice move. On the downtrend, really starts to cool off. What do you have?
I have nothing. I got my position finally in a square foot. If this breaches above 4, it's over for me. So we're going to have to wait and see whether this one is retracing real of the volume weighted average price or whether it's got the juice to send right back down. So we're going to pack the patience over here. I got 77s on. It's showing me 88s. I don't want to add into this position yet because I don't think it's warranted. So let's see what we have to offer. 85s now coming back in a little bit. So SQT, oh my days, yeah. That's what I'm thinking, Zion. Going to have to pack the patience over here. But that was a monster candle up. So I don't know if that's luring in longs or this is a genuine breakout. In either event, my line in the sand has already been drawn. We'll see if we can get a nice move back down, showing now 80. We'll see if it comes back down a little bit more. What am I doing here on UCAR? So I'm in UCAR as well. I'm looking for a volume weighted average price hold. I've got 41s on. I've already put my stop below, a little bit below the volume weighted average price just to give it a little bit of room. But if this one wants to move back up to 250, there's the first profit taker in the 47s, and we have one at 48. But I'll really add into this position if we can get above $half level. UCAR is what I'm talking about. Big 278 high, and then it came right back down into, I want to say, the 2 mid-30s, because that's where volume weighted average price is. That's kind of what I'm thinking. I see it. Acetane? Yeah, it's low volume. I see that, brother. I was actually complaining about the volume a little bit on square foot, but my line is drawn in the sand. So if I end up losing on the trade, I'll learn a lesson from it. But I'm going to give this one a try. I've seen these patterns before where they set up above the volume average price, they lose it, and then they come back up to kind of lure in buyers and then drop right back down. This may not be one of those situations. If it's not, I'll learn my lesson. But we're going to give this one the old college try to see what we can get on it. I also want to point your attention to Faraday futures coming back down into the 20. This is where the money fill was before, right around 1150. So be on the lookout for that. Now, if Faraday loses that level, that 20 penny level on a closing basis, I wouldn't be so gung-ho. But keep an eye out on that one. That could be a good one as well. What are we doing here on square foot? Now, this one's still trending towards that $4 area. So we'll see if we get clipped on this one. But yeah, this one, look, it's moving up quite quite aggressively. I'm out of the money about this, but 20 pennies. But my line in the sand is at $2, so we'll see what this one has to offer, Joey. Raya apparently is moving up and moving up aggressively. You want to cover that?
Yeah, sure, man. Absolutely. We'll talk about it because I guess I'm small cap now. Small cap, essentially. So, yeah, we'll take a look at Raya. This thing's been pretty good today, right? And the volume is substantial. I'm still trying to wrap my head around this stuff, but considering the size and the value of these stocks, it makes a lot of sense, right? Like here it is, up to $1.07. Strong moves in the pre-market. I was looking at it pre-market as well as it started to curl over and then just goes on this absolute beautiful run. Now you're putting in that $1.10 high. 89 cents, that's a pretty quick move, right? Relatively fast. So I wouldn't be surprised if it hits the Hall parameters relatively. I'm at 127 here on PLTR. Let's pull up RAYA and see what we have going on. Now, Sharif has his Hall bands as well, but that's substantial. You're up now 140% in this name, and it looks like the tape is going to be remaining strong. You have one more volatility or volume spike step in. I think it's going to be a massive haul. But be prepared. These things can flush relatively quick. I've learned my lesson on them. And yeah, these things move with extreme volatility. All right. Son of Daniel Cheese Tycoon, what's going on, brother? With all these billionaires leaving Cali, now might be a good time to pick up a new mansion by issuing a few million more shares of SCDI. Sorry, shareholders. Wow, you're going to do that to us? You're going to dilute just like that. All right, shareholders, but Frederick Von Yummy likes sunshine. Cold. And then Jedi says, please check out CVLT. We can take a look at that here momentarily. CVLT. Yeah, I believe you got to the shareholders already, and I did that. I was collected. There's no volume in this CVLT CommuVault system. I know Adara was talking about it not too long, but the volume just stepped in not too like about 10-15 minutes. Yeah, I don't really love this because look how illiquid it is on all the lower time frames until the volume really stepped in.
Yeah, CVLT. Casey just calling it. So this is rocketing up, guys. This is a big move. Let's have a look at this on a trading screen over here. CVLT, the ticker on the NQ. I think so, CVLT. Look, oh my days. This is one of those halters. Okay, so it did halter already. 85 and a third. Here comes 90. This is very aggressive, guys. I just have to keep my eye here on square foot as it dips back into the 80s. Okay. So what's the move here? 9.5, 91. This is going to move dollars and like in seconds. This is likely going to $100. CVLT, 12.5%. What a rocket ship! It did have a little bit of selling after the initial halt. So it was a 5-minute halt. It's a 90, telling me 90.80 high, but I know that's not the fact. 91.40 high, I believe, is the level. So keep your eye out on this one if you are inclined for these big movers, but if you get this close to 100, usually you give it a glance. Limit up is 95.65. So trade this carefully, guys. It can rip your face off, but it also can make you a lot of money. Use the proper risk parameters, obviously, I would suggest. Just going to keep my eye out on that one. CVX, it's dead, says Leanne. Why, Leanna? Sorry, I called her Leanne. Not allowed. CVX, let's have a look. Well, it's bouncing a little bit. I think it's making a VWAP retracement, Leanne, at about 188 and change. It's got some higher lows here. I'd be careful, though, for VWAP rejection, if that's what you're thinking, if you're thinking long. I'm not sure what your setup is on that. Let's look at the daily. Obviously, we're off the highs with, the belligerencies possibly calming down. You never really know how this is going to be, but it's just right around the 50-period moving average, right around that level. Let's see how it closes. This was a great trade, obviously, from January onwards with the Maduro thing, and then obviously it continued with the start of the issues in the Middle East. So something to go for there, Leanna. I think it's very much headline-driven, if you're asking my opinion. There are great fundamentals as well for that company. They've obviously got a lot of operations now in Venezuela, XOM, Chevron, whatever XOM is, ExxonMobil. It's kind of hesitant to go in there. Have their assets in that country, And then also, yeah, I think Occidental made a discovery yesterday in the Gulf of America, the Gulf of Mexico, whatever. And I think Chevron is a partner, I think to the tune of 20 some odd %. You have to double check that. But yeah, I like those companies. I think so long as the current administration is in power, you're going to have an interest in fossil fuel extraction and energy independence in that traditional way. I think if the political landscape changes, you need to rethink that as well. Like if the Democrats come in, then you kind of what their drum set is going to be. So that's my little
stance there. Yeah, absolutely. This one more time. Better price. A couple of minutes here on Palantir. We hit that stop, but I want to try to get back in, but it could break down as the support levels. So this could be a really bad trade. We'll wait for some signals to turn around here. I mean, man, oh man, just going over my past couple of months of trading, you go from just being like hot like an iron essentially to be like, yo, what the heliante is actually going on here? So you got to be a little bit more patient and wait for some higher quality opportunities. I think NVDA can get in. It's just the market is just not in overly sync with it, and it's just like, you know what? All right, let's try this one more time. Let's see if we can get a pop. Not too bad. If it breaks through the low, then that'll be it. We'll hold off there. We don't want to give back too much of what we made earlier on Palantir. Need I pull it up? Obviously have to. PLTR. We had a pretty good one, so we'll go 2 for 3 on the trade so far. A nice little pop to the top side, bouncing off of support levels. We can correlate that with the volume weighted average. And then now we want to see if we can establish a new pivot high, right? So we took 30 cents there of a hit, but these moves were nice. These were dollar moves over here. So let's see if Palantir can really get going. If it's going to break down, then we don't want to hold up too much against it, and we'll sit on our hands. We've still got plenty of time left. We'll go through the news. Won't be taking any trades to that. Just waiting for some higher quality opportunities if they display themselves. If not, we have to accept it for what it is, and then come back bright and early Monday morning and wait for a high quality opportunity. But there it is. Some nice signs of strength there, Sharif. This is what we want to see in Palantir. Considering how strong it was, Donald Trump, just mention it one more time. That's all the boy needs. And then sure enough, we're going to have a pretty good time. We're going to diamond hands Deontay Wilder. There's this for hopefully a dollar bill,
yo.
Okay. We're doing the news here.
We are.
Soon.
We're starting right now.
Let me take a quick breather, go to the washroom, and then we'll rock and roll.
All right. So, Sia, what story are we speaking about first?
We're talking about Apple first. So Apple is gaining despite the weak smartphone market at the moment. Chart right in front of me. So global smartphone shipments have declined 6% year over year in the first quarter alone of 2026. So this is driven by the DRAM and NAND shortages. Memory suppliers are prioritizing AI data centers over consumer devices. I was talking about this yesterday as well. And this is the reason for the tightening supply of these chips. So higher component costs are also forcing the OEMs to raise prices. And Apple alone has captured 21% of global market share, which now places Apple as the #1 vendor in the first quarter for the very first time. Now, shipments have grown 5% year over year, which is outperforming the broader market if you look at it in depth. And strength is driven by the iPhone 17 demand alone. So aggressive trade-ins and strong supply chain execution is at look here. And we have also seen a notable growth in China, India, and Japan, key global markets. So let's talk about competitors for a second here. Now, Samsung shipments are down 6%, now at 20% share, impacted only by the delayed Galaxy S26 launch. Also, weaker entry-level demand. Xiaomi shipments have fallen 13%, which is due to the pressure by exposure to price-sensitive segments. Also, Oppo and Vivo. Now, Oppo and Vivo do hold stable positions here. Vivo is maintaining a leadership in India, with Oppo also benefiting from early-level strength. But overall, I'm seeing Apple honestly do pretty good, currently trading flat, 0.34%, sending it back to you.
And you brought like the crux of why this is important, at least for me, for Apple. In the face of global smartphone shipments declining 6%, Apple grew 5%, completely bucking the trend. It's not like you can say, oh, they outperformed the market, or they didn't, or they declined, their sales shipments declined, but not as bad as the market, so they outperformed. No, they just straight up did better, and they were positive year over year, 5%. And so obviously that's much to the chagrin or displeasure of their competitors, namely Samsung. Let's just be honest about it. Obviously Google, a big competitor with their phone. Xiaomi, Oppo, Vivo, all shipments fell 13%, 6%. To me, this is also good because Apple is now the #1 global market share. 20% for Samsung, 21% for It is the new shape of the iPhone that's really moving the needle here. A lot of people were kind of not happy with the 16, kind of held the same shape as the other one. The 15, the 14, the 13, even kind of the 12 is where we kind of got that kind of revamped shape at the time. So I like this. Obviously, there are a lot of other issues with respect to Siri and the new Apple Intelligence. Apple will have to resolve hopefully at WWDC in June. But as we mentioned yesterday, as well, or whatever day it was, there was also rumors that the new flip phone that's going to be released with the Apple lineup in September was encountering some technical difficulties. If you've been following the smartphone market, specifically flips, you know that the camera, the screen crease is a persistent problem. It just has like material fatigue. You keep opening it, you close it, you open it, you close it, and then it creates dents in the glass. My understanding is that they've met that technical challenge with a solution. We'll have to wait and see if it's in real life or what the situation is, Joe. But to me, it's a couple of things.
Yeah.
One, how well the MacBook Neo does and what kind of gross margins they have, whether they'll tell us. We know there's a lot of them because they're basically sold out everywhere, from my understanding.
Yep.
Two, the new Apple Intelligence in June, hopefully.
Yep.
And how that kind of works out. And three, the Apple flip phone.
Yeah, I heard you and Brendo talking about that other flip phone, the foldable phone, not too long or this morning,
Yep.
and essentially, I forget the brand of it, but it gave you a couple 100,000 folds before you started to see the wear and tear of it. Obviously, extensive engineering work being put into it. Yeah, Marcus Brownlee talking about it. So yeah, I mean, hopefully, like you said, man, and I think it goes by the quality of their products. Apple isn't going to release this thing unless they believe it's a high quality product and it's going to work the way that they want it to. So let's see how it comes out. I don't know how popular it's going to be. We did a poll and a lot of individuals said they're not looking to buy the iPhone Flip. It's funny how we go from these big devices to smaller. Now we're looking to get a little bit bigger, but nonetheless, I'm looking forward to see it. It's kind of a new product launch, right? Like it's going to be the new thing that's changing. You have a little design tweaks here and there, but as for the fundamental and the hardware standpoint, I think this is a big change in the iPhone in quite some time.
Yeah, I gotta tell you, I'm interested in buying it. Like I just bought a phone, but I'll sell.
I'll buy that off you.
Yeah, okay. And I keep it in good condition too.
60% discount.
We'll see what I'm gonna sell them for, bro. But I'm personally gonna get it. Because there was a time where I wanted to get rid of my phone completely and just take an iPad.
Yeah.
And that would be my device. I don't want anybody to help me. But I can definitely get behind the 16:9 and a flip thing.
Yeah.
I think we beat this to death. What are we talking about next, Sia?
Talking about Meta next, Sharif. So Meta platform social media lawsuits are expanding. So Meta, we're moving on to the next one? Okay. This is an older story, but there was an update on this. I'm going to quickly go over the update. Meta has said that it's going to be ads by law firms on its social media platform, which the client lawsuits related to social media addiction. So in a statement this morning to BBC, Meta said that we will not allow trial lawyers to profit from our platforms while simultaneously claiming that they are harmful. Anyways, let's move on to next stories. We have Amazon here. Amazon's Capex strategy is under scrutiny despite the AI win here. So Needham has maintained Amazon at a buy rating with a $265 price target. Now, this does signal long-term continued confidence, but the market is increasingly focusing on capital allocation discipline and not just alternative, despite what we're seeing here. Now, Amazon is planning nearly $200 billion, as we spoke about it yesterday, in just capital expenditures for 2026. Amazon may need to stretch its capital, unlike other companies that are heavily dependent on free cash flow. Now, this does raise investor concerns around returns and efficiency of such a large-scale investment. But again, as we did recap this yesterday, in a letter to the shareholders of the company this month, CEO Andy Jassy did say that AI will transform every customer experience, justifying this investment. So Amazon does continue to invest across multiple verticals: AI, logistics, satellites, retail, pharmacy, and same-day delivery. And with that, currently Amazon, again, I would say trading flat, 0.33%. No, sorry, Amazon in positive, 2.37%.
Exactly. Another great day for Amazon. They had a great day yesterday. They're having another great day today. Look, I have the same thing to say, that I had yesterday, which is it's Microsoft, it's Amazon, and it's Google who have the best window to actually monetize all the AI Capex that they're spending money on vis-a-vis their cloud and their neo-cloud divisions. I don't think the Meta has the same kind of position. They don't have cloud service. They're going to have to rely on AI monetization of ads in order to generate that revenue. I think that's a little less clear how, that's going to work. So I love this. I get that, the hyperscalers need to kind of justify all that AI CapEx spend. But what caught my attention is unlike other hyperscalers which fund CapEx through free cash flow, Amazon may stretch capital resources. Also, they're continuing to invest across multiple verticals. So there's concerns that non-AI investments now carry higher risk than AI investments, which is kind of like the opposite that we've been talking about. We've always been talking about the AI investments being the ones that are risky. Well, maybe for other companies, we know that they can monetize this via AWS. So I guess we're going to pause for a second, get your opinion in a second, because we got to go to Adair.
Absolutely.
Yeah, it's probably just update you guys. I'm seeing a couple different headlines here coming from different Israeli media channels about the situation between Israel and Lebanon. So Israel's Channel 11 saying that Prime Minister Netanyahu has changed the policy of attacking Lebanon after receiving a call from Trump. So now at this point, if there is any attack on Beirut, it would require special approval from Netanyahu. Another official, again, reported by Channel 11, said there's no ceasefire, but the intensity of attacks has been, quote, sharply reduced. Furthermore, we've got Hayom, also out of Israel, reporting that there could be an American announcement as early as tomorrow that talks between Israel and Lebanon could be officially opening. So, again, cautious approaches to peace and a ceasefire here. Back to you.
Yeah,
what do you think, Joey?
Yeah. I mean, as for Amazon, we talked about this, just being one of the largest cloud providers. I think it's a step in the right direction. You're going to have individuals who aren't going to like it. The increase in CapEx, I wouldn't be surprised that it might hurt the stock a little bit. It's been up really bad, pretty good off of the lows, essentially. I mean, $200 billion, that might be a slight uptick from what we were seeing before. That's definitely going to surpass what Meta is spending, and the street's not going to like it. But the only thing that I think that we have going for, well, not the only thing, but the best thing going forward here, essentially, is how they can monetize using Amazon Web Services, which I think is going to be a key driver. And you have to take into consideration how the e-commerce side of things in this name, which essentially is the founder of this company, is hindered by Donald Trump not having the ability to have more negotiations with President Xi as he's battling in Middle East, right? So what happens when that clears over? That stock can rally as well too, right? I think that's what's really weighing on Amazon right now, is because AWS has been growing at a phenomenal clip rate, but we don't have too much clarity from a tariffs perspective.
Right. The next story.
We're talking about Tesla again. So Tesla has produced 50,000 or more vehicles and it delivered. And this marks the largest production delivery gap in 4 years. This is a win against the race with BYD, which is also a key thing to make a note of that we've been seeing here. And this signals softening demand and rising inventory, so which is a key shift from the prior supply-constrained environment that Tesla was in. Now, the imbalance also suggests that Tesla may need to adjust pricing or slow the production if the demand recovers. Now, the $7,500 US credit is being phased out, which removes a major demand tailwind. Policy changes under the current administration are also reducing consumer affordability incentives, and especially to the U.S. market. But Tesla is facing pricing pressure in know it, China especially, where affordability is a very critical component. And Tesla has introduced lower price standard versions of Model 3 and Model Y to address affordability concerns. But these reductions are priced up to $5,000, just below premium versions. Helps offset demand softness, but price risk cuts are also in the picture here.
And that's the issue. So we saw the standard versions of the Model 3 and the Model Y. You have to assume that those are lower margin products. I know they refitted them with some older, with less technology, like there isn't a rear screen in some of them. But I think that is the major problem here. This new Model 2 or Model Q or whatever he's going to call it is going to be a low margin product. And it's also going to take up capacity. I got to send it to you because I got a breakout here on my hands.
Yeah, absolutely, guys. I'm at a pound here. That's it. We're going to sit on our hands for the majority of the session here. Not a breakdown. Before I got out, I'm like, you know what? We kept running into the supply zone 127.38. Then sure enough, now the breakdown's starting to come into play. We'll be patient, man. Going to the short side seems to be the narrative. But no, just to add to Sharif's point, I don't think that's what people want right now. It's like, hey, do we really care about this lower quality, low margin, essentially, vehicle? What do you have for us when it comes to the robo-taxi and the robo-cab and Optimus? This is what everybody's looking forward to. It's funny because we didn't really talk about this, and I think the AV aspect of Elon has been relatively new speaking. I mean, it's been going on for a couple of years, but before that, it's like, yeah, forward-looking, we're forward-looking, but now we have Optimus, now we have the autonomous vehicles. And I think he needs to start to pick things up a little bit. Austin obviously was where the geofence started. He expanded. Now you have some of the driverless vehicles. I understand from an FSD standpoint, Tesla has a lot more miles, but if you want to go full autonomy, Waymo is still outpacing Tesla in that aspect. They're on the highway, they're doing a bunch of things, they're in multiple cities. Brenda was telling us the other day that the contract here in the city for Waymo starting in 2027. We've yet to see that.
Can't wait to see how they do in the snow, for real though.
That's the biggest thing, right? Like, you got to see how, but it's so early in this technology that I think it's going to take some time. You're going to have your hurdles, you're going to have your speed bumps. Now, let's not forget the point when it comes to production capabilities, Tesla is going to surpass Waymo. When Brandon and I were talking the other day, when you were on vacation, it's $1,000 for this robo-taxi, you couldn't purchase a Waymo if you wanted to, I don't think.
No, of course not.
Right? So it's like, it's also costs like $230K just to make one of these. But I think just from a regulatory standpoint, the technologies are going to be really, really key in this. I know you got something going on.
It's fine. I'm listening to you.
Yeah. The technology, I think, is going to play a major factor in how much faster these things can develop, in my opinion.
I couldn't agree more. And I don't like the fact that they cancel the X and the S so they can reallocate their production capacity to autonomy, whether that's or robotics, so Optimus and or robotaxi, and then all of a sudden they're going to have to reallocate some of that capacity now to this cheaper model. So I don't know how I feel about the whole thing.
Like, how for certain is this model though? Like,
nothing's for certain. It got canceled in 24. We already know that. Elon himself called it pointless. Basically said there was no point in doing it. Anyway, so we can go on about it. But I need to speak about SkyQ. We took this at 11.15. Best profit taker up here, I want to say in the 80s, 82. I don't think it's done quite yet. I think this probably has a move into 12, but there is resistance at $12. Just take a look at the candle, 11.45, 11.50. So there is some resistance here. I think if we take out 12 and take it out decisively, we have another shot at that high of day of 12.85. And then possibly even above 13. So going to keep a close eye here on SkyQ. Back into 74 goes. So there's some buying here, and this candle now is turning into a bottoming tail candle. So keeping a close eye on this one. We'll report back to you, and for now, we're sending it back to Sia.
Yeah, we're talking about, taking a look at Microsoft here. Microsoft is pushing a co-pilot code red initiative, which is led by CEO Satya Nadella, aimed at improving performance and real-world usability. So the key catalyst for this, May 1st launch of the 7 suite with additional features features that will be rolling out through the year: Agent Mode, Copilot, Co-work, Critique Council, and Agent 365. So early feedback on this is already improving, which can suggest a certain sentiment around the Copilot, which could inflect positively. But there has been a major overhang on this, and Microsoft has not yet shown strong monetization traction from this venture Copilot, and investors are frustrated given the leadership position in SaaS. Now, competitiveness is rising. The risk is rising with Anthropic, Meta, and others building a rival AI ecosystems as such, which can potentially threaten the future growth of this. And industry analysts are also concerned that Microsoft could be pulled into an AI arms race, even competing indirectly. Now, roughly 30% of new capacity last quarter went into internal LLM development, and currently Microsoft is trading flat at negative 0.48%.
I was thinking about their new capacities being used internally. AI's internal use percentages or Anthropic's or anybody else's, but it just seems that that's 30% that they're not monetizing of new capacity. So that does concern me a little bit. Secondly, I don't think that Copilot has the best reputation or even usage. I mean, they're forcing people through Office 365 to kind of try to use Copilot, much to people's resistance. So I kind of get why they're trying to monetize this. I think it would probably be better if they were to take an enterprise route, which they are, kind of, so that they can just do this through Azure. BNP Paribas believes that Microsoft is still being consensus expectations in the coming quarters. The drivers, according to the report, include exploding token usage from AI workloads, rising GPU rental prices. That's pretty good because there's a lot of margins there, and that could help support Azure pricing. Microsoft, I mean, I think it's seen better days, down 0.5% today, but area lows, I mean.
Yeah, it's been hurt for quite some time, Sharif. But as for the monetization, 30%, I agree with you on that front. We have to take into consideration, I was using Copilot. Why? Because it was accessible. Open Edge, it was right there.
Right.
But Copilot seems like a thing of the past. Copilot is essentially not one of the go-to AI tools right now. I don't know. It was convenient, and I think that's why I led to it. Is the convenience still there? Can they monetize it? Is there going to be better options? Like, what would you rather spend your money on? If you're going to go with the paid tier programs, who are you going to spend your money on? Are you going to look at too, but I think there's better tools out there right now than what Copilot has to offer.
I couldn't agree more.
Yeah.
I'm not like I use Copilot a lot, but I've dabbled in it.
You dabble, like you use it, you know what I mean? It's like, hey, it's
there.
The convenience, it was there, right? Like it was literally, you hit that button, it's right there on Edge, and sure enough.
Hit that.
Yeah.
Yeah, we're talking about oil here. So now oil prices have jumped. WTI and Brent both around the hundreds right now. Straight largely close. Flows are severely restricted, which are keeping markets on edge. And U.S. has warned Iran over alleged tanker transit restrictions, which does risk breakdown of the 2-week ceasefire. Tensions suggest no reliable framework for safe passage, which again also increase uncertainty. And the Strait, as we know, routing closer to lines and are also paying significantly higher transit costs. And the times of voyage are extending to weeks instead of days, which again Saudi energy infrastructure, which also has led to a reduced output capacity. Production has also been cut by 600,000 barrels per day with additional 700,000 BPD pipeline flow disruption.
That's the thing. So even though if the strait opens up, the fact of the matter is, I don't think the Gulf, specifically Saudi Arabia, the Iraqi areas as well, that got hit, I don't think they're going to be producing nearly as much as they had been. So even when the strait, if the strait gets opened up in the near term, will the actual physical supply of oil be at the level so that we can get that $60 barrel? I think we were trading at 50 some odd dollar barrel before this whole thing happened. So what concerns me is that the attacks on the infrastructure definitely limit supply, at least. And I remember they were saying the Qatari natural gas fields, they were saying something like 2 years to get that same supply back online. So I think we're definitely going to have a bit more headwinds for a while when it comes to some oil. I don't think we see $50 this year probably.
No, I don't think so. Do we look at this kind of in a tariff situation? And what do I mean is that you have some of these other countries that diversify where they're getting their oil from. You know, Donald Trump had the other night just saying, yeah, we got oil, and everybody essentially saying, and then buy it from him. I think okay, if this conflict is going to be going on and prolonged for quite some time, then why don't you look for other places to gather your resources? If it's happened once, it's probably going to happen again, Sharif. And the conflict over there always seems never ending. So I would be looking, if you're the countries who need it in the eastern side of the world, like the Australias and the Indo-Chinas and everything along those lines, in Indonesia, I'd be looking to
Carney's been hooking up with Danielle Smith for.
Yeah,
Every time they're together. She's the premier of Alberta. Alberta, if you guys obviously know, the oil producing, one of the oil producing provinces in this country. And the point is, Danielle Smith wants to build an oil pipeline through Alberta, through British Columbia, onto the Pacific Ocean for the express purpose of sending that oil to Asia.
I don't understand why they wouldn't do that, right?
Well, you know, because there's natives there that want the coast protected. There are things, right?
Yeah, I understand that.
Yeah.
Like, but at the end of the day, we have to, like, listen, Sharif, if you're not going to do it, then someone else will. You're going to have to pay the premium dollar. So it's like, okay, obviously you want to reserve the nature. I love it, but there's ways that you can build around it. In my opinion, the technology and the engineering is there where you can do as minimal damage as possible. There's obviously going to be deforestation, everything along those lines to get the pipeline where you need to go. Chances of leaks as well. But I think it's just best off for the country because why are we paying extended premium? Why are we shipping our oil down to the States and then buying it back from them?
Because
absolutely ridiculous in my opinion, and we've had the conversation. There should be one in Montreal and there should be one in the West Coast as well. I just don't know why we don't make these moves.
We also have Atlantic off the coast of the Midday. We have possible in the same way that they have in the Gulf of Mexico or the Gulf of America, whatever. So that could be the Atlantic side of things, and then we could have obviously the Pacific side of things. But I think it takes a lot of time to build out.
It does, but they don't talk about it. Let things get done. And how long has it been talked about? Like since the Harper days.
Since the Harper days, yeah. It's
Think about how long that's been.
I know, man. It's tough to get things built. I know a lot of people, you know, on the right side of the political spectrum don't like Mark Carney. I think he's doing the right thing. I think he's nothing like his predecessor, and I think it's a matter of time until we see these projects IRL. But we'll have to wait and see. What do we got next year? Oh, we got Super. Dave, shout out my man Dave. He's dropping 5. Last wing. My folks, Pasca Anthropic isn't first containment breakout. I don't know what that means. Is it first containment breakout? What does that mean, brother? I don't know what that means. You understand what that means?
What? Say that again.
It's the Super right there.
Last
wing. I know Mythos or Mythos or whatever is the new the LLM by Anthropic that I know. Apathia Anthropic is it first containment breakout. I don't know what that means.
It sounds like some.
Thank you for the super chat.
Sounds like some 28 days later.
Sorry, one sec. Joey, there goes this latest trade. We're looking for a little bit more. I've got a bit of a bias that this probably touches or breaks 12. This is the area we are earmarking. There's 90. I'm going to go on the north side of 12. I'm going 7s for a liquidity tester. 94 seller now on SkyQ, but this is a great breakout. There's 12, but no crossing of $12 there. So good move here. Watch out for the rejection at 12, but if it clears 12, oh baby, we could be up on the way. Patience on this one, but good look. Any comments about?
We just talked about oil for a long time.
Okay, so let's.
I mean, we can go on some more if you want.
No, I think we're good, Jeff.
Definitely, you could go on some more. Right after this, though, TSMC is surging on AI demand. So TSMC has reported a Q1 revenue of $1.13 trillion, which is $36 billion, beating the expectations and marking a 35% year-over-year increase. March alone has seen a 45.2% year-over-year surge. Now, this is highlighting AI-driven led strength. Now, explosive demand for AI chips from major clients like Apple and NVIDIA continues to fuel growth, yes, but data center and AI infrastructure spending is remaining the dominant driver of advanced semiconductor demand, and analysts are expecting TSMC to definitely exceed its 30% annual growth target. So this, to me, is showing no signs of a slowdown. TSMC has raised prices on most advanced chips, which now expected gross margins are around 64%, which is strong pricing leverage in, I would say, a constrained supply environment. And TSMC has retained the position of being one of the only manufacturers capable of producing Samsung and Intel. And here's why TSMC, sorry, I mispronounced it, TSMC is at advantage here, because even as more companies are continuing to design chips, the manufacturing of bottlenecks still routes through TSMC, and that's why they will be at an advantage.
That's a fact, Sia. If you want 2 nanometers, there's only one place you can go. If you want 3, there's now. I get Samsung's at 3, but they don't have the same capacity as Taiwan Semi. And Joey, as I was telling Brendo this morning, who does this company think it is? NVIDIA? 60% gross margins on a physical product. NVIDIA's at like at 72 or 73.
Yeah.
If you have over 50% gross margins on a physical product, it typically means you have a defensible moat.
Yeah.
Right? And so you got to love this. You got to love the fact that building up more capacity in the United States, so they're going to benefit. Sorry, I didn't mean to steal that from you.
You stole it from me.
I didn't mean to, brother.
Right.
I didn't mean to. We think alike, though.
Yeah.
But no, let's serious. I think even if the political winds change in the United States, I think the debt will also be pro-building in America as a general kind of let's just call it, direction, okay?
Absolutely.
So I think that, building airplanes in America is definitely a tactical move.
It's going to kind of lead to my point. Look how key this has been for essentially the workforce and just how we work from a day-to-day perspective. Is that America is like going to be first in the market to get everything addressed. And look what it's done for them. Like everybody, if you're not using some of these tools, you're falling behind. If you're not building something along those lines, then it's like, what are you actually doing? If you're not building data centers, the way that the economies are moving, I think it's really important that you play this game and get involved with this stuff, because there's a reason why the Facebooks, the Apples, the Metas, the Microsofts, the NVDAs are the largest companies in the world, is because the American regulation allows them to grow and expand. So I think that's something really important. It's unfortunate that other people are just caught up in this regulatory scrutiny, that they say, hey, you're hindering your own growth at the end of the day. It's finding these American companies left, right, and center, but it's like, hey, why don't you just start building your own so you don't have to do this essentially?
Can I say one thing as well? That I do like how the company is able to pivot in a way that looks pretty flexible given their size. So they were primarily known for designing and building manufacturing chips for the
NVDA.
smartphone. TSMC.
Yeah.
For the smartphone market. All of a sudden, we're talking about smartphones shipments down 6% year over year, sending capacity to where they make more money,
exactly,
which is the data centers.
It's like, who cares about the smartphone shipments?
Exactly.
When you have these insane margins, when you're building these chips for NVDA, like just throwing them cash essentially at the end of the day.
Homie. All right, just before we actually let's get to Aerospace, and then we're going to cover the super chat.
I'll take a look here at TSM's revenues. That's really impressive. We have TSM reporting formal earnings on Thursday morning. So released their monthly sales. From 2000, we had like roughly $4 billion USD revenue. Last year, well over 100 billion for the company. Shout out to CEO CC Wei, who was not there for this entire trajectory, was certainly there for, I think, the acceleration of this revenue. What we're expecting 29 cents. Revenue estimate of 35.4 billion. Sounds like we already beat that. So good look for TSM. But here's the other thing, guys. These monthly sales by the name, they come out every single month. Usually the ones for the next month will come out like, a little bit, like a week or so after the last month ended. So for example, you got April 10th here as the release date for the March. Like Robinhood, they'll release monthly updates here for their engagement. So there are certain companies that give you these opportunities for monthly catalysts. Certainly be talking about next week on earnings.
Let's go, SkyQ, man. Let's go. Here we go. 12 here. We should really be continuing above 12. We know that there was resistance in the 12 area. I'm packing the patience. I'm looking but it's still dilly-dallying here with 12. I know, the position board is out by my cost basis. It's below the half. Above 12 at the moment. Let's get to that super chat, man. Anthropic, Claude Mythos. Yes, okay.
Yeah, we did that one.
Its developers to show off, not sci-fi. So I completely. That's not what the company's saying, though. The company's saying that it was leaked and account that viewed the leak, they suspended. Anthropic, they're pretty cutthroat with how they operate over there, and they're willing to give you very little leak. That it was so smart, it was, I guess, self-aware. Should I use that line, Terminator? But seriously, though, that it sent itself to people. That's what you're saying. Obviously, I don't think the company even that right away. Here, broke out of its sandbox and posted on public websites. Read more along the lines of that it was leaked by somebody who had viewed it, and the reason that they were leaked is because what's it called? It's the one that can go into operating systems and traditional legacy systems that ATMs and banks and whatever, and figure out exploits that humans haven't been able to find. Said it was own tracks. Oh my God.
Yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, okay, it's getting situation, Sia. That's where we find
model has topped global rankings, and this expected. So Happy Horse 1.0 has emerged anonymously on global AI leaderboards before quickly ranked #1 in blind tests for both text to video and image to video. Like video generation, we can see here, an AI narrative continues to act as a multiple expansion driver for large cap tech. Is emerging as a key AI frontier, and Happy Horse could position Alibaba as a leader in the space. Let me tell you why. Because competing efforts have been diminished. OpenAI has stepped back from Sora. Strategic reprioritization. What am I coming to? This is a great thing for Baba because it opens a window at 2.12% higher Friday after the news of its involvement, and the stock rose 6.75%. Now, AI core strategic priority, which is spanning cloud, chips, and applications, and Baba already leverages AI across. Now, Happy Horse, ending with Happy Horse, could be and it could drive cross-platform.
I agree. And the fact that these two very, very robust video generating AI platforms seem to be coming out of China, whether it's Happy Horse 1.0. Now, who remembers the video of Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt fighting online that looked real? And all the while, you're seeing American tech companies go away from it. For example, OpenAI leaving Sora, we're saying we got to reallocate sources of wealth. Perhaps we can go after enterprise to follow after Anthropic's model. I heard that that was a bit of a panic internally for OpenAI. So this is an eyebrow raiser. Video generating AI services seem to be coming out of China, man.
Yeah, I mean,
and apparently they don't have the best chips.
Have you seen?
How are they doing that? They're fantastic. That's the one I just talked about. Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt.
Yeah. Like there's other ones like it's like, oh wow, minutes. Fabian and Casino may know about these things, but they're also like these things can create a picture and then make it into a video game. Have you seen that?
Types,
insane.
Right?
Yeah.
There's text to video and picture to video.
Wow. Somehow, I don't know, the Jurassic Parks get worse.
Can they hear you? Okay.
He said so. Fabian said they're still far from working because they're very uncanny. Go on. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
Which is fair. I see. I know what you're talking about. So he's saying essentially the video will break after you input the video, the picture to say like, hey, generate this or that. Technology is still extremely early, and I think what they can do right now is absolutely insane. Some of the videos that they can produce are just like, wow, that was done in a matter of minutes. So like Disney's Pixar can do and stuff like this, right? Like just generate how much time they spend on building some of these animated films.
But I think that's the issue. And I think that that's the issue. Like, remember when SAG, after or whatever, that union for the actors?
Yeah.
You remember that they wanted nothing to do with AI. In fact, they wanted it as part of the agreement that AI wouldn't be used or be used in limited ways. I think that, again, it comes down to that same dichotomy we've been having, that the East seems to be espousing AI a lot more aggressively than the West. The West is concerned about jobs.
Yeah.
The East seems to be taking more of a laissez-faire approach. And this is, I think, more of an extension of that.
Which is fair. Yeah.
We'll see. Let's just shout out Casey, 526, man. 20 Trader TV Live gifted memberships. We got Hypercube, you got one. Dijon Mustard, Frederick, Pirate Genetics, Jiffy, John 7, I-24 Strikia, Sando Glove, is Moon. Vis-a-vis KC526, and I'd have to show you our YouTube channel so you know where you can get my morning note every day. Let's just flip over here. Let's go into the other one, and here it is, guys. Just mosey on over to Trader channel, and then right under posts, click that bad boy right there, mosey on down. You know, it's kind of hard to find, and there she is every day. We put it out right before we go. IQ having a lot of lows, but it's got a lot of topping tails that go through that $12 area. So there's clearly an aggressive seller at $12. You need to be alive to that. $12.33, and then I'm going to let this one go, probably even a little bit higher if it does allow me. So keeping a close eye here on SkyQ. What do we got next, Sia?
It has risen, marking the first increase since September of the year 2022. And this ends a prolonged deflationary cycle for China. Now, this signals weakness towards cost-driven inflation. Now, just on a quarterly basis, BPI has still declined, showing us that the recovery is still in its early stages, but it is coming. Now, CPI has increased 1% year over year, missing the expectation from the prior month. Core CPI has come in at 1.1%, indicating a limited underlying strength, and inflation remains below policymakers' comfort zone, which is around 2%. Costs. And this has raised fuel prices in China again, with gasoline and diesel yuan range per ton recently. Gasoline has surged 11.1% month over month, which is reflecting a rapid pass-through from global oil markets. And right here, I do have the statement from the State Office of China.
This is an issue I think that has been having for a while, and we've seen them have to kind of go in. Let's be honest about it, artificial demand for their products, whether it's vis-a-vis cell phone subsidies, right? I think base model subsidies that they were giving to stimulate demand from consumers to buy domestic EVs. And then we saw, obviously, a shift by a lot of those Chinese EV companies outside of China because they were exhausting their market. So there seems to be a little bit of consumer weakness in China, which is leading to a bit of deflation. 0.6% year over year, still showing some month. So this seems to be an issue, and the housing issue as well hasn't found a bottom there at all. So I feel like they seem to be, you know.
I think that's where they've been accelerating, right? Like production standpoint, and I think that was the whole onshoring idea.
Buildings are these developer companies like Evergreen and whatever. So the bottom dropped off during COVID. It's been pumping in subsidies in so many different sectors.
Yeah, we've seen it with the iPhone, right? That's from well, but I think with China is that you just had so many people in a short period of time lifted, and they created that middle class essentially. You know what I'm talking about? Like, so that middle class was created, but it's typically good standpoint, you go into the higher end things, China's still flourishing. A lot of the sales going over into that neck of the woods.
All right, Sia, what do we got next?
So we are talking about Paramount Warner deal. So this is just like a recap I would like to run down. So Paramount is exploring a multi-billion-dollar debt package to finance its merger with Warner Bros. Discovery. Now, we're seeing a lot happening with Paramount, Warner, and Netflix. So the financing includes a large syndicated loan and credit facilities, which is backed by assets from both these companies. This deal is expected to be one of the largest media financing packages in years, highlighting a scale of the merger kind of thing. So the combined entity is projected to carry nearly $80 billion in net debt, significantly increasing leverage. And Paramount currently holds $10.36 billion in net debt, while Warner Bros. Already has substantial existing obligations. So the transaction creates a highly leveraged media giant, raising concerns about financial flexibility. Firms are consolidating to compete with tech-driven streaming platforms, and scale is becoming critical for content production, distribution, and subscriber growth. And currently, PSKY down almost 2%.
First of all, there goes Sky Q into my people under there at 3 threes. For the love of God, just hold 12. Let's go, man. Let's get to 13 here on Sky Q. There's a profit taker. We're looking for a little bit more now. Let's see if we can get in to about 12.85. That is the high of the day. And if we can get there, I think we probably move into 13. But I really want to focus on this, Joey, and the fact that they hold $10.33 billion in net debt, and Warner Brothers already has substantial existing obligations, does concern me. And the reason is they have one choice and one choice only.
Yeah.
Either they take on these debts, new debts, I'm assuming, and merge to be able to take on the Amazons, the Apples, all the big tech, and the Netflix. How could I forget about that? The big tech companies who have the deep pockets for the production to pay the best actors, you know, the best sets and whatever they do. Basically, the production costs are through the roof.
Yeah.
And as a result, you got to take on debt and merge to take them on. So, is it a sustainable business model with all that debt that they're holding while their competitors, the tech companies, don't?
I think the catalog is good. I think what they can have and they can produce with the catalog is really important. But I think we get to the point where we're asking the question, did Larry overpay? Right? I think so. I don't think that's a good thing. The debt is obviously going to be massive. But I think it's just what you can do. Is it worth it? I think it's how you can maximize the catalog that you get from this, right? Like, you have to have some of these TV shows come be like the best of the month, the best of the year, start winning more awards. Like, you have the Netflix and the Stranger Things being one of the best series, the Game of Thrones coming from HBO, essentially. I don't know if Paramount has that ability to do those types of things, and I think that's going to be extremely important, whether it's going to be worth it or not. You have to take full advantage of what you're going to be receiving, and maybe this can help subsidize a little bit of it.
They got a good catalog, you got to admit, right?
Warner Brothers.
Yeah.
Has an amazing catalog. It's just, I dare I both agree on this, we don't have the utmost confidence in Paramount to maximize the potential of that catalog. Right? Like, I think Netflix could do a substantially better job and continuously top the charts. I don't know if Paramount can do that with what we've seen from them before.
Respect that.
Yeah.
Well, time will tell. Right.
Charlie Shreve, I'll let you close things
Sir,
off. Let's
absolutely.
scurry back over there.
All right, man, let's get right back into it here. I just want to talk about some of these trades because, guys, SkyQ is still putting in higher lows. This is an unbroken trend here. Despite the ugly and often annoying topping tail candles, look at these candles over here. They haven't breached prior bar low. So if you're using the simple follow technique of just moving up your stop to prior bar low, you have not been wicked out. And here we come again into 1250. Ultimately, it's a 1285 high. But my bias is if we get above that 1250, we're likely going to touch 13. So, you know, trade this as you may. But here we go again with 1240. To be fair, you know, to the shorts on SkyQ, they've been pretty resilient here. Look at all these topping tail candles. They don't happen by accident. This is aggressive shorting and profit taking at these levels. So for now, the bulls are winning. Whether or not we're going to be able to win above 12.5 and then possibly above 13. Your guess is as good as mine, but we're going to keep a close eye on this one. We're going to send it over to the boys in a second. I did want to talk, sadly, about a losing trade that I had. You know, I don't usually short these small cap cappers, but we took a shot today on Square Foot. Didn't work out for me. I had an opportunity to break even on this one as it did dip down or close to break even at around the low 80s. I insisted on holding, thinking that we can maybe make a move back to 350. But if I had to guess, Square Foot, if it breaks above 4, it's going to make another move and possibly take out the high of the day. Just like SkyQ is now, here we go again, ladies and gentlemen, in the 1269. Again, don't forget, it's a 1285 high. So we're moments away now from touching that 1285 high. If you've got some, shares left, maybe wet the beak at around, this 12.5 area, but save the piece for the dream, breaking above that 1285 and possibly under 13. Very happy with this trade. Wished I had a bit more shares, but SkyQ looking real good. And here it is at 1270. We're about to take out 75. It's a 77 high now. Let's see if we can get up possibly into 85. Very happy with this trade. We're going to see exactly there. It is Neil. Boom. Into the area high. 1285 on SkyQ. Pumped about this trade. Let's send it over to your boy, Roberts.
Well, now you got me calling that SkyQ up there. It's like the sky hook, unstoppable. No one can block that shot apparently. Although you know what? Let me try to block that shot. I bet you he could have done some damage with that. The dude's an absolute freak. Love the SkyQ. We'll see what happens this afternoon. Let Joey look, man. Joe put in some work today. When I came in, I knew Sean was off. Gia's got hockey Friday. Like, that's pretty normal. We have a normal thing. And we're doing the morning show with Joe there. And then all of a sudden we get to, it's like 10:57. I turn over and I didn't see O, but I'm like, Joe, you're doing all day. He's like, yeah, man, I'm doing it all day. So man's got to eat too. Hopefully he'll grab his lunch and be able to get something down. We got a lot trying to happen here. It has been, I want to say, relatively calm. Unfortunately, we did give up some of the highs. Like when we left you this morning, things were pretty cruising. But look, it was early enough to turn around that I think you guys saw in the midday the market's been trending down. It has been overall quiet. We are only sliding down here, and it's not because there's some screaming buy happening in oil prices. There was a small headline. I think Derek left that for a second, and there was a small headline basically saying uncertainties prevail in the White House, and Trump now believes that reopening the trade agreement is unlikely soon. That's not exactly shocking us higher. The market's not falling all over itself. And really, the biggest thing that came out of the office was Palantir. That's now barely even above VWAP at this point. A little disappointment, I think, for PLTR. Yeah, it's never really got past 129. So that could be a place that if it gets there, maybe you catch some kind of a breakout. But at the end of the day, you just have to try to pick your spots. I was surprised by some of the strength that we saw over in Bitcoin. But then, Joe had made, tell me that's not what you're reading. Joe made a great observation that if the ratings are asking for Bitcoin for their fee, would that be good? I was like, oh, maybe. But then I really do think, you're talking about international waters, charging a fee to cross the strait, I don't see how that's going to fly in general. I don't really see that as working out all too well. There is one name that I am actively looking to try to get back into. I feel like this is a broken record, but man, I said it this morning. I left this morning, I'm like, yeah, I got out of Nike too soon. And then I got back in Nike, and then I got out of Nike too soon. So I don't know if there's going to be another pop.
Okay.
But it's headed down to the lows. And if there is, we're going to try and get that one again. And let us know what else you guys are watching. I know that SkyQ for a small capper is certainly going to be on the radar. It did just lose. Little double top action. It just lose the high here. Yeah, so we'll see if that one's able to hold up for sure. IBRX I just saw in the chat's going to be in play. I see Mike Peter Ryder is in the chat. As usual. Watching Skynet, someone just said. CoreWeave.
Skynet.
Well, first of all, is Skynet a stock? Because hopefully Skynet's not actually real. CoreWeave's back near the highs. I want to find some relative strength and weakness. Also want to try to find things that are doing good volume. It's Friday afternoon, and if there's no big headlines, this is exactly when you don't want to be, okay, forcing trade, over trading if we're not going to get crazy market movement.
You don't want to trade Skynet, my boy?
What's Skynet?
No, it's not an actual type.
It's not a stock? So then why is watching Skynet a thing? Oh, Palantir. Okay,
Palantir.
Palantir.
Palantir is the...
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're calling Palantir Skynet? I guess that makes sense.
Is that a fair assessment?
Yeah, yeah, that's okay. I mean, it's not really, come on now. Skynet was on a different level. Palantir's not at that level.
Yeah.
You say yet?
Yeah, I mean, do you think it can get there?
Well,
Out of all the current AI companies, who do you think has the most potential to be Skynet?
if you hooked up Anthropic, if they didn't get blacklisted,
Yeah.
not Palantir, I would have guessed it would have been one of those.
Okay.
But I mean, who knows at this point?
Anthropic.
Yeah, who knows?
Combined with Tesla. Combined with Tesla with the robotics. Right?
Well, see, actually, that makes, now that you say it, because you got to have the robotics aspect of it, XAI, yeah, Tesla. But then Elon's the best, but Elon's comment, this is exactly goes against this kind of thing. He's like, I ain't trying to build no AI for robots if I can't be the one in control. Because he's like, I have to be in control of that. I don't trust it. So at least he doesn't want there to be. He doesn't want it to get to that point.
What if he goes Kanye after he gets all this control? After, you think he could?
That would be bad. But that would be true of anybody. All right. So Skynet apparently. So I guess we're calling Palantir Skynet now. So Skynet losing VWAP precipitously here. Yeah, you hold under VWAP, maybe take down 126. I hate looking afternoon short on the stock that the president literally told everyone was fantastic. It just feels like, oh, that's the wrong thing to do, but that's where we're at right now. Palantir looks like it's breaking down. Darwin says Alex Karp has entered the chat. Why? Because we're calling the company Skynet? Oh, hopefully not. Hopefully not. The scary thing is all this stuff about Sam Altman, dude. Have you seen some of this?
Have you seen him?
No, like there's all the articles about Sam Altman. Like he's perfectly willing to donate his brain science.
A lot of people doing that. You know, Elon.
No, I know. No, man. He'd be willing to die to have his consciousness
saved,
put digitally, because he thinks that would be good for humanity. He's like, it would be such a benefit for humanity.
I think that's a good idea.
I'm not that eager to die. I like life. Life is a gift.
Yeah, of course.
I'm not saying that wouldn't be an amazing accomplishment for humanity, but that could get done without me having to die.
See, Elon Musk's his ex-girlfriend Grimes wants to get the Neuralink. She wants just because, like, it's not like she didn't even really need it.
We could all try the Neuralink thing, man. That's good for them. And then when everyone else has been a guinea, it's now safe.
Like those dystopian movies. Have you ever seen the movie Upgrade?
Yes.
Yeah, Upgrade.
Yeah,
so
that's what
just gets
the guy that people mistake for Tom Hardy.
Yeah, exactly. I
don't even know his name.
Yeah, no one knows his name. But yeah,
he was in Prometheus. I should know this guy's name. He's actually a pretty solid actor.
He's pretty good. I mean, that wasn't a bad movie whatsoever. Aside from that, man, let's get into some stock talk here and see what we got going on. A lot of bounces. Palantir did break down. There's a little bit of a rebound there.
I can't.
The overall market, SPY and the TQQQ still moving a little bit lower, and some of these bounces aren't really sustained here, guys. So let's get the volume-weighted average price on here and see what we can figure out for that next potential move. I mean, we were looking really, really positive this morning, and then you get a couple news lines and a couple headlines step in, and then you're sure enough, you're like, oh, okay, the narrative changed pretty quick in the sentiment in the overall market, and down we go in both the SPY, the Palantir, but the chip names holding up relatively well. So if you're looking for signs of strength, I think that's where you want to start to head. It is Friday, so the big boys might be already out to lunch or going out for drinks. The big Wall Street boys. Aside from that, You have multiple bounces off of VWAP and NVDA, and then we also had AMD that was relatively strong this morning with the TSMs. So that's where the signs of strength are. If you're looking elsewhere, it might be a little bit more difficult. I thought we'd get some more continuation in Palantir, considering, right, like we had the Donald Trump tweet. I wonder if he owned any, well, I don't know if he's allowed to or anything along those lines, but I wonder who he was helping out with that specific thing, because I think it was so random, the fact that he just decided to put the ticker in there and everything else along those lines, with some of his buddies being the beneficiary of what just essentially happened.
It was pretty unique.
It's very unique. I don't know if we've ever seen, I've personally never seen anything along those lines. And think about how much trouble Elon Musk, we didn't even get in that much trouble, but Elon Musk got in trouble with doing that with the cryptocurrencies and everything.
The thing with like Elon is the head of a public company.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, this is not trying to be political or anything.
Yeah.
That's different. It's different. Like what happened to him is you're the CEO
Talking your book.
of a publicly traded company.
Yeah.
There's certain things that you can and cannot say about the company. It's like there's just certain disclosures, and it is what it is, and it is a different story. And you can argue the moralities of it and whether it should be different or not, but it is different, unfortunately. And I respect Elon and what he's accomplished. For sure. A couple of things that I'm just worth noting here. I don't know if this is going to have the volume to go, but Netflix kind of strong this afternoon. The market's not doing much. It's trending. Failed this breakout at the open through 120, 102.5. So that looks like something that could get going. My first look, Bitcoin refuses to break trend at all. I think the first look right now is going to be, there it is, Palantir. Everything about this is like, why would Palantir when the president says he likes it? But the structure of this, lower highs, I was long a few times off of thinking short under VWAP here. Either we pump into VWAP or it's just going to be a 126 breakdown. Are you only eating this? You're not eating the chicken? Got the chicken.
Brother.
Tell me you ate.
We got the chicken.
Oh, you did eat it. I'm just saying.
Stomach.
Eat the chicken. I sat in 50. I
mean, you were also dancing about the chicken as well too, so you were looking forward to
yes. Whatever. I like food. Food. I enjoy food, man.
Yeah, I enjoy food. I like food too, man. We
protein.
start with the salad.
I usually.
You're also giving me heat about the bagel that I ate this morning.
Well, I didn't give you heat about the bagel. I just simply said it's a lot of carbs.
It's not, dude. A half a bagel is not a lot of carbs. You probably ate more carbs in the gravy that you just had with the potatoes.
Yeah, but that's gravy.
Okay, so now we're justifying the carbs here.
What? I'm just saying, it's gravy. Gravy's good. A bagel is so boring.
See ya.
Poppy seed and everything.
I mean,
why is that disappointing?
I'm not. I said that's bang.
Oh.
Yeah. I mean, there we go. Like, what is that bang for you? Depends who you ask.
It's a bagel.
Bagel.
We just heard in our ear, is it a bagel or a bagel? It's a bagel. Bagel? What the heck is a bagel?
You know what's a better bagel? I don't know if anyone's ever tried this.
Rainbow?
They're colorful.
Oh, those are horrible.
No, they're not. They're actually great. For this.
What's in that, though?
So rainbow bagels are basically, like the name suggests, it's rainbow. It's
color?
Like purple.
Why though?
I have no idea, man. You gotta
just
tourist trap, honestly.
Okay.
I fell to it. Yeah.
No, I'm genuinely and it's like 2 minutes away, found this restaurant, which you know was going to be a tourist trap. And it was like the whole time we were there was the most expensive meal we had, and it was by far the worst. And if we knew it going in, we had done screwed up, because that's not how you're supposed to do it. But anyways, let's get back to Palantir hasn't tested, nor is it looking at anything else right now, except for like it. It's at VWAP. It could turn around. I was shorting this one for the majority of, I guess, lunchtime. Like breakdown here, here, then tried the higher low, left an order like an idiot, and then got stopped there. If it could maybe break the trend under VWAP, that would make a little bit of sense. But it's starting to look a little strong to me. So this one might not be the jam. Got to find something else to watch. Maybe Tesla. Hey, Tesla's kind of strong. You were trading Tesla today.
Yeah, it wasn't strong then.
No, well, that's not okay. I can't even. Well, okay, fair enough. Fair enough. So tell us how it went without telling us how it went. But it's strong now, which is what I was trying to get at. Morton over there laughing, and it's Friday afternoon, everybody. So sometimes it just strong for whatever reasons. This is not what I expected. I didn't expect Tesla's strength and Palantir blah in the afternoon. You flip this around. When we left you, I would have expected the otherwise. And I also don't like that Tesla keeps failing 350. How bullish can you be when this cannot break past here? Like, it should just be shorting into this top. Like, look at the yeah, right? Yes. Talking myself into this, if you guys can't tell. Palantir is still doing nothing. Yeah, this is like 349, 350. I remember what I said this morning. Maybe, yeah, I should wait for the short. And your my filler in the chat, yeah, you're probably right about that. Neil trying to keep his composure.
Wait.
There is, I'll be honest with you, there are lots of times on the show where in my brain, like I'm seeing something and I want to talk about, and I want to talk about the market, but then.
Remember that one elevator?
I just can't even.
Elevator?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, there was, no, but see, what's unfair about that is sometimes the chat will make a joke. There'll be a joke. It's inappropriate. It can't go in the chat. It has to get blocked. Nothing you can do about it. But I was dying because it was so funny, and I was the one that was allowed to laugh at it, Joe.
Yeah.
I'm the only person.
I'm not.
You can laugh.
Right.
Yeah, that's true. Yeah, you could laugh at it. I could laugh at it. No one else was allowed to laugh at that joke.
Yeah.
I can't. I would tell you the joke, but it really wasn't. Look, man, it was. A little bit
it was. Yeah, it's just like, I mean, it's hilarious. You just have to not.
Which I the other way. I haven't seen anything, but that is pumping down.
Oh, yeah, look at that go.
Here on USO. So why are we not bouncing strongly? Right? Like, Sia, we're going to Sia for happening now. I'll see if there's maybe could just be technical on USO here, but
Look at today's numbers. Core inflation, excluding food and energy, came out at 8:30 this morning. Month-over-month standing 0.2%, forecasted at 0.3 and previous at 0.2. Nothing changed here. Year-over-year number standing at 2.6%, previous at 2.5, and forecasted at 2.7. The CPI also came out at 8:30 this morning at 330.21, previous at 326, so a bit lower, a bit higher. And the Michigan Consumer Sentiment Index also came out today, and it has dropped 11% to a historic low of 47. 57.6 compared to the previous number of 53.3. Now, what I want to do is take a quick look at the headline. Nike's chief innovation officer, Tony Bignell, is leaving the sneaker company after less than a year at the job. The company has announced this just 30 minutes ago. And Andy Kane, who is a Nike veteran and has been the VP of footwear design since June of 2012, yes, I did a little bit of digging, is stepping up and taking over the position. So currently Nike is down 3.3%. Another ticker that I want to take a look at today is Novo Nordisk. Novo Nordisk is expanding the distribution of its GLP-1 weight loss treatments, that's Wegovy and Ozempic, through pharmacies and telehealth providers. So this reduces friction in the prescription process, which allows faster patient onboarding and higher prescription volume. So the increased accessibility of this directly supports the continued dominance in the obesity treatment market, where demand remains extremely strong. And with this, NVO trading at a positive 0.19%. Sending it back to you.
We're just essentially going on is like, hey, you have that aggressive move to the downside in USO, and then why aren't we seeing kind of that inverse correlation between USO and the NASDAQ and the SPY? I just think we've been, and Adira was talking about this the other day, is that the headlines aren't being taken as serious, like the algos are starting to cool off, because you see this aggressive move here in USO as it punches through the volume-weighted average price, and the bearishness within each 5-minute starting to pick up. You don't see that strong aggressive move to the top side in the SPY and the TQQQs, which is like, hey, what's going on? Maybe we're just seeing a little bit of a decoupling here, Neil, and I think that's going to be the narrative. Things are not. We see that inverse correlation, even though NVDA is screaming, we're not just seeing it in the overall market. So there must be a couple of bigger names that aren't participating. Like, look where Meta is at the low of the day.
Trader 604 might have, if
Exactly.
looked over at Tesla, I'm like, oh, Tesla's strong. And then I looked over at Tesla and was like, well, I don't like it if it's not breaking. Like, you're in the death chop. That's one story, but when we're in the chop fest at the top, so it almost feels like, okay, if that's the case and USO is going to bounce and do some kind of a recovery, then maybe that's to look for a rollover somewhere, which brings me back to now I'm just sort of looking for a place to roll something short. Man, Nike's its own piece of. I mean, why would I even trail out of that? I know why I trailed out of it, but BM&R, that should. Yeah, maybe this rolling over at the same price we were taking it before. I'll maybe play this the other way and say if we're not going to go higher on this for some kind of a pullback and sort of stick to something I was already playing to.
Notes authorities saying that Israel is prepared for the potential on and a resumption of attacks.
Prepared. You would think would get a bump in USO.
Right, and then you would see the market go a little bit lower.
Right.
Right. I think if it were to follow, and we're starting to just unload on each other once again, then that's when I think you see that additional. But I think we have to, we were talking about this earlier this morning as well. It's just the fact that, look where the market is sitting amongst all. Look at it in that aspect, that it's just noise at the end of the day. Gorb said it perfectly. Like, eventually the market and retail space, or whoever is behind the screens, are going to price in the headline sensitivity to the point where it's like, hey, it's not really affecting us anymore. You do have that odd volatility spike, but think about it at the beginning of the conflict. They were more aggressive and you could base trades off it. Now it's just like, oh, it's little pop shots here and there throughout the intraday session, and we've seen that all week. back to the downside. And then now today you have multiple headlines coming out, and there's volatility standpoint that is like, hey, okay, what are we going to do based off of that? Nothing has been what we've seen in the earlier stages of the conflict, and I think it's going to continue on that path. Eventually, the market's just going to price, and things will cool down.
I hope things will cool down. Well, you already made the call, Joe.
What's that?
All
time? Yes. What are we buying the middle of summer?
So just
we'll say the start of August.
First of all, I don't think that the middle of August, because the call this morning was that the SPY will make a new all-time high by the middle of August.
Yeah.
What was it, by the middle of August?
Yeah.
I feel like we're so close now. Time to be able to do it. That's a lot of time to go a small distance.
I think we have to pop the hood open and just essentially look under it. And what I'm getting at essentially is that look how strong it relatively is right now, considering what we have going on. And if and when things start to cool off and there's an end to it, just what can happen? Like, it's kind of going to add a little turbo boost to the market that is already relatively strong. And then we're also rolling into earnings season. So if you have the hyperscalers that are market territory and they get a pop, there's without a question that the SPY and the NASDAQ can climb 4.5% and 2.5% respectively.
Oh, I think it can happen too, especially if we have those good earnings. It's just more along the fact that we get down there and we've been flashing back up to the top and doing that last little push. If we don't have to actually prove we can sustain above it, and it's just, can it tick a fresh high? At this point, it seems like that's a decent chance. Ooh, it's Palantir. Palantir might be breaking. Palantir just canceled that order too. There we go.
Why were you thinking long on? Were you thinking long on Palantir?
I mean, most before the VWAP break. Like now, I'm starting to think short. Like short, because it's a pretty decent sized gap fill. Everything in your heart and mind usually would tell you, from our experience of when the president says he likes something or puts a stake in something or whatever, you don't want to go against it on that same day. But that's a pretty distinct 129 top, distinct lower highs, consolidation. So you probably saw the M&R break that trend as well. So I'm back into that one. I was in like right in front of because I feel like I have it too tight to view. If it comes back up, I can 50. So just Palantir on that flat bottom break, and then we'll see what happens next. That Sky Q is still going to be in play. Oh, never mind. Well, it's in play, but it's also halted to the upside, Sky Q. Would have just halted for Sky Q. You call a parabolic move. It is out of the stratosphere. See, every now and then, actually have a reverse split that doesn't suck. What you don't usually have is a reverse split that sustains a move like this. So congratulations and good luck. Oh, that tap is not good. Yeah, for anyone excited, but the tap is like 1160. It's indicating 1149. That might change as it gets closer to the time, but that would not be good. Let's go to.
It's interesting here. As oil drops, we're seeing some headlines kind of mixed, but mostly suggesting that we could get tensions increasing again. Israel's army reportedly getting ready for the possible collapse of discussions between the U.S. and I guess the station, or this TV station, we've got Pezeshkian, the president of Iran, saying that Iran's responsible approach to the ceasefire foundation for regional stability. So that would explain a potential drop in oil, any regional stability. But then again, we've got the headline right before it. Super back and forth. At this point, as I mentioned yesterday, it seems like there's a bit of a kind of divorce between the headlines and the moves in oil a lot of the time. If we get more details, I will let you know.
Thank you, Adair. So, okay, Sky Q's tap is now at 1355. It was initially immediately indicating lower, but sometimes what that could be is just the first market on open orders that came in that want to sell on the open, which should tell you something, that if the first orders were the other way. Oh, why am I? Oh, I know what I did. Dang it, Neil. Dang it, Boomhauer.
What's that from?
Oh, okay. What just happened, which was me. The second I got the fill, I knew what I had done, which was bid out more shares than I actually had, so I was long. It's the second time I've done that today. I haven't done that in forever. I've done it twice today. I did it on SMC. I ended up reversing for no reason whatsoever and just got it flat. So it's the second time I've done that today. But it is breaking underneath VWAP. I'll reload this one if we can just get it at the volume weighted average price. Just try to get right back into this thing. Here, if we're still in Palantir, it's.
Oh, okay. All right.
You know the show, right? It's King of the Hill.
King of the Hill, yeah. There goes Craig, guys. Like Craig, one of the small cap names, 409 million shares traded on the day. It was consolidating right around this low of 58 cents, and then it breaks, gives you 10 cents pretty quick. But you can see on the higher time frame, just a lot of barcode action. And in order, you don't want to see an aggressive defense like that. You want to see that volume really be sustained and continue. And if it gets more aggressive, then maybe you come back into the middle of the range. So not a whole hold of the resistance can act as there on Craig. AIXI just hasn't been him today, but I like what we have on the 5-minute time frame. Let's see if this is going to start to print. But liquidity issues as you start to head in and zoom in on the lower time frame. Said things can get a little bit more spready, and the moves can be a little bit more vicious as well, because you just have individuals who are and bidding at significantly lower prices, and there's no liquidity whatsoever. 5-minute print, I think we're going to take a little bit of a long on AIXI to see if we can get a balance off of these lows. I love that 5-minute print, and we have to put our money to see if we can take advantage of a couple of opportunities.
I don't remember what that company was.
Who, AIXI?
Yeah.
It's an AI play. Apparently, they won a $1 billion trial. It's like a Chinese-based AI. Yeah, we can pull it up here. Yeah, pull that up and see what we have. Chow. Yeah, it's Chow.
You're brave enough to at least try to pronounce those.
I'm not even. Yeah, I'm not.
I don't even bother.
Chow Corp. Anyways, aside from that, yeah, the Supreme Court, People Court rejected something. Apple's application to have Chow patents declared invalid. So therefore, judge ruling in their favor, and then that's why the stock has been on a run for the past couple of days. Aside from that, there's a quality question, and I like these. I think Neil will be really good on touching it. I'll give my spiel quick on it. I have seeing it right now. 1, do you guys journal when you trade like each day? 2, you guys do multiple trades each day. How do you manage greed? Well, in order to manage greed, I think you need to have a plan and stick with that plan. Me, and then I implemented my equity. Go home in the evening time and see what I did well, and even look at bad ones, all right? Even though March and April haven't been the best, I still want to analyze and continuously push forward to see what we can get going on here. So to answer both of your questions, to manage greed, and do I document? Absolutely.
Well, yeah, I don't physically, I'll admit, I don't physically journal anymore. I just kind of didn't need to, because I just got really good at the whole like mental. This is what happened. This is what I did right or did wrong, and then you're just doing the same pattern over again, and it just at some point it got a little bit repetitive. I do go over every single trade, why I was doing it, why it worked, why it didn't. For the greed part, there's 2 different types of traders, and or mentality. It's a spectrum, but I feel like you're usually on one end of the spectrum or not. The spectrum where you don't have any problem. Where I approach everything from, I like to trade based on its probability to win. I tend to not And to give you an example, there was a guy I sat and he traded the same stocks. We graduated at the same time. We ended up, this is also who the third person when Sean and I opened our office, it was this guy on the floor. We were the two early veterans, because when we started on the head office floor, there were no full-time traders when we graduated. It was just us. So when we graduated, we were our trading. And I'm not making this up. This trader and I had P&Ls after 5 years of each other. Probably shut down. If I shut down once a year, he'd shut down once every 2 weeks. His biggest day was 3 times my biggest day, but we were within 5% of each other. He traded 4 to 5 times as many trades as me. We were totally get results about the same. And the best part about it is we really fed off each other. We learned from each other. But you have to understand which part of the spectrum you're on, where you fit, so you can try to accentuate your strengths and limit your weaknesses. It all starts from what are you best at? And if you're best at risk management, then approach trading from there. If you're best at holding big winners, then approach it from that aspect too, and look for the big winning trades and try to accentuate what it is that you're at. Because trading is going to be hard enough if you're trying to make yourself something that you're not. It's not going to work. You can try to get better at certain things, but you want to find what fits for you, the patterns that work for you, the style, and like that. And change the call for desk. So I don't know if that was Sia or Adara.
Going to take a look at the IWM in the red by 0.22% currently. Let's take a look at a couple individual tickers. AAOI up a whopping 15% today. GH JetBlue down by almost 5% after the news on increasing baggage fees by $10 with other airlines. And SPCE, the Simply Good Foods company, is down by almost 11% on the day after analyst comments saying neutral by UBS and hold by Deutsche Bank. Sending it right back to you.
To school with his cousin.
Well, thank you, Sia. I didn't know that. He probably wanted it or something. I don't know. I don't know why we have Connor Brown. I gotta be honest with you.
Edmonton, I think, for big. Aside from that, I'm not in anything. We have him starting to pick up a little bit of a movement to the downside. We can run through our scanner a little bit more, and obviously going to be at the top of his class from a mega cap name with volume 117 million shares, and then obviously with the volatility spike line there, brackets PLTR, you're sitting in that second place with about 97 million shares traded on the day. 45 million on, ServiceNow actually putting in a lot of volume here, Neil. This thing's been getting absolutely slacked here today. From $88 down to $81 in a complete waterfall in ServiceNow. Extremely weak. Runs right into towards the volume weighted average price, and then it's okay, yeah, cool, that was fun, wasn't it? Now, back to the downside with ServiceNow. QBTS, one thing that I want to take a look at and was kind of outlying and moving well.
I got something for the quantum names.
What is it? Yeah, man.
That.
So, I'm using the example of the quantum space, the marijuana sector, and everything along those lines. We have these sectors, subsectors, kind of being hot for so long and seeing these substantial returns, then the Wall Street being we don't even really care about them anymore.
No, it is like that, but the difference between the quantum sector and the cannabis or marijuana is one of those two things actually is a technology that can change the world with explosive and ridiculous.
Right?
I see what you did there. No, it's really not. Anybody can grow it, man. Come on. It was never going to be that. How big of a deal was it ever supposed to really be? Quantum computing changed everything. It was never going to be the same thing. And if you're, on a weird note, I'm watching that Paradise on Disney. That is legit. There's a quantum aspect to it, but I just realized I shouldn't say too much about it. I don't want to spoil anything.
Spoil anything? Did you watch?
It's actually not really a spoiler.
Did you watch Night of the Seven Kingdoms?
So that's the show my wife and I are doing.
Yeah,
we're
you're on it
busy.
right now?
We never. It's so hard.
Yeah,
and like
yeah.
in a month and a half, we've
got
watched
it.
3 episodes.
Okay, that's good.
Finding a time. We just get too busy for TV sometimes.
Absolutely.
Easy peasy, giving us the super chat. Thanks. Thank you for the Neilage experience drops. Well, I tend to talk a lot, so hopefully sometimes there's some good experience coming through. No, it really just comes from, I like passing on the things that I learn. Like you see, so remember we were talking about bagels. Like if I hear something I just don't know what's up, like I have this tendency to just, I'm curious. I just want to know.
Of course, man.
Like it's just sort of how my brain works. So I just make this weird assumption that everyone else is the same way. And if I get a question or something's interesting, then I want to expand on it the way that I would want it expanded on if I was the one asking. View things from that direction. So just back to brass tacks for a second. I've been saying that a lot because, what's his name? Bob Odenkirk says that a ton. In whatever the show is, I forget. Better Call Saul. Since the breakdown of 126, no revisit yet. It's basically a slow grind down. So hopefully we're stair-stepping it in. I haven't found a reload spot. Like there's no obvious, outside of trend line tool, outside of maybe just looking at, got a couple points here, see if we can't hold that trend line and look for that as a re-entry to fill in more of the gap. We're still seeing the fall in USO, but the good thing is, we had that disconnect. We don't have to, I don't think I have to worry about USO being in a downtrend for this to accelerate. However, if USO were to bounce and bounce aggressively, I would still look at that as a reason to add to the short. Even though a reason to go long the NASDAQ, I would think it bouncing could still make the short better, if that makes any sense. So I'll look, if we get a nice trend break here on USO, I'll look for that as a reason to add to Palantir short and see if that'll be okay. And if you're wondering what's going on, Palantir's down day looking for a flat bottom break. So there's even a sentiment play down here that you could have software continue to lose the shelf. Like we're already past everything. 52-week lows, daily lows, apparently post splits as well. So you have some pressure on the sector in addition to this. So looking for a place to add to Palantir still makes sense to me, Adara.
The name going to intraday highs, DPRO. This is Dragonfly Inc. Business is going well beyond our wildest dreams. Yes, it appears this one comment was enough to send DPRO to the upside. This stock appears to be a small cap, just passing through that $5.50 stock flies. Back to you.
Usually you want to fade those types of headlines. Like if it's just that you appeared on a network and the things are going well, fade the top.
Dragonfly Inc. I mean, it's moving, guys. We're in a little bit of applied digital to see if we can get a bounce. I like what I'm seeing on multiple time frames. DPRO is really moving. Thanks for bringing that one here to us, Adara. We'll pull it up. Look at the volatility really step in on this name. As well from $5 roughly. The volume steps in 520 all the way up to 552, so relatively strong there and a pretty good look. I mean, and I like what Neil's getting at essentially is just fade that move because the chance of it coming in. But if you kind of take a couple steps back and look at the liquidity, all the way up until where we just got that volume spike, it's not really there. So if I'm looking at this, I highly doubt that. But you also don't want to fall into the realm of like, hey, how am I going to if I need to, just due to some of the liquidity strains we're seeing on. But now as for applied digital, why am I getting long in this? Let's pull it up here. We can figure anything out on it. I mean, it's not looking too bad right now. Applied digital. I like this 5-minute print. You have that sell-off right at some key support levels. You can see it on the 1-minute time frame as well with the volume supporting that move. So let's be patient and wait for a high-quality move. I think we can get that bounce. I'll grab a little bit more, some lower, but as soon as we break that 20 mark, started relatively small just to see if we can get a feeler and a potential bounce in the name. And I think that we have the opportunity to do so. This hour, and then I think that we're going to find some good opportunities come the imbalances. The market hasn't been clean over the past couple of, it has been clean over the past couple of sessions, and today being one of the more difficult here, considering that we're south of VWAP, strong in the earlier hours with lots of volatility in the market. I like our chances for some good imbalances stepping in and some higher names. Netflix was the one out of the higher values, was holding up really well. I mean, look where we're sitting at from a market standpoint, some more indecision prints right at VWAP. And then sure enough, off to the races we go to 102.60. Considering the sentiment in the overall market is weak, I like that this is holding up strong. And we were talking about Friday. FLX for it to continue its northeast trajectory right now, especially we're hearing talks that, okay, there's a lot of debt coming with Warner Brothers, Larry Ellison holding on to some with this, obviously with Paramount Skydance. But I think that was and I use the same reference because price action reacts the same way. The scenario may be different and the reason for holding stocks down are probably going to be different. But when that is eliminated and it's kind of, you can see recoveries, and that's what we've seen in over % off of its lows.
I love what's happening in Netflix, dude.
Yeah, man.
I still think I'll get to a chart of Netflix on a weekly because I think it's arrows up to about 118 is the level on Netflix. Memory serves. So that so Dragonfly DPRO. By the way, in the chat, it might have been Mike, it might have been somebody else. I did exactly the same thing as you. I went to type in the ticker, and I just started typing Dragon like an idiot because you're saying DRA, and like nothing was coming up.
Nice little move lower there.
It's DPRO, which I don't even know why. It doesn't even, whatever. Dragonfly, why is it DR? Does it 55? I just feel like if the story is the CEO saying that some kind of breakout. It was literally a breakout from 525, so going to 550 and turning makes some sense to me. Back into this high, maybe it gets all the way down to the 25 mark. If we print underneath 540, I'll tighten the stop up, but nothing doing for now. And then I wanted to go to Netflix because I want to show this. Like, I think Netflix is a ring the register on this bad boy. I've taken at 80. I think so.
So you think it's time to
I'm going to take a quarter out.
Okay.
And ring the register at the 50-period moving average on the weekly.
Okay.
Because to me, like, this is the time frame that the breakout happened on. And this is not only is it like the only green candle, so one green candle here, and then the top was 109. And then we have the break to give you the trend right back into the 50 period in front of the same price. Like, that's the kind of symmetry. Like, my brain, I'm more of a take profit, make sure you bank kind of guy.
Yeah,
so like, I cannot be.
It was a genuine question.
Yeah, I can't be in. I'm not. I wish I was built that way. Because what'll happen is I'll take some out there, and then we'll be all the way up here, and I'll look like an idiot.
But that's what I'm saying. You don't think that eventually I don't know what, like, long term or anything along those lines, you don't think that Netflix has the ability?
Oh, I already own Netflix. Like, so a while back,
I dumped
all of my Disney shares, because I held Disney for a long time. I'm old.
Okay.
I held Disney this is a couple of years ago. I dumped all my Disney and put it into Netflix. So my long term, I already have. I still have a core position in Netflix. I love Netflix.
That's good.
I watch a lot of Netflix too.
That's good.
They have a lot of stuff that you can just sort of throw on. I can watch like 15
background.
minutes,
It's
15 minutes at a time
Yeah.
when I'm getting ready or
Background.
go to see it.
Taking a look at the market here, we have the S&P down by in the red 4%. Taking a look at electric tech, NVIDIA up in the green 2.63%, AMD up by 3.59%, Google trading flat at the moment, Amazon up 1.77%. Also, like to look at energy. Energy is all in the red. standing out in the green. Maintained at buy by UBS and cut to neutral from buy by Roth Capital. That's all I'm seeing here. But overall, market looking not bad today.
That's the perfect way to frame it. No, in all seriousness, that's probably the best way to frame it. The market might be flat. You when you consider where we've come from off the lows just a couple of weeks ago, and you look at the NASDAQ, yeah, we could deal. It's not the end of the world, man. Consolidating near the high, that'll play. Because the alternative is we roll over from here. So sometimes, I know Friday isn't always the most exciting. That's why I went to this DPRO, because you look for some kind of a catalyst. Like Palantir is already looking pretty disappointing. I might just punch out of that one flat. Like, what are we doing here, Palantir? If that gets back through the 126, I think want to lose on the trade. It's just nothing too crazy. Like, it went one step, kind of went sideways a bit. Also, too, technically, this is also breaking the trend I was working. D Pro, which went moving a little bit, so that's fine. Actually, I like the comment, Lexter. I'm going to see if I can't find that comment and put it up for everybody to see, instead of just always reading. Where is it? I tried futures for the last month, but I might be back trading low flow as in the last week. I wouldn't tell you what to do, but I will say this. I've known a few people that at Palantir. That's starting to shoot up now. There, see?
Palantir.
I've known a few futures traders, and the thing about trading the futures, it's always been true that it's never the kind of thing that every single day is great. It's fantastic. If you trade small cappers, there's something exciting every day, which makes it appealing for people. If you not is going you have to be able to live with that. You got to be, like, for certain styles of trade, you're just going to Harry Pages, early you said you and a guy fed off each other in the early trading days. My question, if you and the team all traded alone from home, no feeding off each other, would you guys have given up? That's a good. See, that's not even the way I would look at it. Because I think for trading, what it comes down to is the inevitable, the first time you get hit. Like, how do you react to it? I can tell you with 100% certainty, there's a trader I know who had one of the greatest dig out of a hole scenarios of all time that I don't think would have happened if he didn't have the trading floor behind him. He had, not only did everyone feed ideas off each other, he had this person on the trading floor that didn't like the guy.
Yeah.
I remember when I took my first hit, like the first really, really big hit, FOMO trade, Brazil. Shout out to me being an idiot.
So let me.
But getting out of it did. Yeah, I had to go back to brass tag. I was talking to people to make sure I slowed myself down. It does help having the community. That's why we're here.
It definitely helps. But hear me on this thought. I think if something is meant to happen, it will happen regardless of how it happens. So he dug out of that hole. Maybe he was meant to dig out of that hole. The scenario.
Trader.
Exactly. What I'm getting at essentially is, like, if something is meant to happen, it'll happen one way or the other. He was meant to on the floor. I think to dig out of that hole, because if you're saying that he was mentally built like that, those type of individuals find a way
I'd like to
out
hope,
of this area.
But I never want to make that assumption. There's no question it helps. Because, you know, like, you be commenting right now about a certain stock they like, and then you're like, oh man, I'm trading that, I saw the same thing. Or I saw it differently. Okay. Conversation about it. Because maybe you just found somebody in our community more will. first low float runner I've traded today because there's nothing happening in the market. So this one popped up, and like the catalyst seems nonsensical to me. So if I find a fade, let's go for it. Yes, it's the son of Daniel Cheese Tycoon, who is. We know you're diluting shares on us as well, by the way.
That's crazy.
I feel like FN doesn't get the respect it deserves. This stock has been malfunctioning, been a malfunctioning ATM machine stuck on payout. Those are always good. Fabrinet, who likes, is it Mateo?
Maybe.
I think so. Mateo, one of the guys in the back office. I'm 90-something%, maybe not, 80% sure we have a guy in the back office who loves this one. Yeah, upward trends. Always want something, there's always something doing this in the market. And to me, if you don't have something like this in your portfolio, for everyone it's something. For Sean, it's like Marvell. For me, it's GE Nova. Name. Having these straight trends to the upside, you want to be in at least one, especially like when the market's kind of in the same range. Trust me, if it's not cascading down and we're just consolidating in the SPY or the NASDAQ, there's something that's trending up. Guaranteed there's something trending up if we're just going sideways. So you want to go example. Shoot. Marvell, typed Blue Ocean, because alphabetically it always shows up first. Marvell has been trending something upward trend when the market's going to the side. If you haven't found that for yourself, dig. Maybe you find a chart. Hertz Scrambler says CoreWeave. CRW. I'm not a CoreWeave guy. See, this would be an example of something which maybe isn't breaking out yet, but is on the verge, or you could argue is, and maybe that turns into some kind of a big trend trade. And you found the one that you like. It's found some support.
You don't like the CoreWeave play just due to the cyclicality of kind of the
revenue? I think a little too much risk there. It's hard. I can't wrap my head around why would I invest in CoreWeave when I can get a video 19 times? I don't know. I just feel like you're getting NVIDIA other stuff. Or I shouldn't say other stuff, because I have other stuff in the space. I don't know. Okay. Now Palantir is rocketing again.
Yeah, it's really moving, man. I think at some point it was going to get going once again.
Trend line.
Yeah, I think, yeah, exactly. So technical breakout here on Palantir. So a pretty good look on that front. I thought buyers would step in at some point, and they did once again. So that was enough, considering you have profit taking. Still hold the volatility wick high, Neil, and then sure enough, off to the races, you're starting to pick up once again, heading in towards this key support. And I think we're going to see an increase momentarily. I'll pull it up. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So what I'll do? Oh, you're back in on the trend.
No, I'm not. That was me getting out of the trend.
Yeah, I didn't see that.
I just put in the chat. I'm like, you should have told me not to go.
Oh yeah, should have. If Neil, aside from
that's the good slap, by the way.
He didn't tag you on X or anything along those lines?
No, we're not on.
Oh, you're
not. I don't get that benefit.
Ooh. No one gets it.
I missed that.
That was a horrible joke. Okay. All right, that's okay. Let's take a look at what were we just talking about? Palantir. I was the double drum with the. At the end of it, no one really caught my joke, but that's okay. There we go. Thank you. That was more like.
I think I missed it. It's not that I didn't get it.
Someone said PBR was strong, and I said it's only 5%.
Oh, yeah.
Right?
Paps?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I know Paps.
I mean, hey, man. Anyways, aside from that, 135. An implied volatility increase here to 57%. Now, as for overhead resistance, 130. This is here start in this day
129.
Yeah, exactly.
It was like a triple top at 120.
Yeah, and then what I'm getting at here essentially, Neil, is that you can see on the options chain right at 130 is where we start to see a substantial increase in open interest and in volume well. So you can see why we got that rejection. Now starting to slowly climb back because there's a supply zone that is get absorbed. And that's why we haven't surpassed those levels throughout the day. I know, Scott. Then we got to email you something.
What? That was a good. That was a good
thought
joke.
it was a good joke,
I just
man.
didn't hear it properly.
That's okay. No, I mean,
I am
Scott
old.
didn't.
I've
Scott
already
didn't
said this
think so.
before. I'm not that young.
Yeah, hey, so that's why you got it. You thought it was good. Sia may not even know what I'm talking about, essentially.
Pats?
Yeah.
Abs?
I didn't get that.
No, okay, it's all right.
Oh,
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, it's a beer.
Blue ribbon.
Yeah, exactly. We are, right? So, okay.
Wait, I'm a
You're
very
good,
bad.
bro. You're
I would be
good.
a very bad server if I didn't know this.
Oh, exactly. So that's a good reason why you would know that.
Sorry.
So, yeah, so
Just-
Adara gave me a little bit of a chuckle anyway. So
The entire software space is bouncing here. Let's go to Adair. All of software is bouncing.
I don't have news on software. I do apologize. I'm keeping an eye out. I did see a comment from the Pakistani defense minister saying that Israel must be for the U.S.-Iran ceasefire to survive. I've also heard a whole host of other countries, including Saudi Arabia, China, and Egypt, are going to be apparently sending representatives to be part of these talks in Pakistan. So just be aware if I get more details. But I want to talk here. This is like a part 2 visual. We talked about the first part of this yesterday over on many in the USA. So here are like the ones under $1 billion, because I said I could not feature them all on the visual I shared yesterday. You've got GE Vernova at $600 million, Abbott Labs and Japan at $500 million. Brand Anheuser-Busch also investing in the US, Pfizer, Philips, BlackRock, ARM, the J.M. Smucker Company, and Caterpillar. So again, another look here at some of these companies that have invested in the U.S. You can find this visual. I'll drop it in the chat, but it's also an X at TTV Research, and it's linked to the first visual. So you can take a look at that one as well to get a reminder of the larger investments made by companies into the U.S. Also, the U.S. State Department saying that they're urging Beijing to diplomatic and economic pressure against Taiwan. Potentially keep an eye here on the FXI or TSM Taiwan Semi. Back to you.
There you go. I like that. All of program up. Now is trending higher. I haven't looked at any of the cybersecurity. Hey, Friday charts. Maybe not so much, but recovering at least a little bit. But really, Palantir is absolutely surging. There we go.
yeah, it's really moving. Bar stepped right back into that for sure.
Well, it's a good thing I didn't add to the short.
Yeah.
All right, is there going to be a dip? It's only power hour now. I didn't see
Yeah, we're into that.
4 minutes ago. It is power, and you are powering higher on these names. Maybe there will be a dip. It seems like program trade, but the volume is decreasing on the move. So chasing larger move. Oh, okay, now my thing is freezing. All right, I think that chart's freezing on me. There we go. Now it's back. So chasing bigger and more explosive candles on lower volume is a good way to get yourself. Well, look at its point. The DPRO just needs to get to VWAP at this point. So got the turn. And someone had asked in the chat, like, why short this on the news? The catalyst of CEO appears on such and such station, unless there's something very materially new that they're bringing to the table, oftentimes, like when you get a big pump, it's just a reversion opportunity. Like the algos buy it up for the only reason because the CEO happens to be on and says good things. Like, okay, well, did that fundamentally change this so it should go from 520 to 550 and move 6%? That so just opportunity. What else is going on? We've got Apple trying to go. Someone just said Apple moving upside, so I looked over. Really? I don't know. Palantir moving upside. Microsoft is moving upside. This doesn't seem that exciting yet.
NVDA pretty close to its high of the day as well. So yeah, like all around for that name, back up to 190. AP starting to better. I mean, we'll take it. We're not quite at like a little bit less than a 1-to-1. We don't want to get too ahead of ourselves. Flush is above and at the ask. I think we'll have the ability to run into 55 at that point to 1, and that's going to be the narrative. There it is, another clean flush. So as long as we remain strong, there's 54. So let's lock in a little bit here as the bid is actually. Oh wow, Neil, the bid is higher than the ask. You see that?
Okay. Yeah, I'm having some quote issues too. So.
Okay, so maybe it's just I see what you're getting at there.
Yeah, execution is fine.
We print 50.
Prints are fine.
I got the
but
53.
I'm having quote
I caught the 53. I was like, okay, that was a little bit weird, but nonetheless, we kept up there in 55, so 1.5 to 1 there essentially. Adara.
Oil headline here, nothing, I guess at this point, you just kind of have to wait and see, but U.S. Energy Department is going to be reportedly loaning 8.5 barrels of crude oil from the Strategic Petroleum Reserves to 4 companies. We know these Strategic Petroleum Reserves already heard these were going to be opened up. If they get more details, I will keep you guys posted, but it's like 4 companies will be getting 8.5 million barrels from the Strategic Petroleum Reserves of the United States. Back to you.
But that works.
Okay,
thanks. I was just telling Joe, like if that happens, you just refresh your chart. You don't type in a new symbol. You just is if you have an order that gets stuck, confirm what happened with the order before trying. Like if you try to punch into a stock, oh, I didn't get the shares. Sitting there, yeah, don't hit the key again. Everyone makes that mistake at least once. You're like, oh, I'm not getting it. I'm not getting the fill.
And then you button mash?
And then you button mash, and then all of a sudden with just slow messaging for a couple seconds, you come back, all of the orders filled, and you fill. Everybody's I shouldn't say everybody. I haven't done that in years and years, but if something were ever to happen, and this goes for anybody, I don't care where you're trading, it's rare, so it doesn't happen. You don't. It's not always the correct assumption that you didn't.
Good stuff. Oh yeah, I mean it's continuing to climb. There goes APLD up to 60s now. We're out a little bit less than half. We'll figure out. A little bit more than half. So we're sitting on approximately 35% of our remaining position. We'll cut that in half as well too as we lock in some more profits here on APLD. 60. What are we at the ask? I got to refresh this bad boy for.
Is it still happening?
The folks back home. Yeah, but it fixes. As soon as I tap in, there you go. It just corrects itself. So now we're up to 62s here on APLD. Not too bad of a look. We like this one for a potential bounce up 4% here today. As Neil was talking about some of the software names, Palantir starting to find somewhat of a rally. You only have NVDA. It's intraday. But see, the NASDAQ and the TQQQ not been participating essentially here today, which I find extremely interesting. Let's head over to our watch list and see what some of the other names are up to. How has Apple been doing? Who the Jays got this weekend via series?
Twins.
The Twins?
Yeah, we're going tomorrow.
Okay, nice.
Oh, it's a catch and throw on the field after. So we get to, after the game, we get to you go on the field.
Are you going? Oh, because you're that big dog over there.
I'm a big dog.
All right. Google, Microsoft, Amazon. Amazon's still hovering around. I mean, over the past couple of sessions, we've been talking about this on in our options segment, and it's still continuing to climb today, and it's holding up those levels pretty good. So the street liking what they're hearing, essentially from Andy Jassy and company. Space. Let's focus. It's higher. 40 of our weighted average price, but we have the SPY and the TQQQs not showing any signs of strength. We're now printing 64s at the ask here on APLD. Let's see if we can run into 65s. We're sitting on 20% now, and now we're printing 66s. So let's cut that in half and leave a little bit of a run, and we're going to lock in whatever profits we have and just leave some for the dream. It's nothing sitting on rating. APLD climbs to 4 1/5% high. So holding on to those gains today.
APLD, that's a strong one. It's a good one for sure. I like it. We missed a couple of super chats. I know there was just one from On the Rail, but I don't think we got Boba Plays? Bob, eh? Boba? We like Boba Fett. Boba Fett, sorry. I should say it right. Thoughts on Adobe? I've never owned. I think if you want opinion on like software, Fabian and twos over there, I can see him. He'd be a great person to ask. Broken, and this is, I'll just give the standard. If okay, all right. So, anyways, this would just be just fine. Market it's clearly trending down. Nothing about this has come close to breaking the trend. You have to have a very strong fundamental case about a company, to me, to want to just sit there and try to pick it up precipitous fall. You can make that case, and I can't. I don't know them well enough, and I don't care to, and I've never owned them. But if you can, then fair enough. That's you. Otherwise, let it try and make a bit of a bottom. Only because this is the first thing that came to mind, and there's probably better examples of this. I'm sure there are better examples than this. But it's the first one that comes to mind because it's making the fresh highs today, which is Marvell. Like, look at Marvell at the beginning of last year. Goes into a nasty tailspin. Does it matter if you have it at 45? When it reclaims a 50 period at 62? When it reclaims a 200 period at 80 in the 80s, which I'm pretty sure here or here, you don't have to have the bottom. And so a lot of times we get wrapped up in this notion of getting the bottom.
Yeah.
When really, if it's good and it's going to go, let it do something that indicates it's really broken the downtrend. Unless you have a strong case fundamentally, which is perfectly fine as well. Thank you for the super chat. There was one other. It was On the Rail. And there it is. Thanks, Neil, for getting to my super chat at the end of the day. Wow. Yesterday, Palantir has been kind to me again today, but less drama. I think it's a good long swing. If the president likes it, when was the last time that there was an endorsement of anything from the president and it wasn't a good buy, at least in the next couple of days? I can think of one that didn't last, and that would be, was it Lithium Americas? Didn't really last very long, but it was still a good run for a while. Let's go to Sia. Thanks, On the Rail.
Yeah, taking a quick look at money talks here. So the three biggest global currency stories right now, markets are fixated on today's SPCE and the Fed's next move. So that's euro, yen, all linked currencies. Secondly, the U.S.-Iran ceasefire and still tight tanker traffic through the Strait of Hormuz are keeping risk-off sentiment alive and supporting the dollar as a safe haven. Finally, the central bank and the ministry are making big waves. Japan's top FX official has flagged readiness to defend the yen. India's RBI is tightening the rupee market rules, and Europe's ECB is also under the spotlight. Sending it right back to you.
Cool brioche. I did tell Joe about AX, but he went into something else. You can never, if you missed a trade, to make another good trade.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So
you can't have them all.
You're not going to have them all, but I know Joe was looking at this. It did make the break of the downtrend, and it did go higher. Yeah, you can't really have them all.
That'd be nice.
But
that's what the algo is for.
Well, that is exactly what an algo is for. An algo that maybe looks at some of those trend breaks.
Exactly.
And then can start taking them for you.
Yeah.
Like this one right here. Like, you're going to be able to get the SoFi all day trend break. You could be long at 19. Someone just put SoFi running in the chat. I just put myself. The elevator.
Was that?
Goodness.
I mean, it was funny, but we definitely can't repeat it.
I'm just not going to say it, man.
Yeah, exactly. What other good stuff can we talk about here? I mean, we got all these stocks across the board. How is Uber, as Obi would like to say, been performing here today? I mean, down at these lows. Run through a couple, and I was just running through them. I seen I'm like, if we didn't take this trade, see what I'm going off of in the long. You can see the bottom really start to step in, and on the 5-minute time frame, you can see you just start to form this base right around a previous pivot low. So it's like, okay, we're going to establish this new high, and then maybe we're going to take a little bit of a climb higher, and then sure enough, off to the races, a little bit of an accumulation phase, and then bang, off we go, and a nice breakout and consecutive buying here. And so I'm happy to end the week with that one. A couple of mistakes for disclosure read on the session, but that's nothing. We still have the imbalances coming up in 35 minutes or so. We'll look forward to that. It's only a couple of trades away, and I mean, just due to the market sentiment, it's okay. You know what I've been doing as of late, Neil, just because I know that I haven't been as performing at my optimal potential, is that I've been cutting my shutdown essentially down to like 66% of it. So
you give yourself an internal stop. And
yeah, exactly.
And not what. So if you trade on a prop floor, every prop trader has a daily loss limit based on it's called the monthly profit MPP, monthly profit projection. So it just takes your last like 14, blah, 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 X amount of days and yada, yada, yada. It gives you a calculation of what you make in a month. And then there's a big chart that says this is how much you can lose on that day, and it's constantly changing. So that's your stop. Some traders will elect to say, well, I'm going to have my own, which will make sure that I don't hit that stop at a different level. Would also have a certain number ever down in a month, he moves his stop down. So like whatever he's allowed to lose, he moves it if he ever gets down a certain amount. Like having that kind of internal control of your risk is fantastic. 90-something% of traders I've come across do not have that kind of internal discipline.
Yeah.
Which is mostly why they fail.
But I think what comes with it too, Neil, is just that the fact it's like I've had those stretches when I was trading at home where you're just super successful, and then you go on those cold streaks, which happens, right? You don't want to dig yourself too big of a hole. You still want to take your opportunities, but you don't want to dig that hole to the point where it's like, okay, now it's becoming mentally exhausting. And then when you do turn things around, because they will eventually, just a matter of how long it will take, now that less room that you have to cover essentially to get back to where you essentially want to be.
The thing, when the good times are good, there's always going to be another big opportunity. Sky Q again, okay. Are we going to look back? Right back. It just cannot stop. This is a good one. Well, I think you can, Chris Arthur, you can't control how much you win, only how much you lose. I would argue that I would say like you don't have as much control. Better way to put it is almost all traders that I've seen, success is, or lack of success is tied to nature. Like how you, what you lose is going to determine how you survive or are profitable in the business more than how you win. It's so true. It's not fun to say. It's not sexy to say.
It's not even close. Like it
but
doesn't.
It's just so incredibly true. And yet you have so many people, and like everyone else seems like I win, or it's like that. Anybody like you. How is your process for trading? How do you manage your risk? Why would you? What does it mean to be wrong in this trade? You get out. What's your R&R here? How do you manage to get out of a downturn? Like those are all more important things.
I've seen the best trader I know lose $1 million.
There you go. But when he makes, does he make more than $1 million?
Well, it was over an extended period of time,
okay.
Right? Yeah. More just from even the best lose. It was a big mistake, so even the best make.
Before we go to see, outside of myself and Sean, the guy who had the longest run of any day trader that I know that started around the same time as us, and he had a very, very long, successful career. There was just a point where he just let the losses compile. Like he wasn't able to draw back because he'd gotten good enough that he was accustomed to risking a certain amount, accustomed to making a certain amount. And then when he got into a downturn, he just couldn't adjust and he wouldn't temper it back, and it ended his career. And he was a very good trader. He's just human. Adara?
Interesting little headline here from White House. Kevin Hassett came for, being in talks to be the new. Regardless, White House senior advisor Hassett saying, and I quote, "I hope affecting other things." I'm guessing he's referring to inflation, but odd comment here from Hassett again saying that he hopes the spike quote, affecting other things. That's on Fox News. Be aware, he could still be talking. If we get other comments, I'll let you know. But I thought this one was a bit of an interesting one as we do get oil. Back to you.
C3.
Intel took 60. Oh, yes, it's back to 63. There's a rocket ship. We were just. You got to have some. It could be anything. It could be Marvell. It could be Intel. It could be G Vernova. Well, the one Abranet was the one that was brought to us. See that? You could probably even hear my keystrokes. Whatever. I already reported it. It also could just be my PC, which I haven't restarted. What else we got going on here? Chris Arthur, that was a great comment. Keep doing it this way because my page is slow. It took me years to better swing only 10 day trading. Everybody has something that you're better at over. It's just it's so weird like that. He's still better at swing trading
than day trading. Yeah.
Whatever speaks to you and whatever works.
I would definitely say the same for myself.
You never stop.
You don't stop because
never solve the market.
Because nothing is the same. Like there's never one in the same scenario. They're only somewhat identical. Nothing is exactly the same.
Well, you can find when it rhymes though.
Yeah.
Find when it rhymes.
Yeah, when it's definitely correlated. But you can rhyme a bunch of words together, right? Like you can have multiple different words rhyme. And I think that's kind of the nature of the beast.
When I was a trainee, there was a full-time trader. So I was trading Sienna at the time, and there was a buy program screwed up, and there was just Sienna was one of them, and this full-time guy, he was like, this is, I know scalp, get in, it still buys, just get out, get in, get out, and just started making some money. And he was just there loading into a short. Just loading into this short. And he ended up getting stopped out and shut down. And then the buy program went off and it came all the way back, like 20 minutes later, 30 minutes later, whatever.
Of course it did.
And I remember being like, man, this guy was an idiot and a fool. And then I was on the train with him and he was explaining his mentality, what he did wrong. And then he wasn't even on the same trading floor, but like a year later, there was a weird flash crash in Intel. Not even the same kind, different stock. And I remember talking to him on the train, crushed this flash crash bounce. And I go, that trade on Sienna.
Yeah.
Well, I knew that I had to be willing to miss the trade to make the trade. I knew it was BS. I needed to see the buy program stop, just hammering in, and be willing to just have missed it because I wasn't already in when it turned.
Yeah.
And he goes, when I saw it happen on that Intel trade, I waited. The second information, he just got all in at once.
Nice.
Because he learned that mistake. We're talking, he sat on that for over a year to wait for that opportunity. And that was like probably the biggest trade he made that year.
Bro didn't.
That's what trading is about. Shout out to the trader. I don't say his name. His name was his trader ID and therefore nickname was Rokolo. Because back then, like your trader ID, sometimes it would say something cool, or that turned into a name, and then we would just call each other that. So that was Rokolo, and they used to call me Nero. Should be pretty obvious why, because like it took your first and last name.
Yeah.
That was all. So Sean was Shikadi.
Yeah, Shikadi, and I know you're in Nairobi.
Yeah, Nairobi, Shikadi.
Yeah.
If it said something cool, then and then one of the guys was Debo. Yeah, that was a good one.
Clue in the chat says, Joe, I'm up just under 400 on the day. I'm just under 200 away from completing on building my account up. How do I fight the urge to just jump in on one more fast, high leverage trade to end the day? Neil, I remember you told this story that this guy wanted to make essentially $1 more. He was like, hey, I want to hit this P&L. He wanted to $1 more. He was mad about it and then essentially lost this whole day. Well, guess what, Kahlua? Mondays are like, you got a whole next week. Because I've done that so many, like it's like, oh, okay, just another $5, $10, another $20. And the next thing you know, it's like, oh, that one trade didn't work that you were expecting it to. And then you're like, oh, okay, I need to get that back. It's the exact same thing with gambling. You go gambling, it's like, oh, okay, you're up X amount. You know how many times my friends and I have done this in the casino? You go there, you double your money in the span of a couple of hands, you get a little bit back, and then you give the rest of it back trying to get back that.
I can visually picture the trader that did it. He was in front of me to the left. I could see his screen. I can remember him screaming like it was yesterday, and it was like 15 years ago. And I can tell you exactly this. He was at $987. I'll never forget this. $900 on something.
Yeah.
And then he's at 50 something. Okay, well, I only need to make 5 cents. And so he just, anyways, and at the end, this was at 3:30, like this time of the day. The guy got shut down LFT and finished the day up like 300 and something. Too. And I've never, and everyone was just like, whoa, you got to be kidding me. It'll suffice to say he didn't last very long. But that was the revenge trading
of the century.
It was like, what are you doing? What difference does it make? As a prop trader, you get a percentage. You're just going to get a percentage. Realistically, getting over that 1,000, he was going to get a higher percentage on the next $13 that he made to get over 1,000.
Yeah. It's like
for a Happy Meal, bro.
Brother.
Goodness.
If that.
Back then, that would have been a Happy
Meal.
I don't know what a Happy Meal is now, but back then you get a Happy Meal.
I don't even know. When was the last time you were at McDonald's?
My daughter loves McDonald's.
Oh, you let her go there?
We'll order it sometimes.
That's crazy. You'll order it. We just talked about a whole spiel on how fries, you need to get the fries right there. If there's any fry that needs to be eaten immediately, it's McDonald's fries.
I'll tell you something, kids. I'm going to tell you something, kids.
I'm a fur
me,
baby.
Okay. So when she looks at you with the puppy eyes and says,
man,
"I would,"
that's the thing, man. I'd be.
Can we have McDonald's? What do you think you're gonna say?
I know, man. That's the
then you can talk to me about we need to no.
Listen, I'll pull up something at Casino right now, and it's just like, dude, how could you ever say no to to me ever? It's just, it's impossible. It doesn't exist.
You can you can't even see very well. That's my daughter and my nephew. That's not even a good picture.
Yeah.
I should find a better one if I can. Anyways,
I mean,
it's almost 3:30. I should try to get back to trading because I actually I'm going to do something in this D Pro. It won't break VWAP. So the trade is on a trend line. Thing to do here, which is move stop here. This is still slow. Move my stop into here, but then give a chance to reload on the trend line with a tight stop. So that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to try to reload on the trend line. I'm going to sit passively and see if I can pick up a midpoint and then move my stop in right there. So stop is in. I'll just try to get in passively, which it just filled me. Yeah, if you fill, really stop, try to stop of this range. Kill growth. You're right. Better learn no before she's a teenager and bigger than you. I don't know if she'll get bigger.
She's not going to be bigger than him.
But you're right. Yes.
It's like, how do you say face? It's literally impossible.
I do. Like I'm not that big of. If it's something that really, really matters, like we're talking about, hey, I don't like the way that you treated this person or the way that you reacted to this situation, like the important life stuff.
You know what you have.
But every now and then, I'm just gonna say yes to McDonald's.
You know what you have to. You know what line you have to drop, Neil, is the classic. We have food at home.
Oh, I do. Yeah, but I've said that.
Yeah, that is crazy.
You say that all the time. Or like the whole there's starving kids and wherever. You say you'll never say that crap, and you say kids too. Yeah. I've dropped that line. Waste food in the house.
I think I'll be hard on my kid, to be honest.
But my daughter is not. She's good. She doesn't waste food. Don't see. It's 3:30.
That's insane. Like, what kind of bubble are we trying to put our kids in? Like, kids get hurt. Like,
and I tell her stories. I went to the grade school that my daughter goes to right now. I tell her I learned to play baseball.
True, you're have a ball.
Baseball is my favorite sport. I'm a season ticket holder. I've been playing baseball all my life. First experience, my dad crickets. We were into it. I was in the schoolyard, and I was like 7 years old, and some kid comes up to me, and we need somebody to play ball. You want to come play? I'm like, I've never played baseball before. And then just right there, they taught me the game. I went home like that night. It was I had so much fun.
Yeah.
I'm like, Dad, I don't want to play soccer anymore. I want to play this baseball game.
Yeah.
He's like, okay. I've been my whole life learning and stuff in the schoolyard, and they cannot play with balls here at my daughter's school. She's 9 years old. They glove, play baseball in the because get hurt.
Yeah, hurt.
It's not somebody could get hurt.
Full
Now
of
I'm just
rookies,
because it really does bug me, and I shouldn't. This is a trading show.
When was this made? Like, I don't know.
I don't
man.
even know,
I
man.
It really
So-
grinds my gears.
it's so
what are we gonna
silly.
do? Put all these kids in the bubbles, and you're gonna just watch everyone else. I mean, we're gonna have to watch in the like who are the age of labor. It's just a but yeah, or a
Not even about. They won't take risk. You've got to take chances.
You have to.
Because if you don't learn how to take chances, fail, and learn how to fail well, and learn how to, I'm just saying, man.
I have a thing to add to this.
Yes,
Wait,
please.
while we're on this topic, the craziest way that my dad taught me how to swim, I was traumatized. I'm still traumatized by water. I can't go into water where I can't see my feet.
I mean, I'm pretty scared of water as well.
Okay, that's pretty intense. Okay, so my daughter would want me to say this. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. Roy Jones Jr. learned that way, and he was turned into a successful boxer. But that heard that people learn. So if you're animals too, that way, like they and I'm a terrible. No,
Yeah,
I'm the last that would want that. Daughter at it, and I swim. I survive for a period of time.
How
in
long
water.
can you tread water?
I haven't done it in a bit, but like I'm not gonna die. I'll a couple. I will actually.
I just want to take this in the studio to the.
Oh, I'd make it. Yeah.
Did you do that? All right.
No, but there was one time where my uncle had a boat in, I don't know if he still does, had a boat in Antigua.
Yeah.
He took a step, then he dropped it, and he's like, so what are we, he's like, some barnacles, if you guys are gonna help me. I'm like, what do you mean we're gonna help you? I can't swim very well. He's like, you help. You came on the boat, you do what I said.
You're swimming
So me and my brothers, we had to jump in, and we're cleaning barnacles. I don't tread water well, man.
Oh, yeah.
So after a while, my other brother doesn't too. I'm like, if I stay out here, I'm going to drown.
Yeah.
Now I helped, and he was like, okay, fine. My dad was like, you need to get them out right now.
But Neil, honestly, it's okay when you know what water you're getting thrown into, you know? Like when it is, when you're just getting thrown into an ocean when you're on a boat, you don't appreciate that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm pretty scared of water myself. I still swim. I'm terrified. It's like one of my biggest fears.
West. You can't.
I could tell you a lot of West Indians who don't know how to swim.
My moms can't swim. My pops learned to swim when he came to Canada. My mom still can't swim. She never
Dude,
learned to swim.
I remember one time that I swam in the most sketchy cove of all in Trinidad and Tobago, just the murkiest water, and literally up the hill, like behind you, they're selling, bacon shark, right? So I was like literally swimming in a cove where they catch sharks to eat. Like, why did I do that? I thought about it a little bit after, but that was
part of Yes, I'm just saying that would not be good. No, see, okay.
No, it's bake in shark.
Bake in, not bacon. Bake in. Shark.
Anyways.
Yeah,
in the market. Let's get back to these markets here and see.
I mean, look, there's nothing that crazy that's happening. Palantir stopped moving. Even my D Pro, I'll be out of this. The stop's going to be here, and I'll probably tighten it up. But I want to give you guys, look, this is what the early are. Nothing, SGov is the only thing over $1 million to the buy side. Nike is a sell. Okay, Bill, that's just a ETF. You got Nike to sell 850,000. That's a nothing burger. But you know what? It's not a nothing burger. It's a dumpster fire is what it really is. Down 3%. Nike on Monday, well, maybe. I don't know. We'll see. We have a graphic for it, so why not use it? So see this? That's the low from Tuesday. It bounced off that low. Probably should not have trailed out of this. That low. Short today. I'm gonna like Nike short Monday, it breaks this 42.37 or whatever that low is going to be. I think that's a classic flat bottom break. The trend is what it is. It just continues to under more and more, Nike.
Here's my question.
Yeah.
Can eventually run up Elliott Hill once it makes a little bit more of a base? That's what we've got to ask ourselves.
Eventually,
Or will Nike pun this afternoon?
Oh, I think it will. But one of the things we're talking about after earnings, I'm going to double hold. But I'm going to give you the reason why. I'm going to find it for you because I want to show you guys, or at least tell you guys, the right number here. Okay, so Nike trades at 29 times. It is a apparel company. Yeah. It's not a tech company. Yeah. If it trades at 29 times, that wouldn't be the worst. And it's 4, which is, if it was a tech company, that wouldn't be that bad. Industry average is low 10s. If this gets anywhere close to single digits, got something. Especially if they're a big turn, they generate a lot of, they have a lot of, there's enough there for just a generic comeback, but it needs to get cheaper. The problem is nobody's going to like it, and when it's in a tough sector, if it's not at least cheap. If you're like this and you get cheap and you start doing the right things, fair enough. That can happen, but it just hasn't happened yet for Nike. We got 2 planes apparently carrying Iran negotiators landed in Islamabad. Flight tracking data cited by Iranian International. Well, if it's moving USO, I haven't seen it, unfortunately.
I don't know. I don't think.
Yeah, we're still not moving.
Covered, to be honest with you.
Oh, I don't go back to their highs. First of all, I'm not talking about Nike getting back to any all-time highs or any nonsense like that. I'm simply saying giving you some kind of a tradable and actionable bounce. Does it need to get all the way back to triple or double up? No, I think like the 50, the 200 period moving average. If it got the 200 period, that's a 50% move. If it gets even worse, you could be talking better than that. I don't think it's there yet. Hopefully this is working. My e-signal wasn't connecting properly. Still, it's not Lily. I wanted Lulu. The example I'll give is Lululemon, and I have to go to a monthly here. There was a nice bounce off of Lulu. I was in a swing on Lulu when it was here. It just didn't really work. You're just looking for constructive bounces on something which is a bit dead. Lulu might need to get underneath $100 for that to happen, but I think Nike could be something. Like, why not? Put Nike up, this is going to be really nasty, I bet.
How about you, Adair? Do you think Nike is worse for wear?
Not even working.
Good pun. I don't know. Truthfully, I don't. Honestly, this is really a stock that I follow intraday, nor is it a stock that I follow necessarily in a longer term beyond reporting on earnings. I think the China thing, as long as the China issue is an issue, I think it's like with Apple. Apple reported that massive recent China. Everything was hunky-dory for Apple. So I think if they manage to get things back to normal in China, I think there's something here for Nike. But I've said, of the 3, like there were a lot of, to be fair, there's a lot of CEO turnover at the end of 24, but there were 3 major ones in the back half of 24. You had Ortberg of Boeing, my man Kelly. Then you've got my friend Brian Niccol at Starbucks, and then you had Elliott Hill at Nike. And the first 2, I think, have made market changes at the company, whether or not they've been coffee, he's personally by Brian Niccol, thought it was irrelevant. But Elliott Hill hasn't done all that much, really. Like, we just heard that the guy he hired as the chief innovation officer left after, like, less than a year. So, I don't really know. I feel like Elliott Hill will, he's great. Nike loves him. People involved with the company love him. That's fine, but that doesn't make him necessarily an effective CEO for the shape that Nike is in. So I do, before I end my rant, I will end soon, transition to Lululemon, which, much like Nike, is now in the two interims since December of 25. Calvin McDonald technically left at the start of January, but you see my point. The point is, they haven't even picked a new CEO for Lulu yet. So I hope this is a situation like Intel where they wait a couple months and then they introduce someone excellent and someone who really is able to make that spark in a company. But at this point, they've actually waited longer than Intel did to announce this decision. So yikes, Lulu, don't be a repeat of Nike. I apologize for the long rant. I didn't realize how many thoughts I had in this. I don't know if this answers anyone's questions, but I'll do the Looney Tunes.
But I don't think,
don't apologize.
I don't think brand power.
actually don't think it would be the end of the world if they take a little bit longer to find the right CEO. And I know the Intel example is the perfect one. There's nothing wrong with finding the right person. You have a lot, there's been a lot that you've been getting wrong for a long time, and finding the right person to turn around. And that's why I think Nike has some time. Because, let's be real, it's so bad at this particular point. There's a lot that needs to get fixed. Recognize, especially getting away from their partnerships with stores, not working with them. They understand that, but there's a lot to unwind. We do have, someone in the chat was asking about CRM. So just, if you're looking at any of the software names this afternoon, hopefully CRM included, well, they got a bounce, and now they're starting to lose a bit. Palantir is holding on a bit better. See, Palantir, the bounce started at about 251, so would have followed, not doing anything with the gains. It consolidated, but did not break the consolidation, so there wasn't a long for me. Palantir relatively, is the same thing you would say about Adobe or any of those software names. I think the same thing applies here to CRM. Do I think it'll never find a bottom? No, I think eventually it will, but the broken stock in a sector. And what it might take, just for argument's sake, is why is anyone going to try and buy the dip on any software name when they've been participating in memory chip names on dips? You could buy Chivanova on dips. You could buy Marvell on dips. There's plenty of things that are upward trending that allow you to tech. Maybe until those turn around, the money's not going to want to get into some of those software names. And there's always something that looks like this that means you don't have to buy CRM. Doesn't mean you want to try.
I think it's tough. Like, again, Neil, you were talking about it earlier this morning. It's just like, hey, if it's continuing to move lower, just wait for trend lines to be broken or something along those lines, something that signals that there's going to be some form of strength. If not, why would anything change, right? Like, it's the narrative of the stock. And I think there's also things that there's so many factors that need to be implemented. And I often go over these couple examples, these few examples, and we're going to start things off with Netflix. Is like there's a positive catalyst for this name to turn around. We're not necessarily seeing that right now in marketing. That's just the case. Netflix, they jumped out of that bidding war, and there it goes to 102.75 on Netflix, right? Like, this thing is continuing to climb. Maybe the debt story with Paramount, Skydance, Warner Brothers giving this a little bit more fuel, but the way it held breakout at $90 and then bounced off of it and put in this engulfing print right here, I had the utmost confidence that we were going to break through this pivot and continue to in Netflix, and I think that's going to be the narrative. But if we zoom out and look at the bigger picture, and Neil's trading these all day, every day, essentially, is the time frame is just different.
Yes.
Right? And you have the catalyst supporting it. Even though it happened a couple of days before, somebody obviously knew something leading into here, and then boom, off to Netflix.
Company in Midday.
Goldman Sachs is apparently going to be involved in bringing the deal together. And furthermore, Thoma Bravo is going to be, apparently they've actually already placed a bid. So that's the deal with Commvault.
It's at the point now, I don't even sure what we do without you. I don't even have to remember anything anymore. It's like, this happened today and I don't even, this is the problem. I'm not going to remember anything because, do we just say it, Derek? Can you just remind me this? It's that simple. No, but you think somebody knew something? So this gets the buyout rumor today at 12:54. Look at this, randomly out of in the afternoon, it catches a volume bid at what price? $77. Okay, let's lock that one in for a second, and runs on nothing. And then the next day, it bottoms out at 10 o'clock at the same price it randomly started getting volume in. Comes out again, and it's bottoming out at the same level, and then all of a sudden the news hits. Come on, man. Like, I just can't. That's the kind of when people talk about like markets being manipulated, what they that always somebody able to do stuff that, and get away with it. That's the best way to put it.
Absolutely.
So the only thing I had this afternoon was just this reversion trade in DPR. I did reload it, but with that tight stop on trend line, so it's not going to follow through all the way to VWAP, but that'll be it. I'll wait for the imbalances now, see if we get something there. But there's always something. Grunfeld, so how can we scan for that and find what's next? Well, I'm probably suggest, if I'm just thinking out loud, would be if you find a volume spike on something which is uncharacteristic, you have to have something characteristic volume, so you want it to maybe double, like an hour or so the day before, and do like 2-3 times its normal volume, short period, those lines. Once you have to cross-reference with whether it's news or not, so that you'd basically be doing this overnight. You'd have to. The first part of the scanning would be easier. Then you'd have to cross-reference with whether it has news or not. If you find your watch, you try to keep prices because that this is going to happen. But if you see the bid support just sort of randomly come in at the same place it was on the day the volume mysteriously appeared, then you might have something. Then you can just maybe just nibble into some longs at the key price. Once you see it hold once, maybe just nibble in again. Maybe nibble in again. And then you just happen to be up. It's like you just happen to be in something and it goes for you when the news hits. Work. And there's all kinds of ways you can code things now, or just use e-signal probably let you do it, TradingView. I should imagine setting up that kind of a scan wouldn't be terribly difficult, Tadera.
Yeah, just be aware here, not much of a move here in USO, but I do think this is worth noting. As I mentioned earlier, we've heard that Iranian officials, including Parliamentary Speaker Galibaf, who's going to be leading the negotiations, they have arrived in Pakistan. Sounds like they're arriving today. We're actually getting from the Iranian delegation, again, as reported by Iranian state media, that the discussions with the U.S. will begin if their preconditions are accepted. So again, we've heard some of their preconditions a while ago. Some of them involve, and again, it's unclear what the preconditions are and then what the overall, long-term ceasefire conditions are, because some of those involve Strait of Hormuz being repaid for damages from the war. Either way, it sounds like they're. The question is, will they actually begin discussions with the U.S.? So here's a quick update. That discussion probably going to happen tomorrow. Back to you.
Well, I guess we'll be hoping that things are A-okay over the weekend. It's that weekend risk. The good news is it's not like there's any crazy sell-off happening in the markets. 1 minute to the imbalances. Still nothing on the early look. Nothing over $1 million of any. The Qs are basically holding bottom end of the range, but holding the range at least. Quiet. It's a little bit weaker, but it's basically the same thing. Bear flag. We haven't lost the low, but there is some risk off happening.
SPY is a little closer to that low than the
No,
NASDAQ.
yeah, the SPY's threatening breaking this bottom. For sure. You never like you don't like closing on the lows. It's never a thing. That's the state of affairs over the weekend. Why wouldn't there be risk off? There's been so much work done off the lows. Look where we are on the SPY. Give me a break. Into the weekend, just a week and a half ago. So here it's almost at 15. You got to figure there's going to be some ring in the register. We got Dave. Let me just get the imbalances, which is nothing burger. NVIDIA 1.4 to the sell side. ETH 1.2 buy something. Too crazy. BX 900,000 sell. Marvell 800,000 to the buy. Not too much that's going to be crazy. Dave's rando weekend trade. Anything space related pop Monday. I'm in San Diego and it's landing right off my beach. That would be the Artemis 2. Fantastic. So you like the pop. I was kind of thinking there might be a sell the news kind of deal. It's all over, and this could be the end for Sid or the temporary top for Sidus. But have a great weekend. Looked at this. What is Sid doing today? to do well. There's another buyer. This is the reason why you're right back into low highs. And today, full and top, rock, and it's a double. It's a straight double from the launch, from 2 to 4. The trading, you don't have to make faking this high back on Midday. Break out there, make a trade. But my thought is sell news and event is over. All right, so with the me to buy of a nothing burger there. How about this? I want to get a poll up. What do you like for a poll, Joe? We got
a closing. Let's question. Let's make it chip based because the chips were the strongest names here today in the overall market. Will NVDA by next week close above 197?
Over 7. Okay, so simple. Will NVIDIA close over $197? You're asking a lot there, brother. It's $10 from here, it's 5%. Next week started, and yes, 2 for no. Where are the bulls at, everybody? The Nasdaq's technically still green today. That might not last the next 7 minutes, but we're bullish. Oh, come on. It started out bullish. Oh, man. What would if you actually, you had to pick NVIDIA. Marvell's stronger, AMD's been stronger, Sandisk went VA. That was a pulling down the close. 197.
Yeah, honestly, this is the time. It might be to you just bring earlier March 30th, 15%. So over the past 5 sessions, including today, you're up substantially as well. Let me see if I can get a 8%. You get 8.5% in this trading week. Up 8.5. So if you get an additional 8.5%, you level.
Want it to happen. If I had something wrong, that he is the run tells on, that Marvell's on, right? Like TSM today, and AMD is strong at the moment. AMD back into that. It's been wrong. Most of. I'm not talking about my book here. I'm doing the fact just a little better.
Here's another good one as well too. Next week.
I trust her on this. He's specifically had a ticker.
Not once.
Not once.
Not even, which is Raytheon anymore. The company's now RTX. He still called them Raytheon in his post. So he's been like very, I don't know if it's careful or just he has avoided it or what, but the fact that he specifically used a ticker this time in brackets after the name makes me think this was very intentional.
Yeah, he was talking to traders, man. I did PLT because we're telling to buy. But I don't think well because if you've never done it before, what are the chances that this is a new trend? So
it might be a new thing of his.
Maybe it is.
Now the fault.
But I will punch long the next time he does.
The next question is exactly. So essentially, what I'm going to ask is, do you think he knew the ticker to Palantir before today?
I don't know. No, because if you're not, I want to say because who wouldn't do it? But as you're not a trader, you're not really market. I don't know how much you do know. Maybe people don't know tickers. Like if I type, because I've done this before. Like I'll be in a chat with a bunch of friends, and I'll type AAPL, and they're like, "What are you talking about?" Not know that. Don't in the chat they don't know, and that's Apple. Because to them they'll just say Apple. I'll do AAPL. So I guess I would think he knows. I would think he knows the ticker, but that's just me. I could be wrong on that. Imbalances just possibly flipped. ETHA got paired. IBIT's now 1.2. These are still nothing burgers. Snaps a sell of 1 million. That seems to always be there. Nothing. The overall market, by the way, was 1.4 million to the sell side. Adara mentioned, but a bunch of that is probably paired off by now. Crazy. That's a weird one. That's a weird one.
Yeah, I mean, a lot going on. You looked at the pairs there. We tried a little something on the TQs. Didn't really break down how we wanted to, but it's 56 as well. So, I mean, short.
That looks good on the Qs. It was an
breakdown?
overall sell imbalance.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, APL, this is APL. Oh, the breakdown. Oh, are we looking at the Qs? Yeah, you have it there. I mean, it's been bouncing for this 49.05 on the
Yeah, it won't break further.
Yeah, exactly.
The SPY is weaker, that's why.
So it's just like, all right, yeah, we'll get out of that one there. Yeah, I mean, there it is, guys. A nice imbalance. You pulled them up here. We can pull them up one more time just so you guys can get an additional look before the end. We only have about 3 minutes. That's good. All right, KMI. Let's see what these guys are up to here today. KMI.
Kinder Morgan.
Heading a little bit lower on the sell, 1.2 million. There, Neil. No, I mean, nothing really going on here on KMI. Oops. Yeah. And then same thing with T. T was on it last week a couple times. AT&T there, Neil. I'm glad that we got out of that move here in AT&T with the sell imbalance. So an inverse move right there, my brother.
Yes, sir, and that is what is up. Oh, my goodness. Michelle Meir, you're not the only one who mentioned Avis. Let's where credit is due. This is the second time I have looked at this in the morning, been like, yeah, that's done. And we come back, and it's making fresh highs. It almost did this yesterday. At the open, look, yeah, it's giving up the move. And it's back at 300. It's like, yeah, it's giving up the move. It bounced off 257. It's back through 300. It is a squeeze to end all squeeze, not to end all squeeze. There's going to be something else eventually. But what is going on with Avis? It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's going up. It doesn't matter. It's going up. At some point, this is going to come to an unwind. It's 48%. Well, one had 30% short float, another one had 24. Suffice to say, it's a very large short float, and it's a pure squeeze play at this point. So the dip buys just keep on coming in. Grip and rip. Maybe that was 2 years. It was like for weeks, and then when it eventually dropped, you couldn't. You could only buy. If it had like a couple of red days in a row, you were toast. But yeah, CAR looks like a lot of the same thing here. Unbelievable. That stock. I can't get over that.
Bitcoin at the high of the day.
Little mini Bitcoins.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, too bad you can physically have that stuff. Do you think they'll ever get to that? I don't think so. They would defeat the whole purpose. Then I think at the end of the day. But yeah, I mean, a Bitcoin here on almost passing this pivot high there on IBIT. So the base is holding up, right? You're slowly seeing strength step in.
And the closing bell brought to you by PBS Biotechnology. We appreciate you and thank you for sponsoring artificial fake closing bell.
And that's it. That's the conclusion of the week. Market closing at 8 o'clock. No blue ocean tonight.
True. Right.
So no blue ocean. Even though if you have the post market. Other than that, it looks like it find somewhat more of a sustained bounce. That's going to be good for a lot of long-term portfolios.
Next week, hopefully.
Good trading next week.
Hold on. We got one more. Put a whole day's work filling in big shoes for Sean, still doing the midday, chilling out with Sharif, closing it off here. Barely had time to eat. Imagine. Gotta eat that chicken.
Eat that chicken right now. now.
Yeah, he's gonna get the chicken in.
I also got to go to the gym later as well too, man. So that fried chicken you know what I mean? And I got the green light to running.
That's covered. Man's gonna be running. He'll be running laps. Although you're a distance runner, right? You like going.
Yeah, I like distance.
Like 10K.
Yeah, I like
that's
that.
wild.
Yeah, I'm a distance guy.
Yeah. Oh, we got a super chat. We'll get this one before we get out of here. I don't care if we're supposed to leave. I'll throw it up. Sammy Under bought CoreWeave calls yesterday and made a bank on them. Avid listener the past two years. Appreciate what you do. And then another one from David. Oh, I was reading a different. That's the one we were reading. Thank you so much, Dave, Sammy. And Corby's an absolute beast. And thank you for watching. Pay it forward. That's what it's all about. Just enjoy the show. Do what you can. Try to learn something better. And help answering questions. Help keeping it in our community. And everybody, have a fantastic weekend. Want to give a big shout out, not just to obviously Joe, but the entire team here, for Sean, for Brendan, for for Fabian, Ramin, Andre, everybody here at the Trade TV family. Enjoy yourself. Weather's getting nice, so find a patio if you're into that. I am. And we'll see you back on Monday at 8 o'clock.
Patio people. Thanks for that.
Love that.
Yes. Good show.